But when I tell people they should look at it, that was a very big Democrat way of election.
All right, there it is. Let's see what Sox is going to do.
We way overperformed. The Republicans lost 41 seats in the House with game 2. And I happen to be one of them. We had really good people around us that worked hard. And frankly, I gave the folks a choice. I said I'm a conservative, wants to go to Washington, go to Congress, to partner with President Trump, to keep moving the country in the right directions with our conservative position.
March comes, the pandemic hits. Mm-hmm. How does that change your job, both logistically, and did it shift your priorities at all as a congressman?
No, it kind of worked out in the sense that my priorities from the beginning for looking after the district were make sure that agriculture is sustained, we could help our farmers how they needed to, make sure that our small businesses were as thriving as possible, and then protect especially our rural hospitals. We have clinics been very successful. We want to help them, but the rural hospitals are always teetering, unfortunately, on bankruptcy. We don't want to see that happen. So when the coronavirus hit, it kind of all played into that. How do we double down and make sure that we can get our farmers from one side of the pandemic to the other? How do we make sure that our small businesses try to stay and retain pay their employees? And then finally, what do we have to do to make sure our rural hospitals who are shut down and not do elective surgeries have enough money to be sustained?
For voters in Congressional District 1 that we've heard from so far, what are their priorities this November?
I think the priorities are to look out for the future of the country and really have on the ballot what's going to happen in America, what's our foundation, what's our future going to look like. And I think we have radically different alternatives.
Later tonight, workers from Hagedorn's DFL endorsed opponent Dan Sheehan, and the KYC News Now 2020 congressional debate will air live on Sunday from 5 to 6 p.m. on KYC CBS and will also be live streamed on KYC.com, in KYC News Now app, as well as KYC News Now, Apple TV, and the Roku platforms. We'll wrap things up when we come back.
No matter what's happening in your area and around the globe, we'll share the information that matters most for you. Thank you for making KYC News a trusted local news source.
Right now, get free delivery with Hy-Vee Isles Online. That's right, get free delivery in September when you order Hy-Vee Isles Online. You'll find more types available so you can get your items when you need them. The freshest items, your favorite brands, and the same prices and deals as in store. Plus, unlimited delivery is available with a Hy-Vee Isles Online membership. Get free no-contact delivery in September from our delivery partner, DoorDash. Download the Hy-Vee grocery app today.
I'm Jim Hagedorn, and I approve this message. America's foundations and America's future are on the ballot. When Democrat politicians disrespect law enforcement, they disrespect every citizen of this country. Their agenda isn't just about defunding law enforcement. It's about changing America's fundamental values. Police have endorsed Jim Hagedorn because he defends us, our country, and our Second Amendment. Jim Hagedorn will always stand strong for our Southern Minnesota values.
You looked up that music
and what to do on Alabama's Gulf Coast. Personalized, just for you. Find your sweet spots at alabama.travel/sweetspot.
This is a really weird house.
I choked on a banana. The more twists, the more crazy the house is, the more people start to panic. I like that.
This is a battle. This is a war.
Everything's tugging on my emotions this season.
I'm so ready to just run and climb and flip upside down. I don't know.
I'm losing my mind in this house. I don't know what's going to happen.
New Big Brother All-Stars, Wednesdays, Thursdays, and Sundays at 8, 7 Central on CBS.
Different times, we make very easy.
Stickers, precision manufactured walls, save time and money. Indoor production eliminates work and cuts construction time in the field up to 50%. Whether building your dream home or commercial, adding a deck or remodeling,
You miracle. There is something sound there. Body construction. I don't know the
It was just a TV. Well, that's the way it sounds, I guess. I don't know.
Sammy and Sam is there.
Shooting and the grand jury's deliberation.
Transfer of power. President Trump refuses to promise a peaceful transition for the weeks the November election. His new tax on mail-in ballots and a response, Joe Biden. Stop warning. The CDC says 90% of Americans may still be vulnerable to the coronavirus. CBS this morning, how one airline is working to stop the spread with rapid testing. Banning gas cars. California announces it'll go electric only in the future to fight climate change. It could mean someday for the rules of the road nationwide.
It's tomorrow in 9 seconds.
Two officers shot during protests after grand jury to not charge officers in the shooting death of Breonna Taylor.
Do not sully her memories by engaging in crime.
You missed the sound.
President Trump praising Kentucky's Attorney General for his handling of the Breonna Taylor case.
Really brilliant Kentucky Attorney General. He's doing a fantastic job. I think he's a star.
Hi,
Testimony on
Sox.
the latest pandemic response efforts.
Preliminary results appear to show that most Americans have not been infected with the virus and are with the infection. Elect Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg arrived at the Supreme Court for a final time. It has been said that we wanted to be an opera virtuoso, but became a rock star instead.
Each presidential medical examiner that charges quarterback Tyrod Taylor off the field on Sunday. The team doctor accidentally punctured his lung.
All that during a sweet moment, a friend trying to take pictures and video. I watched all that. All that matters.
Unable to vote because I was offended and contacted about to change this law.
And I think that's great. If for no other reason than I want to hear Mike Tyson say the words participating in democracy. I'm sure you've already seen that the jury in Kentucky has not returned any charge against the police who shot Breonna Taylor.
And our Amazon, what they do with that.
And she started spraying chemicals in the bathroom, in the kitchen, and that's I was drenched to just I thought even I was staying in my own home, even though I was supposed to be sheltering. And so one time I was supposed to stay on October 1st, and no way that we can survive another winter with being occupied by this winter.
Now we welcome Heidi, who is joining us on Zoom. Heidi, thanks for joining us. So, Caitlin has been in this since June of 2019 and allegedly has only paid 1 month's rent in over a year. But you say that almost immediately after she moved in, that there was some red flags. Something wasn't quite right. So you did some detective work.
Yes, this is a great lesson to trust me that when you're in a sense of something voting or something not right. Right in that first month, found out that she's going through a custody battle. I just got a sense that there's something not quite right, and things just got progressively worse week to week.
What did she say to you? I mean, are you confronting her, saying like this has got to stop? This is crazy. What exactly is the conversation like?
She just flew off the handle and basically said, "You ruined my life, lose my child. I'm not leaving," and swung back to the room. And at that point, I knew I was in trouble.
And you said that you found out that there were other victims who had, had the same situation with her.
Yes, at the end of August, when she didn't move, I did some research on her and did find out that she wasn't who she portrayed herself to be.
Well, on Zoom, we have Matt and Titus. Matt and Heidi met after this story made national headlines.
Matt, welcome to the show.
Thanks for having me.
So you met Kate in 2017 when she answered a Craigslist ad that you had put through, correct?
Exactly, yes. I put an ad on Craigslist because I was heading toward the end of my lease. I think there were 3 months left, and I was never there. So I thought, this would be a really good opportunity. I've subletted before, it was successful, and I just want to get this lease over with and get somebody in there for the last 3 months of the lease.
So you agree to rent to Kate, she moves in, what happens next?
Well, she became a problem immediately. She was demanding things that no one would demand as a tenant. She wanted to know where the sheets were. She wanted to know where the towels were. And I said, Kate, you're a tenant, and you're a tenant, and you're supposed to have all these things on your own. She also didn't tell me that she had a daughter. So this is a 400 square foot studio apartment in the West Village that barely fit a huge king size bed. So that was quite alarming. I was not told there was even a child involved.
And so what happens as you near the end of the lease?
Well, we're about halfway through the lease and I just can't stand it anymore. So I don't know the laws very well, the tenant landlord laws in New York and just the laws in general with property. So I said to my buddy, let's go down there, case out the place, let's wait for her to leave, run in there and change the locks.
What? A little bit, yeah. Hold on. Thanks. I gotta leave something up for you guys. Can't they?
Come back in and give her the key to the lock that I just changed. They're going to take me to jail for doing an illegal thing.
Wow. And how much money did you spend in this whole process?
$20,000. October, November, December. So I can pay for those months to my building process, my document, and all of the other months back.
Wow. I hope that, some kind of restitution happens. So Matt, thank you for being here and sharing your story. I feel bad that it happened to you. Hopefully your story will give others a heads up on what could happen. And Heidi, I know you're still battling to get her out. Give the moratorium the eviction. So we're going to talk your story and check back in.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have to say that we reached out to her attorney at the time of taping. They did not return our request to comment. I would love to have Kate come on the show and hear her side of the story. Were Heidi and Matt scammed by a grifter? And what could they have done differently to expose the scam setup? Don't go anywhere. I'll be right back.
I have COPD because I smoke, so I have to face my bill. My tip is, if you're having people over for Thanksgiving, start cooking in October.
You can quit. Call 1-800-QUIT now for help getting free medication.
Insurance for this season. When being a fan of the budget gets tough, our agency will let groups of city insurance peace. USA, what you're made of, we're made for. USA. What shared inspires apple pies?
It's better.
That's a good apple.
For months, we've all done our best to stay safe. But to remain safe in the long run, it's up to us all to take actions that don't just slow the spread of COVID, but collectively overcome it. Like getting a test if you have any symptoms, answering if your health department calls, and wearing a mask in public spaces. We all want to regain what we love in life. To get there, we all need to go forward and do our part.
Hi, I'm Justin from Mankato Mattress Man. And I'm Ben. Thanks for voting us the best place to buy mattresses 6 years in a row. At Mankato Mattress Man, you get the best value on name brand mattresses and the best service. With a large selection of mattresses, two-sided, adjustable, and orthopedic. And no Joseph yet at the prices. Come in and see for yourself. Plus, special financing and free local delivery. To Mankato Mattress Man, 801 South River Drive, and at MankatoMattressMan.com. No frills, just big savings.
My life has been ruined by serial scam artists, and because of the pandemic, I cannot get her out of my home. It seemed almost like she and her child were executing a takeover of the apartment. She started spraying chemicals in the bathroom, in the kitchen, and my bedroom door was drenched with this green chemical. I felt even unsafe at home. And so the moratorium was supposed to be lifted on and just no way that we can survive another winter with my home being occupied by this grifter.
Janine Driver, body language expert and New York Times bestselling author of You Can't Lie to Me, joins us via Zoom. Well, Janine, you've been listening. What do you think about Heidi's situation?
The mental pain that is associated with being scammed like this, being violated, it's similar to a violent war crime. PTSD can happen. You can increase your anxiety. All of a sudden, you get very angry and volatile. Anger is a secondary emotion to fear, anxiety, and sadness. So right now, there's a lot of angry people with this COVID. But if you stop and just say, okay, anger is a secondary emotion to fear, anxiety, and sadness, especially for Heidi, imagine, I can only imagine what's going on with her. This is her home doctor. I mean, imagine the toll it must be taking on Heidi's mental health, on her well-being. I bet back in June 2019, Heidi could have never predicted that this would happen to her.
Yeah, do you think that there are more scams that are happening now because of the pandemic?
There's definitely more scams happening right now because of the COVID-19 and this pandemic. There's stuff right now that people are getting alerts that you can take a test at home. And we're getting text messages and phone calls that are leaping onto your fear right now. FTC, the Federal Trade Commission, .gov, has a great list of what are the scams happening right now. But here's the deal. Scam artists and grifters, they have been around forever. And they are waiting right now. They're looking for you to scam you. And COVID-19, it's just, it just creates this dream come true atmosphere because they get to take advantage of this crisis. See, they know that when our stress is high, our defenses go low. As a matter of fact, when stress is high, we begin to discount negative effects of our decisions. We begin to second guess our gut feeling. And what happens is they know it. 7% of the population has been scammed. And that may not seem like a high number, but I want you to put it into context. In 2017, 16.7 million victims have been scammed and violated. And then guess what else? $16.8 billion have been taken from people. So these psychological levers, they're on to us with this whole stress and anxiety. They're looking for the Heidis and the Matts and the youth.
So if you are a victim of these scams, what are the first things that we should do to try to address them?
First of all, time is not on your side. It is not on your side. So do not be embarrassed by what happened. You're one of millions of people So you need to take immediate steps, contact your police, protect yourself. And after that, they both talked about their gut, their intuition, and they didn't act on it. They missed some critical signs that were there and ignored their gut, and ultimately what happened was they got.
So, are there some ways that you can detect if someone's lying to you? What kind of things should you look for? And when you play poker, they say someone's tell. What are the signs?
There are a lot of signs. I'm typically known as a body language expert. It's not just the body language, though. It's also certain words have hidden meaning. So I'll give you an example. First of all, when you ask questions of people, if you're thinking of renting to them, having them as a roommate, the hot spots, the deceptive hot spots happen within the first 5 seconds of you asking questions. And body language happens up to 5 seconds before thought. So if they're wondering, and I hope they can't tell how nervous or skipping them, their body language is already telling a story. Something as simple as what I call contempt. Contempt is moral superiority. Doctor, it looks like this.
I don't know.
It's a smirk on one side of the face. It's the only unilateral expression that shows up on our faces. We see this with athletes who cheat in game. We see this with politicians who are lying to us. Contempt, moral superiority. You'll see this with powerful master manipulators. A shoulder shrug is a big one. If I ask you, doctor, I'd love to come back again. You go, Janine, that would be great. A shoulder shrug says you're uncertain about something. It doesn't mean you don't want me back, but it certainly is saying there's something you're uncertain about. And I would want to do due diligence, doctor, and ask a question. Maybe I'm on here. However, it seems to me, or appears to me, it feels to me there's something you're uncertain about. Get yourself in the driver's seat. A big one are these dodgeball questions. You ask someone a question, and they ask a question back. Even worse than that, don't you ask me that? Even worse is when they try to make you feel guilty, you should run from the hills. You know what? You ask all parents this question. You ask all white women this question. You only ask women this question. You ask all men. When they begin to use this tactic on you to create stress and anxiety, you feel like shame and full of blame. Run for the hills. This is a big technique. So your job is to protect yourself. And last but not least here, watch flattery with embedded commands. Flattery with an embedded command sounds like this. Heidi, you are so smart to be considering renting to me because I am the ideal client. The word because is the most influential word in the English language. It opens our part of the brain where decisions are made, that middle stage of decision making, research, reasoning, the result. It opens up your brain for the reason you should rent to them. And they'll throw in a compliment. You're so smart to rent to someone like me. Be very careful.
Absolutely. Well, Janine Driver, these are great points. And being a body language expert, you are hitting on all points. So thank you so much for joining us, huh?
Thank you, Doc.
Okay. Our intuition is our best defense in situations like these. We'll learn how to fine-tune ours when we come back. Coming up, we work with the NBA and we teach planners how to be more intuitive.
My name is Kathy Pluck. I am a high school teacher teaching U.S. history, and when I realized that we would be starting the school year online, I decided to try to take off on an adventure. I'm going to try to teach history from the places where history happened.
That's coming up. Coming tomorrow. Special guest Michael will find out how he's using the power of positivity in the middle of the pandemic. If I can change my thoughts, I can change my being. Then, how to handle young COVID kids. That tomorrow.
My name is Joe. I'm a sustainability science researcher at Amazon. Climate change is the fight of our generation. And the biggest obstacle right now is we're running out of time. Amazon now has a goal to be net zero carbon by 2040. We don't really know exactly how we're going to get there. It's going to be pretty hard. But one way or another, we're going to reduce our carbon footprint to net zero. I want my son to know that I tried my hardest to make things better for his generation.
Instantly clear everyday congestion with Vicks Dynex Saline Nasal Mist. For drug-free relief that works fast. Vicks Dynex, instantly clear everyday congestion. Facing leaks takes strength. So here's to the strong who trust in our performance and comfortable, long-lasting protection. Because your strength is supported by ours. Depend. The only thing stronger than us is you.
At Olson Truck Service Center, we do more than just diesel repair. We carry a full line of tires, too. We have tires for trucks, trailers, tractors, and farm equipment, cars, and pickups in any size. Or if you're in a jam, we have 2 tire trucks that can come directly to you. Whether installed new or repairing, Olson Truck Service Center is here to meet your needs. Olson Truck Service Center, a full-service tire center, located just outside St. James on Highway 60 and County Road 12.
Thanks to you, Infinity from Marvin is ranked #1 in customer satisfaction with window and patio tool manufacturer brands like J.D. Power. That's why Lucina Siding and Windows proudly recommend Infinity. Experience window replacement as easy as it should be. Now receive $100 off per window or interest-free financing. This means you can replace all the windows in your home for as little as $125 per month. Plus, it's our way of saying thanks. We'll wash your new windows for free. Lucina Siding and Windows, serving southern Minnesota.
It's Bourbon Month at MGM. Get refined and elegant Ezra Brooks bourbon for $17.97. Select varieties of bold wines from the Federals, just $10.97. And refreshing packs at Milwaukee's Best. Get a 24-pack for $11.97. Making great moments. MGM Wine and Spirits.
She's a professional athlete's secret weapon, teaching NBA, MLB, and NFL players how to get in the zone, and that their mind is the most important muscle to flex. Joining us on Zoom is Laura Wild. Laura, thanks for joining us.
Hi, Dr. Ian. Glad to be here.
So you work at the NBA and you teach players how to be more intuitive. What do you mean by that?
Well, I teach athletes how to get in the zone. And when you get in the zone, you're at this high level of intuition. I mean, you kind of feel pretty psychic because you're really in tune with your teammates, with the coaches, and maybe even the referees, which can obviously help a lot.
Now, is this just something for athletes, or can anybody become more intuitive in the way that you're speaking of?
Yeah, every single person has the ability to be intuitive. It's just a matter of using it. Because I didn't see it myself, so I had to make a decision ahead of time that I'm going to use my intuition as a primary decision-making tool. I'm going to use my internal biofeedback, with my chest feel tight, my gut hurt, because even though we can look at other people and know if they're lying or scamming us, we can actually tune into our own body, see what our own body is doing. So when you want to be kind, but your body says no, or your body says ouch, then you have to make a decision to follow that, because your gut feeling is far more powerful than some of those cognitive decisions you might want to make.
Absolutely, follow your gut. Listen, what can we do with all of our little athletes? They're at home, they're not playing sports, tournaments are canceled, and they don't have the formal kind of competition. But what can we do? I mean, in games that they love, help build their intuition.
Well, what I do with people anytime they're in stagnation or in a rush, which it feels like any of us are right now, is I have them create a really big, huge statement that's bigger than anything they've created, where it's something like this: I am the best basketball player on planet Earth. And then you have to step into that. So what you do is you create a huge statement, and then you have superhuman mental imagery that goes with that. So you actually close your eyes and imagine yourself like leaping over a backboard, and your mental imagery backs up that big, huge statement, right? Because it's really crazy that you would say that, and you can feel in your body. Like it may kind of, make you feel in a way. If you keep saying it over and over again, you can create new pathways, new subconscious belief systems.
Yeah, how do you get, kids in particular to overcome, that negative talk, that self-doubt? How do you get them to have a growth mindset?
Yeah, well, I always say the growth mindset is about the repetition. Just like if you hear the negative things over and over again, you'll be more negative. But if you want to have a growth mindset and have a really powerful belief system that kind of goes beyond what you can imagine, that statement again, maybe I'm the smartest kid in my entire class. Even if it doesn't feel right or feel real, you want to go over and over again that resistance, because it's natural, right? It's kind of hard to be great. So our brain is lazy. It wants to be lazy. It wants us to survive. So if we start repeating over and over again, I am really smart, then we start to create a belief system. We can override the resistance, the self-sabotage that actually we can probably feel inside, and that's our gut feeling, being uncomfortable with going beyond what is easy, going to something that's hard, but which is being great.
Well, Laura, I don't think that the science has been completely worked out, but I love the expression "speak it into existence," and that's what you're saying.
Yes, absolutely. And where you put your energy and your attention, then that's what's going to happen. So if we really focus on the great things and the good things and being great and not what we don't have, but what we have, then that's how you're going to get out of the rut. That's how you're going to actually be able to tune into your intuition. And I would say have a better life and really feel comfortable and safe out there in the world, you know, the way things are going right now.
Awesome. Well, Laura, wow, thank you so much for joining us today with this great advice.
Thanks, Dr. Ian.
All right. And for more info on how to fine-tune your intuition to go wild, just go to our website, thedoctorstv.com. Don't anywhere. I'll be right back. Coming up.
My name is Kathy Cluck. I am a high school teacher. I teach U.S. history. And when I realized that we would be starting this school year online, I decided to try to take off on an adventure. I'm going to try to teach history for the places where history happened.
A lot. You know, he's putting out some images via his social, showing how he has been in quarantine. He also recently admitted the fact that he tested positive for coronavirus. That's coming up. Closed captioning provided by.
It only takes a second for an everyday item to become dangerous. Tide Pod's Child Guard Pack helps keep your laundry bags in a safe place and your child safer. To close, twist until it clicks. Tide Pod's Child Guard Packaging.
Okay, everyone, our mission is to provide complete balanced nutrition for strength and energy.
Great tasting and sure, with 9 grams of protein, 27 vitamins and minerals, and nutrients to support immune health.
I am a nurse,
A firefighter,
a college student, a mother, and I am an American soldier. I will always be ready
for every storm and disaster that threatens my community. I will always be there to protect my neighbors,
my family.
and my country.
We are the Army National Guard.
We are the Army National Guard.
We are the Army National Guard.
Visit NationalGuard.com to learn more about part-time service.
We're all looking for ways we can do our part for the planet, like cutting down on waste and energy. That's why I switched to a kinetic water softener and drinking water system from Beverage Water. It uses low salt and no electricity at all. It delivers clean, fresh drinking water, so I don't have to buy plastic bottles that just get waste. There is nothing like it on the market, and I should know. Chris Krug here from Garlic Water. We have the top of the line, can't get it anywhere else water softener than drinking water systems. Transform the way you use water, good for the planet and good for you.
Donald Trump is lying again. Joe Biden will not raise taxes on anyone making under $400,000. Biden will close tax loopholes for big corporations. Trump's tax cut giveaway exploded our debt, so he's threatening Social Security and Medicare. Biden will make the wealthy and big corporations pay their fair share, so we can protect Social Security and Medicare and invest in schools and health care. I'm Joe Biden, and I approve this message.
2020 is an influential year in politics, not only on Capitol Hill, but on your front steps.
As the political season heats up, tune in to KYC News Now for your news in politics from the local perspective.
On air, online, or on the go. Get the news that matters to you.
Watch the docket. Holly Bernstein, keep up with the Minnesota races.
The economic crisis that's been caused by COVID is really deep, and a lot of small businesses are struggling to figure out how to hold themselves out of it.
We're all concerned about COVID virus, but we can take care of the vulnerable while we let other people go about their business.
And full court press with Greta Van Susteren, how this year is affecting the state and the country. Minnesota playing a key role in the 2020 election, and I've got your front lines covered.
Get your political news available anywhere, anytime.
On television, local news broadcasts, on the mobile app, instant updates, on social media. Get your news your way, and always live streaming on KYC.com.
Have you ever had one of those teachers? You remember the ones who loved their job so passionately that it made you love the subject too. Maybe even for the first time ever. Well, check out this teacher who loved history so hard, she hit the road so her quarantine students could zoom right in.
Hi, my name is Kathy Cluck. I am a high school teacher in Austin, Texas. I teach U.S. history. And when I realized that we would be starting the school year online, I decided to try to take off on an adventure. I'll be taking a 15-day road trip heading east. I'm hoping to stop at the Lincoln Memorial in Washington, D.C., where Martin Luther King Jr. gave the I Have a Dream speech. I want to go to the Gettysburg Battlefield, Gonna try to teach history from the places where history happened.
Well, I'm going to go to Yorktown. Final battle of the American Revolution, and maybe most importantly, it's the title of the song from Hamilton. Hamilton. Yo, turns out we have a secret weapon. Everyone give it up for America's favorite fighting Frenchman. It should be awesome.
Joining us now via Zoom from Austin, Texas, history teacher Kathy Clark. Hey, Kathy.
Hey, how are you?
First of all, I got to tell you, this concept to me is bananas. I love it. I'm a traveler. I love history. What made you think that this would be the thing to do?
It kind of came to me just a couple of weeks before I had to come back for training. So I was just trying to figure out how can we start a school year online with kids and try to develop relationships with them. And kind of going into this year, I thought if I could just make this year fun, it's going to be weird, it's going to be different, but maybe if I took this road trip, then it would be something that kids would just want to log in and see.
So, what grade level are you teaching?
I teach juniors and seniors, AP, U.S. history.
Great, and so you would go to these locations and you would hold your Zoom class at these famous sites of our history.
Right, so the goal was really to try to get a couple of the famous sites and have class about, say, colonial America from colonial America.
So give me some places where you went.
I started out and really wanted to get to Jamestown, Virginia. We studied that as the earliest successful English colony in America, so I wanted to get there. Went to Yorktown, went to Weehawken, New Jersey, which is where Hamilton and Burr dueled each other. Gettysburg Battlefield, the Lincoln Memorial, Washington, D.C., Memphis, and the Civil Rights Museum. It was pretty fun.
I gotta tell you, this is so amazing. Did you have any unexpected surprises while you were out there?
I had some happy coincidences. I ended up at Little Rock Central High School on the anniversary that Little Rock Central High School would have been first integrated. And I didn't plan that, but yes.
Wow.
Yes. So I ended up there at that moment.
And you went to Lorraine Motel. I mean, I've actually been to Lorraine Motel, and it's kind of really eerie, where Martin Luther King was shot.
Right. And it's exactly the same. They've got it preserved. Memphis was one of the places that I really wanted to make sure that I spent some time because I didn't go in the Civil Rights Museum because of the pandemic, but it's just so powerful to be there. And in the context of all of the racial strikes that we're going through right now, I really wanted to be there at that place to give my kids in class that experience of what that moment really is.
You're right. They preserved it just like it was that night. I mean, you can see the ashtrays with the cigarette butts, wrappers. I mean, it was just it's like the war rooms over in London. One of my favorite sites in London is the war rooms where they preserved what it was like during the war. And Churchill and his cabinet went underground into the war room. That's what I felt like was there, right?
Right, exactly. It's that moment, and when you stand there and then you sort of look at the famous pictures of John Lewis and everybody after Dr. King had been shot and they're pointing where the shots came from, and you're standing there on right next to that spot. It's just it kind of brings it all full circle. It makes it real.
I get chills. What did your students say? Were they engaged? Did they love this? I mean, how did they feel about your whole expedition?
I think their biggest thing was trying to figure out where I would be the next day. It was a bit of a Where's Waldo adventure. I had one kid say, "I never know what's going to be behind you." So it was a way for them to get to know me. I made YouTube videos and I posted those, and they were as much history as they were sort of travel adventure. And this is where I got lost, and this is what happens when you get lost and you mess up. You just sort of turn around and work your way back.
How was it traveling during COVID?
I had a whole box full of Lysol wipes and gloves and masks, and I was able, most of the hotels, I could check in online and use my phone as a key. So I just sort of walked straight in and went to my room and then walked out the next morning. Every place that I went to was planned to be outside. I wasn't indoors at all.
Well, Kathy, I got to tell you, your students are so lucky to have you. This is so awesome. This is really getting engaged. Listen, when you do the European tour, let me know because that's going to be a real good trip.
I want to do one. Now I'm hooked. I want to do it.
Awesome. Well, stay safe and keep educating your students. History is very important to us.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
All right. I'll have more after the break.
Coming up, he's putting out some images via his social showing how he has been in quarantine. And he also recently admitted to the fact that he tested positive for coronavirus.
And later, if your gut is trying to talk to you and it isn't saying, I'm hungry, that is today's power prescription. That's coming up. We're living in uncertain times. It's tough to keep up with the latest medical headlines about the market, panic about COVID, and how those headlines impact you and your family. On 6 and 13, the doctors, we want to empower you physically. Medicine. Man, I love that. Emotionally, if I can change my thoughts, I can change my feelings. And medically, it doesn't happen naturally. Not a good thing. This is the $1 million question, maybe the $1 trillion question. This is so critical for people to hear. We're giving you the inside track on health and wellness so that you can get back to the life you deserve. It's time to take back your power. The doctors, now more than ever.
Casting provided by.
You try to stay ahead of the mess, but scrubbing still takes time. Now there's Dawn Power Wash Dish Spray. It's the faster way to clean as you go. Just spray, wipe, and rinse. It cleans grease 5 times faster. Dawn Power Wash. Spray, wipe, rinse. Itchy, scratchy, family not getting clean? Get Charmin Ultra Strong. It just cleans better, so your family can use less. Hello, Cream Box. Enjoy the dough with Charmin.
Dentist school will be different this year, and KEYC News Now is here to help you get the information you need. Know what's happening in school sports, get your one-stop forecast, and stay ahead of the ever-changing conditions.
Superintendent Paul Peterson says the model is fluid and can change throughout the year, all depending on COVID-19 case rates in each school and across Worth County.
Learn direct from the source as we sit down with officials from across the area.
We do have a clear direction as to how we can improve within our county to see that in-person learning can happen for as many kids, especially our elementary, middle, and high school kids as possible.
Hearing their input on everything from comfortable homeschool to bus safety practices.
Wear a mask when you're outside, socially distance at all times, and make sure your hands are clean.
For the latest information on keeping your family safe, get KEYC News Now on the air, on the mobile app, or online at KEYC.com/school.
Give your home the perfect look with a professional and passionate team, one that has state-of-the-art technology and top-of-the-line materials to create something truly elegant. Elegant Creations is a team preview. Their passion and quality has earned the trust of those who work with them.
We were greeted by wonderful people. They took us in the back and saw the white selection in the showroom. The guys in the back were equally efficient and knowledgeable, and it continued through the whole process.
Countertops, sinks, and faucets. Call or stop by Elegant Creations for a free estimate.
These are tough times for everyone.
In the midst of a health and economic crisis,
1 in 8 Minnesotans now faces hunger.
It's time to come together, Minnesota. Both in name.
Join us in the Home Teams versus Hunger Initiative and bid on amazing items, unique experiences, and autographed merchandise packages. Visit 2harvest.org/hometeams.
Hey everybody, I'm back. Joining me now is Thomas Roberts, host of Daily Mail TV, who is bringing us the Daily Mail TV download. Hey Thomas, what's up, man?
Doc, how are you? It's great to see you.
Good to see you too. So, brand new season, a lot of action. What can we look forward to?
A little bit of everything. Season 4 is going to have it all jam-packed for you, and it's been so nice to be back in New York, especially because as the city, you can definitely see it's been impacted by COVID-19. They've done a fantastic job of taking it seriously, and slowly but surely the revitalization and life coming back, it's happened, and I'm excited to be here and be part of it.
So, hey, what are some of your favorite stories you like to cover?
I think with the Daily Mail brand, I mean, obviously this is a huge brand. coronavirus is going to be making headlines throughout the rest of this year into 2021. We're going to be all over that, as well as the political race, 2020. That is heating up by the second.
Yeah, by the millisecond. Hey, listen, speaking of celebrities, they really got serious about getting in shape, top shape during COVID, and using their kids for like a little resistance training. So who's looking good? I hear Halle Berry's not looking too bad.
Halle Berry is doing a great job. Yeah, kids really got put to the test. While they're supposed to be in school and all this other stuff, they're actually being used as weights. Here we see Mom, Halle Berry, squatting with her son, and looking really good.
Yeah.
She has a Fitness Friday Instagram post during quarantine this whole time, where she's really been lighting social media on fire with these unique and beautiful images and putting us all ashamed, basically. But she says the keto is also a big part. It's not so much about the actual fitness routine, which is important to have part of your life, but it's about the kitchen. It's about what's bodies are made in the kitchen for sure. So she says the keto is what has helped her maintain and manage the way she looks in coordination with that fitness. Pink is another mom out there that's really active and making it happen. Now, we've all seen Pink in her shows where she gets into the acrobatics and those aerial performances. She's just the same on the ground. Here she is stretching, but she's got her kids involved, and she is definitely getting her workouts done with both of her kids. Intense cardio, she says, as well as a calisthenic workout. That's something with like jumping jacks or something just to get the heart pumping.
Yeah, I love Pink. Everything about Pink, I just always liked her music. She's cool. I gotta get her on the show somehow, some way. And The Rock, man. The Rock is getting ripped even more, using tiny teacups with his little girls.
Yeah, so The Rock, he's putting out some images via his social, showing how he has been quarantining and also maintaining his fitness. One thing, though, Doc, that's really interesting is the fact that, while The Rock admits to working out 7 days a week, he also recently admitted to the fact that he tested positive for coronavirus. So that is going to impact his habits, especially when it comes to his fitness routine. But he breaks down exactly what he does 7 days a week. 7 days a week, that's a true commitment to your fitness and to your body. Obviously, The Rock has his own look that he's achieved and maintained for a very long time. And you got to believe that a lot of work goes into that.
Absolutely. Hey, listen, and speaking of fitness, we both know the grind of a daily show and traveling, and you're all over the place covering stories. What do you do? I want to know what your regimen is to keep fit.
So for me, and travel has always been a big part of my life because of career assignments and breaking news and traveling for that. And in hotels, it's been hard to maintain a routine. So for me, wherever I am, the easiest thing for me to do is jump rope, and also easy to pack, also easy to keep in your car wherever you are. And the other thing that's really easy for me that I love doing, and I didn't think that I would like, planks. I do a 7-minute routine of planks where you start in the regular position, both elbows down, you hold that for a minute, then you go side to side for 1 minute. So that's one rotation. And then you do a 45-second round and then a 30-second round, basically with a few drops to your knees and a few falls here and there. It adds up to 7 minutes in total to just keep powering through, and then you're done. And that's all I do for abs. And it works.
You know what? You and I are going to do that together on one of these shows sometime, all right?
Okay, done.
All right, well, Thomas Roberts, host of Daily Mail TV. Thanks for stopping by, man.
Thank you, Doc. I'll see you soon. Congratulations on your new season.
You too. All right, check dailymailtv.com for more info of that In the Know scoop. Now, there's more after the break. Coming up.
The Mediview Health Portable Disinfection Kit designed to give you that extra protection no matter where you go. It will easily mist and disinfect surfaces such as grocery carts, doorknobs, gas pumps.
Man, your gut is trying to talk to you, and it isn't saying, I'm hungry. That's in today's Power Prescription. That's coming up. We're living in uncertain times. It's tough to keep up with the latest medical headlines.
About the market, panic about COVID.
And how those headlines impact you and your family. On season 13 of The Doctors, we want to empower you physically.
I haven't done that dance. You'll need me at medicine.
Man, I love that. Emotionally,
If I can change my thoughts, I can change my feelings.
and medically.
He doesn't have it. That's
Not a good thing. This is the $1 million question, maybe the $1 trillion question. This is so critical for people to
means you fight for the safety of those who need help. When you come into Walgreens, you get a flu shot that's right for you, and you become a flu fighter. Do your part and defend your crew against the flu. Walgreens.
Start your day with Secret. Secret stops sweat 3 times more than ordinary antiperspirants. With Secret, you're unstoppable. No sweat. Try it and love it or get your money back. Secret. For bathroom odors that linger, try Febreze Small Spaces. Just press firmly and it continuously eliminates odors in the air and on soft surfaces for 45 days.
Colgate Optic White Renewal removes 10 years of yellow stains. That's like all the way back to 2010.
Their jeans, their leggings, their jeggings.
Whoa.
Remove 10 years of yellow stains with Colgate Optic White Renewal. 80% of bacteria in your mouth aren't even on teeth.
80%?
Colgate Total is different. It fights bacteria in your whole mouth, protecting 100% of your mouth surfaces. Colgate Total, antibacterial protection for a healthier mouth.
My tip is, the worst lies are the lies you tell yourself. Like smoking isn't that dangerous.
You can quit. Call 1-800-QUIT now for help getting free medication.
Ever since I got this pill, guy, I felt like I was just constantly cleaning out his hair. Then I got my claws on the Silk Receiver. It's a game changer. These heavy-duty dry cloths pick up a crazy amount of hair. This is all you. We stopped cleaning and started slithering.
Add color and warmth to those crisp autumn days with vibrant mugs, pumpkins, and decor from Drummer's Garden Center and Floral. Create your own fall display to celebrate the change of season. Fall is also a great time to add trees and shrubs to your landscape. Drummers has everything you need and helps you select what plants are best for your yard. From decorating your home to creating your ideal landscape, you get quality, personalized service. This season, next season, every season at Drummer's Garden Center and Floral. The plants, the people, the place.
Lower your energy costs with green energy products. They've been providing southern Minnesota with high-efficiency solar panels for over a decade. With local technicians and customizable systems, they provide a hometown service you can trust. Take advantage of Green Energy's flexible financing options, as well as federal, state, and local incentives, including 26% off your installation cost. Call today and learn how to produce your own energy and save a little green. Green Energy Products, providing a clean and earth-friendly future.
Backed by popular demand, it's time for some retail therapy. We've got some amazing deals today, and to help reveal them, I'm so excited to welcome our friend and lifestyle expert, Arlene Santana. Hey, Arlene.
Hey, doctor, how are you?
Good, good. Okay, what you got? What's the goods today?
All right, well, I've got 4 awesome products, so let's kick things off with the iHome traditional fabric lamp with USB and wireless charging. This single unit is going to look great on your nightstand, your desk, anywhere in your home where you might need that extra charge. It features an attached touch control LED lamp, a Qi wireless charging pad, and 1 USB port. Now, the charger has been tested and designed for overcurrent protection, as well as foreign object detection for safe, efficient charging for all of your devices. Plus, it's super simple to use. All you have to do is place your wireless charging compatible device face up onto the wireless pad, and you are good to go.
Man, I like that. So give me the price.
All right, now normally this can retail for as high as $90, but today here on The Doctors, you guys can get it for just $39. That is 57% off.
39?
Yeah.
I'm gonna throw away what I bought. I bought something for over 100, like 6 months ago. Where were you when I needed you?
Sorry, doctor. I've been quarantined.
That's right. All right, what's next?
All right, next up we got the MediView Health Portable Disinfection Kit. This kit has been designed to give you that extra protection no matter where you go. Here's what you get in the kit. You get 1 pocket-sized sprayer, as well as 1 4-ounce bottle with this Virus Protect concentrate. The device is super simple to use and will easily mist and disinfect surfaces such as a grocery cart, doorknobs, gas pump, restrooms, and so much more. Plus, it's super portable. You can take it with you whether you're on a plane, bus, or a car ride. Now, normally this can retail for as high as $60, but today, wait for this, you guys can get it for just $29. That is 52% off.
52? Do you know anything other than 50? Because all your numbers are huge.
I'm slicing them right in half.
All right, what's next?
Now, doctor, you might already know this, but 70% of Americans suffer from some form of digital eye strain due to prolonged hours on their digital device. Well, this next item is going to help with that. These are the Blue View light blocking glasses. This item is going to filter up to 80% of the most damaging blue light and HEV light. Now, what is blue light? Blue light suppresses melatonin more than any other form of light, so by reducing it, these glasses are going to help with your sleeping patterns as well as reduce that digital eye strain. Now, we all know we're at home, we're doing this virtual reality thing. These glasses are going to help with that.
Well, you know, Arlene, I got to tell you something. First of all, very true about the blue light, and it will keep you up, which is why you shouldn't use your computer right before going to sleep. I actually have a pair here. I'm going to try these on.
Let's see them.
Hey there.
Ooh, you look good. Show off.
Yeah, I like these. These are awesome. So, how much for these?
Now, these glasses normally can retail for as high as $50, but today you can get a 2-pack for just $19. That is 62% off.
So, one more product. What is that?
I wanted to share with you guys my favorite knife set. This is the Cuisinart 10-piece ceramic coated knife set. You get a variety of different blades. You get an 8-inch chef knife. You get an 8-inch slicing knife. You get a 7-inch santoku knife, a 5-inch serrated utility knife, a 3.5 parry knife. These knives are high-quality stainless steel blades, and they feature this faux wood finish. It also includes these blade guards that are going to help protect your family when you're cooking at home. So they're great. You're going to love this.
Okay, I'm telling you right now, my family loves a good knife set. We do a lot of cooking, a lot of chopping. So you need to send me that immediately. But for those at home, yeah, what's their deal?
Okay, now normally this can retail for as high as $56, but today, are you guys ready? You can get it for just $24. That's 57% off.
Arlene, you know what? If I didn't know it was you, I would say it's too good to be true, but you are the truth. So this is just great discounting for everybody. This is great retail therapy, by the way.
Yes, thank you.
All right. I'll see you next time with some more good stuff.
See you later.
All right. And of course, you can get these amazing deals at our website, thedoctorstv.com. Save a whole bunch of money. These products are only available while supplies last, so get them today. Don't go anywhere. I'll be right back. Coming up, your gut is trying to talk to you. And it isn't saying, I'm hungry. That's in today's Power Prescription. That's next.
Choosing the right realtor is key. All it takes is knowledge, experience, and you.
Since 2002, Clark Deal's knowledge of heating, air conditioning, plumbing, and electrical helps to identify a home's needs before you buy. As someone who knows houses and cares about you, look to Clark Deal.
Choosing the right realtor is key. Action Realty has the knowledge and experience to help you unlock the door and reach your real estate goals.
To invest with confidence, you need knowledge, partnerships, and connections. Answer the questions you have and find the people you need. Stay in tune with the trends and patterns of your market. Find the right place to plant your roots. Greater Mankato Growth, helping to launch businesses to success. Big things happen when you invest with confidence.
For months, we've all done our best to stay safe, but to remain safe in the long run, it's up to us all to take actions that don't just slow the spread of COVID, but collectively overcome it. Like getting a test if you have any symptoms, answering if your health department calls, and wearing a mask in public spaces. We all want to regain what we love in life. To get there, we all need to go forward and do our part.
The chief actuary of the Social Security Administration just released an analysis of Trump's planned cuts to Social Security. Under Trump's plan, Social Security would become permanently depleted by the middle of calendar year 2023. If Trump gets his way, Social Security benefits will run out in just 3 years from now. Don't let it happen. Joe Biden will protect Social Security.
I'm Joe Biden, and I approve this message. The KEYC News Now 2020 Minnesota Congressional Debate exclusively on KEYC News Now. Jim Higador, Dan Vian, discussing the topics that matter most to you. Hosted live from the KEYC News Now studio. Submit your questions on Facebook. Catch the debate anywhere in the country. Broadcasting over the air and live streaming on the mobile app or at KEYC.com. Live September 27th at 5 p.m. on KEYC CBS. You're watching KEYC News Now.
In his podcast series, Fill in the Blanks, Dr. Phil interviews fascinating people at the top of their games, from actors and performers to experts in science, medicine, and law enforcement. Plus, in-depth courses help you navigate life and relationships.
Let's get programmed for success.
Fill in the Blanks, available on Apple Podcasts and Stitcher.
Today's daily power prescription is trust your gut. We all have gut instincts. We've heard many times over this past hour, they just have a feeling. Even when we try to make decisions purely on logic, our subconscious nudges us with extra information. These visceral, subconscious nudges have been called a variety of things throughout history and across culture. You've heard of intuition, instinct, foresight, or simply gut feelings. You see, gut feelings are a product of the enteric nervous system. The ENS is the intricate network of neurons and neurotransmitters located in and around the human gut. According to neuroscientists, the gut and brain are in constant communication via the vagus nerve, which is a sprawling two-way network. This nerve carries top to bottom messages from the brain to the body and bottom up. Messages commonly described as your gut feelings. You see, your gut is trying to talk to you, and it isn't saying, I'm hungry. To get started with making a decision, tune into your gut to see how you're feeling. First, we're going to talk about our negative gut feelings. The feelings of being chilly, icy, cold hands and feet, or you're clenching your jaw, having pain in your gut or chest, that twinging. You have a nervous stomach, nausea, or acidity feeling. You feel anxious or a sense of being on high alert. Your energy is zapped and you feel fatigued. If you feel a headache coming on, those feelings are telling you it's a hard no. But if you have these feelings, a sense of warmth, feeling cozy, you can breathe easily without the restriction of your inner flow. You aren't holding your breath. You have clarity of hearing and your vision is sharp. You have that flutter, goosebumps, or tingly feeling. And finally, you feel relaxed in the jaw, shoulders, and the gut. Your gut is telling you, yes, go for it. So tune in. Your gut instinct is usually spot on. That's our daily power prescription. For anything you missed on today's show, just go to our website, thedoctorstv.com. Thanks for joining me. Challenge yourself to be a little better each day. Open your mind, open your heart, and have some fun. I'll see you next time.
Helping families with mesothelioma is all we do. My firm has been offering a free book on mesothelioma for over 10 years. Since that time, hundreds of people with mesothelioma have trusted us to represent them. We have local offices throughout the U.S. and there's no risk to you. Mesothelioma really is all we do. Call us at 1-800-333-8975. That's 1-800-333-8975. Or go to mesobook.com. Home is where your story begins. Milcon has reimagined our Mankato pills. Comfort, style, and family are the focus of every design. Beautiful spaces to celebrate life's moments. Spacious rooms filled with natural light. And great neighborhoods for you to explore. Come meet our team. Let's start the process of building your next home.
The KEYC News Now 2020 Minnesota Congressional Debate, Dan Feehan, Jim Hagedorn, live and answering your questions. Television, digital, and mobile. September 27th on KEYC CBS.
At NFL Network, we're here for Thursday. We're here. It's magic and Minshew Mania for Dolphins. Jaguars. Thursday Night Football. Thursday at 8, only on NFL Network.
You're watching KEYC News Now. It was a gruesome discovery. Tuesday caught mom Lori Vallow's two young children were found murdered. What did her panic call from prison reveal about them?
They're trading the property.
Did
Jeffrey Epstein's former girlfriend, while recruiting underage victims. A survivor speaks out.
To have her help a male pedophile, it breaks my heart.
Coming up next. I became a doctor to help people heal. Now I'm using the same science and medicine to take on true crime. It's the stranger than fiction case has only grown more shocking and tragic since we began covering it. Doomsday cult mom Lori Vallow's children, JJ and Kylie, disappeared without a trace, and she refused to tell authorities what happened. As authorities all over the country diligently investigating leads connected to Lori and her fifth husband, Chad Daybell, a string of mysterious deaths were uncovered. Now, sadly, we know what happened to the children. For nearly 6 tortuous months, the world has been asking, where are Kylie Ryan and her 7-year-old brother, Joshua J.J. Vallow? After being questioned by authorities about their whereabouts in November 2019, their mother, Lori Vallow, quickly fled town with her fifth husband, Chad Daybell. The couple has close ties to several mysterious deaths, including Lori's estranged fourth husband and Chad's previous wife, who shockingly died just weeks before the couple wed. Some members of Lori's family say they fear she's part of a cult focused on preparing for the end of time. In January, the couple was tracked down in Hawaii. And finally, on June 9th, a warrant was executed for Chad Daybell's Idaho home. And a horrific crime scene was discovered in his backyard. The children's remains were found buried in shallow graves. Reportedly, little JJ was wrapped in layers of plastic bound by duct tape, and Kylie's body was burned and dismembered. Authorities believe the bodies had been there since September of 2019. Chad had pleaded not guilty to 2 felony counts of destruction, alteration, or concealment of evidence, and 2 counts of conspiracy. Lori has pleaded not guilty to conspiring to help her husband conceal the bodies. To date, no one has been charged with the children's grisly murders. Nate Eaton from East Idaho News has been all over the country diligently investigating the case. He joins us now. Nate, you were actually in a helicopter over the Daybell property the day that JJ and Kylie's bodies were discovered. What was that like to witness?
Well, we weren't quite sure what we were going to witness once we got to the house. We assumed that investigators might be inside of the home. And we got over the property, and there were dozens of police officers there in the yard. And that's when I knew that the focus was on what was in the yard. And we spotted a cadaver dog from the air. And we saw the police had put up that pink tape, kind of gridding the area around the fire pit. And that's when it became real that this is pretty bad. They're focusing on the yard.
Yeah, I want everyone watching to understand exactly what you're looking at here, how close these poor children's bodies were to Chad Daybell's house. So this is where the bodies were located, and that is the house. And I've got an aerial view that makes it even better. Again, here's where children were buried, and there's the Daybell house, just yards away from each other. Imagine looking out your window every day for 9 months, knowing 2 innocent children were buried right there. That's what prosecutors are alleging. So then authorities say Chad Daybell sent his then-wife Tammy a pretty shocking text the day the alleged Kylie was buried on the property. What was it?
Yeah, remember at this point, Tammy is still alive. She's the school librarian, and Chad sends her this message. Well, I've had an interesting morning. I felt like I should burn all of the limb debris by the fire pit before it got too soaked by the coming storms. While I did so, I spotted a big raccoon along the fence. I hurried and got my gun, and he was still walking along. I got close enough that one shot did the trick. He is now in our pet cemetery. Fun times. Remember, this is the middle of the day. Raccoons are nocturnal animals, so this was an interesting text to send.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's significant because the authorities say Kylie's body was dismembered and burned, right? So now you have gunshot, you've got fire. You can sort of make an excuse of
what was going on that might not involve a raccoon, but might involve two young children. A recent hearing actually had the prosecutors play a jail phone call between Lori and Chad Daybell that occurred while authorities were searching his property, but just before they found the bodies. Timing is important. Listen to this.
Are you okay?
Yeah.
Mark Means is Lori's attorney, so Chad is basically telling Lori she'd hear it from her lawyer soon. Now, later in the call, Chad even suggests that Lori should call her lawyer when they get off the phone. How surprising was that phone call to you?
I think the most surprising element of that call was Chad's demeanor. He was scared. He was nervous. And Lori was trying to console him, saying, want me to pray for you? What do you want me to do? She sounded pretty normal. Chad seemed scared. That was probably the last time they've actually spoken with each other, because he was arrested just hours later and they're not allowed to communicate with each other as they're behind separate facilities.
Then what have you uncovered about why Lori may have been involved in the gruesome deaths of her two youngest children?
Well, months before JJ and Tylee died, she told at least one friend that her children had turned into zombies, meaning evil spirits had entered their bodies, that they had become dark. And the only way to get rid of these zombies was to either pray them out of the body or to kill them. So she obviously believed that her children had become possessed, had become evil, and something needed to be done in order to fulfill God's will.
Lori and Chad Daybell, they've both been in jail for months now. They allegedly believed the world was going to end on July 22nd, which came and went. We're still here, and much of their family is now turned against them. Dave, what are your sources telling you about how they are holding up in jail?
Well, they're both in isolation. They don't have any contact with other inmates at the facility. Chad reads his scriptures and other religious books throughout the day. He says prayers. We know that Lori does the same thing. They're allowed to have a few visitors based on a list of pre-approved people, but other than that, they're keeping to themselves. A lot of people have said, is one of them going to turn on the other? Is Lori going to turn on Chad or Chad turn on Lori? Every indication at this point, no, they are remaining loyal to each other, they are remaining faithful to each other, and they are maintaining their innocence.
In addition to the tragic deaths of Lori's kids, JJ and Tylee, we also know Lori's previous husband, Charles, was killed by her brother, and Chad's first wife, Tammy, mysteriously died just weeks before Chad and Lori got married. So right now, Lori and Chad are facing charges related to the claims they hid the children's bodies, but no murder charges have been filed yet. So Nate, do your law enforcement sources expect that to change anytime soon?
One would assume, but here's the thing, Dr. Oz. Both of them aren't going anywhere. They're behind bars, $1 million bail on each of them. Prosecutors have one shot to get this right when it comes to murder charges. So they're going to take their time. They're going to make sure they have all of the evidence they need. They're going to make sure their case is strong and solid so that when that does happen, whether it be this year or next year, they are ready to take it before a jury.
Now, thank you very much for your superb reporting, as always.
Thanks, Dr. Oz.
Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell have pleaded not guilty to all the charges they are currently facing. Coming up, one of Lori Vallow's best friends is opening up about Lori's belief in zombies and how she says Lori tried to get her to abandon her family and prepare for the end of the world.
Operation Warp Speed. The vaccine hunt is kicking into high gear. But it's fast, too fast. We're tackling one of the biggest COVID debates. Will the vaccine be safe? And the truth about side effects.
Dr. Oz, this really surprised me.
And then our investigation into foaming hand sanitizer. What you need to know about dangerous ingredients before you get burned. Plus, where are all the wipes?
That's coming up tomorrow.
Your dry skin story changes from one day to the next. Try Use-Thread Advanced Repair and switch. It doubles your skin's moisture and repairs dry skin over time. So tomorrow, it'll be a different story. Use-Thread, recommended and used by dermatologists.
I'm a big kid now. I'm Sammy. I like making plans, and so
The super soft and which makes me so comfy. I can do anything like this. Did you see it? Look at Kim now.
Rich chocolate candy, creamy caramel.
Smooth dark chocolate, refreshing peppermint. Enter York mode.
Okay, everyone. Our mission is to provide complete balanced nutrition for strength and energy.
Great tasting and sure, with 9 grams of protein, 27 vitamins and minerals, and nutrients to support immune health.
This is your time. Your time to take back your routine. Your time to live healthy. Your time to reconnect with the community. This is your time at the Mankato Family YMCA. Safely enjoy the modified exercise areas. Take part in a group fitness class with no obligations or contracts, ever. Make your online reservation today to take your time back at the Mankato Family YMCA for youth development, for healthy living, for social responsibility.
This is a Butler building. And so is this one, and this one, and this one too. They're all Butler buildings, custom designed, custom built to exacting specifications by Rice Companies, your local Butler builder. Discover the difference a versatile Butler manufacturing building system can make for your new facility. Virtually any size, any shape, any usage. Call Rice Companies today. You'll find their work all over southern Minnesota and online at ricecompanies.com.
For months, we've all done our best to stay safe. But to remain safe in the long run, it's up to us all to take actions that don't just slow the spread of COVID, but collectively overcome it. Like getting a test if you have any symptoms, answering if your health department calls, and wearing a mask in public spaces. We all want to regain what we love in life. To get there, we all need to go forward and do our part.
We're back with the latest in the case of doomsday cult mom Lori Vallow. After months of searching for her missing children, authorities discovered the desecrated bodies of JJ and Tylee in shallow graves behind the house of Lori's 5th husband, Chad Daybell. But the biggest question still remains, why this happened? Joining us now is Lori's former friend, April. April, you have known Lori for 5 years. You say her behavior has changed drastically. When did you first learn about her new beliefs?
So it wasn't until February of 2019 that she came to stay with me unannounced. She had Tylee with her, and she told me that she was leaving her husband, Charles, who was her husband before Chad, and that she needed a place to stay. And it was during that visit that she started sharing with me some of her new beliefs, which were very divergent from mainstream LDS beliefs. And that's when I started noticing the biggest changes in her.
So I'm going to show the audience a photo of you, April, with Lori's daughter, Tylee. I mean, your friends were, there you are. Your families are close. You spend time together. Did you ever hear Lori describe her children as zombies?
I never heard her describe her children as zombies, although she did describe Charles as a beast, which I guess is synonymous with zombie. But what she did tell me when she came to stay with me, she had kind of this rubric of light and dark spirits. And Tylee's name was listed in the document that she showed me, and Tylee was listed as the dark spirit.
You say Lori also told you about past lives she claimed to have lived on Earth. This, again, it's some begs belief, but this is fundamental to how she's seen her existence. Could you work us through those?
Right. So she told me that she has lived several different lives on this planet and on other planets. And what was interesting about each of these previous lives that she shared with me is she was always someone very significant and very powerful.
Did Lori ever try to get you to join her in preparing for the end of the world? What was going through your head as you're hearing her spout all this stuff?
Right. So she had told me that another reason for her visit was that she had been appointed to gather the 144,000 that were supposed to usher in the second coming. And at that time, she let me know that I was one of the chosen ones and that she was there to gather them, the phrase that she used was gather. And that part of my mission and find other 144,000 that were chosen. But in order to do that, I would have to separate from my children. They would need to stay with their father. And she didn't make it real clear when we would all be together again, or if we would all be together again, but she did mention that I would need to separate from them to fulfill this mission with her. When she started talking about all of this, I didn't pick up on anything sinister or anything dangerous. I really thought she was having some kind of psychotic break. I know she had recently become a grandmother, and she was going through her fourth divorce at the time, and I thought just the stress and mental strain was the cause of the behavior. And you make decisions based on the information you have at the time. And Lori was someone I had never seen angry. I'd never seen her raise her voice. She was always a good mom. That's the Lori that I saw. So I never had any indication that the events would unfold the way that they have.
Right now, Lori is sitting in a jail cell in Idaho. Authorities say JJ and Tally spent 9 months buried in Chad Dado's backyard. So what is your message to Lori if she's watching right now? Good chance she is.
Right. I get asked this question a lot, and my initial kind of knee-jerk response is I don't have anything to say to her because, the person that I see in the courtroom is not the friend that I knew. But if I did have one thing I'd like to say to her, I would like to ask her, if it was worth it and what was the purpose.
Why? Why would you hurt those two children? April, thank you very much for joining me. Speaking honestly about this very painful event. We'll be right back. Up next, inside the twisted relationship between Ghislaine Maxwell and Jeffrey Epstein. Who is she? And what will we learn now she's behind bars?
Add color and warmth to those crisp autumn days with vibrant mugs, pumpkins, and decor from Drummer's Garden Center and Floral. Create your own fall display to celebrate the change of season. Fall is also a great time to add trees and shrubs to your landscape. Drummers has everything you need and helps you select what plants are best for your yard. From decorating your home to creating your ideal landscape, you get quality personalized service this season, next season, every season at Drummer's Garden Center and Floral. The plants, the people, the place.
It's Bourbon Month at MGM. Get refined and elegant Ezra Brooks bourbon for $17.97. Select varieties of bold wines from the Bedrooms, just $10.97. And refreshing packs of Milwaukee's Best. Get a 24-pack for $11.97. Keep great moments. MGM Wine and Spirits.
At NFL Network, we're here for Thursday. We're here. It's magic and Minshew Mania for Dolphins. Jaguars. Thursday Night Football. Thursday at 8, only on NFL Network.
If I'm your president on day one, we'll implement the national strategy I've been laying out since March. We'll develop and deploy rapid tests with results available immediately. We'll make the medical supplies and protective equipment that our country needs. We'll make them here in America. Have a national mandate to wear masks, not as a burden, but as a patriotic duty to protect one another. In short, we'll do what we should have done from the very beginning. Our current president has failed in his most basic duty to the nation. He's failed to protect America. And my fellow Americans, that is unforgivable. As president, I'll make you a promise. I'll protect America. I'll defend us from every attack, seen and unseen, always, without exception, every time. I'm Joe Biden, and I approve this message.
Your voice, your vote. In our democracy, they matter. Make yours count. Get registered, learn the issues, then vote by or on November 3rd. Visit vote411.org. This method is furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters.
Ghislaine Maxwell, the woman at the center of Jeffrey Epstein's alleged underage sex trafficking ring, is behind bars. The rumors of her little black book containing the names of high-profile people, the accusations that Maxwell had sexually abused young girls herself. This shocking story just keeps getting more and more horrific as the weeks go on. Our senior investigative correspondent, Mars Campo, breaks down the latest on this ever-changing case.
On July 6, 2019, convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein was arrested again, this time on sex trafficking charges. A month later, the disgraced American financier was found dead in his jail cell. Although it was ruled a suicide, his death was shrouded in mystery and launched conspiracy theories questioning whether he really did take his own life, or was it murder? Tragically, Epstein's death meant that his many accusers, some reportedly as young as 14 when they were allegedly abused, would never get to face him in court. But the case continued to make headlines. Many of Epstein's accusers identified a woman as his main accomplice, his ex-girlfriend turned constant companion, Ghislaine Maxwell, alleging she recruited, groomed, and even abused underage girls. The British socialite denied her involvement under oath and then disappeared from the public eye. But on July 2nd, after almost a year of eluding the authorities, Maxwell was tracked down and arrested at the New Hampshire estate she secretly purchased. The 58-year-old has pleaded not guilty to multiple charges related to the sex trafficking of minors and perjury. Maxwell was denied bail and has been detained in a Brooklyn federal jail. If convicted, she could face up to 35 years in prison.
There are so many questions about who Ghislaine Maxwell is and what her relationship with Jeffrey Epstein was. What do we actually know?
So here's what we know. We know that they were very close. They were frequently together. They traveled together. There are countless photos of them together. But what's a lot murkier are the details of that relationship. Now, Maxwell herself comes from money. She's the daughter of a British media tycoon. And so she reportedly met Epstein in the 90s. They had shared social circles. And reportedly they dated. They started with a romantic relationship. Now, that relationship was short-lived, but then it evolved into something that was still very close, but very difficult to define. She's been described as his best friend, as his closest confidant. They did have an ongoing sexual relationship. She reportedly engaged in threesomes with him. So it's a little bit murky. But here's what's most significant when it comes to this child sex ring. She's described as his accomplice.
So the people who are accusing Epstein right now, are they the ones who are saying that Ghislaine was involved in an accomplice? Where's that coming from?
Absolutely. So those who have accused Epstein are speaking out loudly now that he's gone, saying that the person who is still alive, who should be accountable for what happened, is Ghislaine Maxwell. She has been described as the single biggest enabler of this child sex ring and involved in every aspect, from identifying girls to recruiting them, to training and coaching them and teaching them what was expected of them, to participating in the abuse herself through these threesomes that I mentioned. So they are saying that there is no part that she did not have a hand in. And in fact, there is some official evidence of this. According to testimony, a butler said that he firsthand witnessed her trying to force a 15-year-old girl to have sex with Jeffrey Epstein, and that this teenage girl was visibly shaking and crying at the time. So she is seen as a huge part of this.
Despite that, she still pushed this child.
Despite that, she still pushed this child, and the accounts of the way she pushed these girls go far, far beyond that.
So Maxwell's in solitary confinement. Not surprising based on what happened to Jeffrey Epstein. He committed suicide while in solitary confinement, but at least someone else can't do it. And yet she keeps fighting it. She's contesting. Why?
Yeah, she's fighting it because they're very restrictive conditions. She's subject to frequent searches. Her calls are being monitored. She herself is being monitored through videos, including by psychologists, which I can't imagine that she likes that. And she is saying that all of this, including the solitary confinement, is having an effect on her ability to prepare for her upcoming trial. That's why her and her attorneys are fighting this. But remember, officials say that they're doing this for her own protection because there is a lot of speculation about whether or not Epstein was murdered. So officials have to make sure that they keep her safe. That notwithstanding, the lawyers are fighting this. They have pushed for her to be integrated into general population. They just lost that bid to have her move to general population. And we'll see what move they come up with next.
Can you imagine something happened to Ghislaine Maxwell before she testified? That would really undermine the legal system.
Yeah, the conspiracy theories would be through the roof.
The massive breach of Jeffrey Epstein's alleged underage sex trafficking operations has not only crossed state lines, they include other countries. because obviously we don't have exact numbers, but I want to show everybody sort of a rough idea of what's being reported to this point. And also, actually, you know what? Let's start in Florida, right? Because he had a house in Florida, right? And within 15 miles of Epstein's Palm Beach home, close to 100 girls and young women were recruited from various middle and high schools, as well as a college and a resort. Let's go up to New York City. Right? He had a big townhouse there. The Towers Townhouse was a place where 10 girls and young women came forward and said that things happened to them that they were not desirous of. In the west of our country, at least one woman was recruited in California, and another woman recruited in New Mexico, where he also had a big house. Let's go down to the Caribbean. Lots of discussion about Little St. James, this private island, an unidentified number. We have no idea how big this is, but an unidentified number of girls and young women were flown on Epstein's private jet. Some call that jet the Lolita Express. It doesn't stop here. Let's go across the pond here to the United Kingdom. At least one woman menaced in Barclays Network, place. We may never know truly how many survivors there are. Up next, one of those survivors is here. She was only 16 years old when she was recruited for Epstein. Allie Robson emotionally reveals how she then went on to recruit other young women. Her story is next.
My exclusive with Dog the Bounty Hunter. The love you never see coming.
Because it's a miracle.
The sacred engagement.
Is that her? Come on, help us you. Closed caption sponsorship brought to you by.
At Judy, we know walks are made better with our great friends, and we're here to make those walks easy. From tasty treats on the go to toys that keep them moving, get everything they need, even prescriptions, delivered right to your door. Get fast, free 1 to 2 day shipping. Visit Chewy.com today.
The Dr. Oz Show remains for coronavirus headquarters.
James Brown and Bill Cowher welcoming you back to Dennis Melvin's house. It's time for the midnight snack run.
This is one tricky obstacle course. Taking the healthy habits in this kitchen is going to take focus and determination.
He's already entered the snack part of the course, and he's eyeballing a jar of chocolate candy.
That is tempting right off the start.
He's reaching, Bill. He pushes it away.
Great step on.
He's approaching a plate of delicious-looking iced cookies.
Dennis, you only want one of those.
He blows right by for the apple.
The fridge is make or break time, JD.
He stares down some rich-looking treats. Uh-oh. Looks like he's headed for the soda. Wait, he jukes left, grabs a water bottle, and shuts the door with his elbow.
I gotta see that again.
Great move.
Now he's just gotta get out of there.
Look what dropped from the sky.
Don't do it, Dennis.
Bill, he somehow keeps moving.
That's why you're missing a midnight snack.
Stand Up to Cancer and Rally want you to reduce your risk for cancer.
Go to takeahealthystand.org.
We're all looking for ways we can do our part for the planet, like cutting down on waste and energy. That's why I switched to a kinetic water softener and drinking water system from Water. It uses less salt and no electricity at all. It delivers clean, fresh drinking water, so I don't have to buy plastic bottles and just give waste. There is nothing like it on the market, and I should know. Chris Cruz here from Garlic's Water. We have the top of the line, can't get it anywhere else water softeners and drinking water systems. Transform the way you use water, good for the planet and good for you.
To my fellow citizens, it is our responsibility as parents, grandparents, business owners, and the community to do the best that we can for our children. Please join me in participating in Have a Heart campaign to ensure all our children are safe at school, whether preschool, grade school, middle school, or the university. We must also keep our businesses thriving so that we can prosper and grow as a community. So please, have a heart. Wear your mask. Wash your hands. Social distance. If we do these few measures, we can keep our community safe and healthy. We've always been there for each other. Let's not stop. Thank you.
Welcome back. We've been talking about the latest developments with Ghislaine Maxwell and her involvement in Jeffrey Epstein's alleged sex trafficking. We're joined now by Lee Robinson, who was recruited by a girl from our school to massage Jeffrey Epstein in his Palm Beach home when she was just 16 years old. Hey, thank you for joining us. I I know you probably thought about what happened that time you met Epstein for every day of your life. But if you're okay with it, I'd love to ask you to recount what happened when you got to Epstein's house.
Sure. So I was recruited by a friend from high school, a classmate. Jeffrey lives in Palm Beach, huge mansion. We never really entered through the front door, it was always through the side door that led to the kitchen, where we were greeted by Sarah Kellen. And I was brought upstairs. I was briefed in the car ride to Jeffrey's by the young girl that brought me, basically explaining what was expected of me when I got to Jeffrey's house and just in regards to the massage and such. When I did get upstairs, Jeffrey was in a towel laying on a massage table. At some point through the massage, I had ended up in my underwear. I don't really recall if I was topless, but during the massage, he had a vibrator that was set out, and at some point during the massage, he had grabbed me inappropriately on my backside, and he tried to use the vibrator at this point on me, and that's when I declined, backed away from him, and said, this isn't going to happen. I'm not comfortable with this. At that point, Jeffrey finished masturbating on the table in front of me, as to where he requested that I pinch his nipples at the same time. At some point during the massage, he had finished. And towards the end of the massage, when he was done, he said, listen, instead of doing the massage, why don't you just bring girls to me, and every girl that you bring, I will give you $200 cash for. So at that point, I had ended up downstairs, and I left that day.
You're 16 years old. You're put in a situation that, even as a mature woman, it's hard to navigate. Yeah, you go home, and you've been offered $200 to recruit young women, girls actually, the way you were recruited by your friend. Did you decide to bring girls, offer them the opportunity to go into Epstein's house? How many? How did that work?
So at that point, I had a couple of girlfriends that ended up saying, hey, listen, I want to go to Jeffrey's. I'll work. Can you bring me? And I did. I brought, actually, my lawyer and I sat down and went over all the females that I had brought in. And it was, originally I thought I had brought in more, but when we got down to it and really dissected how many girls I had brought in 8 girls. And of course, at that point, the girls that I had brought to Jeffrey Epstein's house brought other girls underneath them to Jeffrey's house as well. So it was kind of like an ongoing pyramid.
At the time, did you have any inkling of how damaging this could be to those girls or to you?
It took me years. I didn't, like I said, I was 16, I was in high school. I didn't really think about the repercussions. I really didn't just the severity of what had taken place.
Have you spoken to any of the girls that you had recruited back in high school?
I actually did. The other victims were very appreciative of me apologizing. Definitely did not blame me at all. One of the victims said, this doesn't fall on you, this falls on Jeffrey. He was a pedophile. We were all minors in school. He was the adult. He should have known better. And it was a really great conversation, and it's really helped me a lot with some of the guilt that I hold. So it's really helped me with the healing process.
So, Haley, you said that you were happy to see Elaine's arrest and Epstein's death, which surprised me because I would think that a lot of the anger would be aimed at Epstein, but obviously Elaine has a special place as well.
I do feel that I'm happier that she's been arrested, more so than Jeffrey being dead. More so because it's very unusual to see a woman that, if indeed all the accusations are correct, which I believe they are, and I've heard a lot of the other victims' testimonies, which are very sad, and it's breaks my heart. I mean, I'm a victim, and you know, this woman, to have her help a male pedophile rape and molest and groom little girls, it's just unusual to see a woman portray this position, especially when it comes to kids.
Haley's been seeing a psychotherapist, Randy Kogan, to help her through the pain of her past, and Randy joins us now. Randy, in addition to Haley, you've worked with more than a dozen of Epstein survivors. How do you help these women? How do they put the pieces back together?
Well, the first step is building a healthy rapport with these victims, because trust has been damaged, trust has been shattered since they were teens. So the first step is letting them know that what we will be doing together will be unconditional support and guidance through this healing process. The next most important aspect of their treatment is understanding what their role in this horrific situation was. This was not the victim's fault. This was a result of grooming and manipulation.
Well, thank you very much for all the women that you helped. Haley, you've bravely shared your story so it doesn't happen again. What do you want to see happen with Billy?
Well, I'm hoping that she, in good faith, will come forward and start opening up about her heart in all of this, so we can better understand what exactly happened and what her role was. I obviously would like to see her be held accountable just as much as I feel she should be. I more than anything, I go back to the education part of everything, is just being educated and being well informed. And I think there's a lot of information that we can use that would help us to better understand and prevent this from ever happening again.
Haley, thank you very much for coming on and sharing your stories. It's painful as it can be. And Manny, for all the work you're doing, I appreciate it.
Thank you.
This story is far from over. We're going to continue bringing the updates as Jelaine Maxwell prepares for her upcoming trials currently set for July of 2021. Be right back. Up next, their son was shot and killed by a police officer nearly 10 years ago. No charges were filed, and their questions have gone unanswered. What really happened in the case of DJ
Vanderburg Clean stands with you. In this community, we're all in this together. We want to do our part to keep your environment clean and healthy. Trust the technicians at Vanderburg Clean to give your workplace a thorough and high-level clean. With innovative and top-of-the-line technology, we can stand strong together. We care about clean, and we care about you.
Yes, unless it's Vanderburg.
This is a Butler building. And so is this one, and this one, and this one too. They're all Butler buildings, custom designed, custom built to exacting specifications by Rice Companies, your local Butler builder. Discover the difference a versatile Butler manufacturing building system can make for your new facility. Virtually any size, any shape, any usage. Call Rice Companies today. You'll find their work all over southern Minnesota and online at ricecompanies.com.
This is your time to take back your routine, your time to live healthy, your time to reconnect with the community. This is your time at the Mankato Family YMCA. Safely enjoy the modified exercise areas. Take part in a group fitness class with no obligations or contracts. And make your online reservation today to take your time back at the Mankato Family YMCA for youth development, for healthy living, for social responsibility.
Storage Lounge in Mankato, the new standard to the way you store your stuff. Find your friendly, clean, and convenient place to unload and unwind. Transition easily with a free truck for your moving day and a spacious drive-in loading area. It's a convenient and comfortable place for your stuff in a climate-controlled storage unit. Storage Lounge, a comfortable place for your stuff. Visit storagelounge.com for specials happening right now.
Hurricane Laura, a devastating natural disaster, left behind a large path of destruction, but the resilience of its victims cannot be measured. The road to relief will take years, but you can help now. Go to helpsalvationarmy.org and donate whatever you can. Every penny of your donation will help victims of Hurricane Laura. This station and our parent company, Green Television is dedicated to helping affected communities recover. Let's help those in need together.
Nearly a decade ago, 20-year-old college student Danroy DJ Henry Jr. was shot and killed by a police officer. In the 10 years since his death, his parents have continued to fight tirelessly for answers. And now, many, including some of the biggest celebrities out there, A-listers like Jay-Z, Rihanna, Charlize Theron, they're calling for DJ's case to be reopened. Our senior investigative correspondent, Mars Gavacampo, fills us in on what happened to DJ.
Danroy DJ Henry Jr. is the firstborn son in a tight-knit family.
The day he was born, my husband said he's going to be a football player.
On October 2nd, 2010, DJ's parents cheered him on at a Pace University homecoming just a few hours later. In the early hours of October 17th, DJ's friends say they were with him in his car outside of a bar. Police answered a disturbance call there. They claim an officer asked DJ to move his car out of the upper lane, which he did. But 33-year-old officer Aaron Hess says when he instructed DJ to stop, the car sped towards him instead, forcing him, he says, to shoot the 20-year-old windshield. 2 bullets pierced DJ's heart and lungs before he was reportedly pulled from the car, handcuffed, and forced face down on the ground where he lay dying. The Henrys filed a wrongful death suit against Officer Hess, but he was never charged with a crime. In fact, his union named him Officer of the Year in 2011. What really happened that tragic night? Bar security footage shows DJ's car actually slowing down as he leaves the fire lane. And another officer on the scene has a very different account from that given by Officer Aaron Hess.
Oh my goodness, Mark, what's the status of the case right now? Can it be reopened?
The short answer is yes, it can be reopened. Because the officer in this case never faced criminal charges, there's no issue of double jeopardy. But you have to remember the grand jury did not issue an indictment, and the Department of Justice did not move forward with federal charges. So for prosecutors to reopen this case, strong, compelling, new evidence has to emerge, information that wasn't available before. Now, DJ's family says that is exactly the case, that there are multiple new witness accounts that directly contradict police accounts and that we need to examine the case. Ultimately, it's the district attorney's call, and it is going to be an uphill battle for the family because there are just a lot of legal and institutional challenges. Not only an officer in a case like this, but getting a conviction.
Does it make a difference? Does it drive change to have big-time celebrities get involved in this case?
Yeah, you can look at this 2 ways, this letter that they wrote. So the letter was addressed to Attorney General Barr. This is Donald Trump's Attorney General, and this is the same man who refused to move forward with charges against one of the officers involved in Eric Garner's case. Eric Garner's call died after being placed in a chokehold. So is this letter going to influence Barr? Probably not. But here's the other way to look at it. Barr is probably not the intended audience for this letter anyway. You look at who signed this letter. Jay-Z, Rihanna, Pharrell, these are mega stars, and that's just to name a few. What they are doing is mobilizing their fan base. The audience is the public. And the court of public opinion can be very persuasive, especially when it comes to elected officials. The key word there being elected. So in that way, this can have real impact.
DJ was killed almost 10 years ago, but we're still seeing patterns and similarities in cases today. George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, Jacob Blake followed these cases with us. Why is DJ's case even more relevant today than it has been over the last 10 years?
It's so relevant because it shows that not much has changed over the last 10 years. And you take a look, for example, at the initial police account in DJ's case. In the immediate aftermath of his death, the police chief comes forward, he holds a press conference, and he says that 2 officers fired upon DJ. And that gives some weight to the narrative that DJ was the only. But at the time of the press conference, the police chief would have known that one of the officers said he was firing at Officer Hess because Officer Hess appeared to be the aggressor. So it's this kind of misleading that we see still today. I have a couple documents. This is the incident report in the Breonna Taylor case. This is the police incident report. And you look here, under her injuries, it says none. Now, we know that Breonna Taylor was shot at least 8 times, and she died as a result of those injuries. We have another example of these misleading narratives. This is the police official press release in the aftermath of George Floyd's death. Look at that here. Man dies after medical incident
George Floyd, and it goes on to say, no time or weapons of any type used. Now that's factually accurate, but it's wildly misleading when you see the video of what took place. So we see those patterns repeating. We also see patterns in the way that these victims are treated. You know, in DJ's case, he was pushed from the car and handcuffed as he lay dying. It's the same thing we saw with George Floyd. It's the same thing we saw recently with Jacob Blake, who was reportedly handcuffed to his hospital bed, even though he was paralyzed. So it shows you just how deeply systemic these problems are. These are not isolated cases.
Well, thank you very, very much. So DJ Henry's parents continue to fight for justice and are calling for the case to be reopened. Angela and Dan Henry join us now. Angela, we know DJ was only 20 years old when you lost him. I see him running around. Your husband predicted his football future. Tell us who DJ was.
He was, he could light up a room, any room that he walked into. You saw him and smiled. He was a jokester, very shy, but also when he felt comfortable, he could open up to you and laugh. And he was a great big brother to his siblings, Kyle and Amber.
Dan, we've heard varied accounts of the incident. What do you personally think really happened that evening?
Well, we think Hess acted outside of his training, outside of his departmental authority, and we think he murdered our son. The unlawful taking of human life is by definition murder. We don't know why he did it, but we know that he did it.
Dan, you've been fighting for answers on DJ for years. It must be difficult to do all that and not get the results you would expect. How hard is it to see killings continue, like George Floyd and Breonna Taylor?
Dr. Ross, it's like one long day for us. We have a hole in our hearts that will never be filled, as is the case now for each of the families of these victims. But the patterns are the same, the individuals are different. And so we respect that while they're connected through this pattern of injustice, that we would never want to lose focus on the individuals and the individual loss that represents for each of the families. It's painful for all of them and for us.
When we come back, Angela and Dan's fight to reopen their son's case is important stuff. How can you help? Stay with us. What is alleged this morning?
A shocking new suit was filed against actor Cuba Gooding Jr.
Reportedly blocked the door, undressed, forced her onto the bed, and raped her twice.
Next to us. That's coming up next week. Promotional considerations provided by
Muscle pain to strains. Little Emu Maximum Pain Relief. It works fast and you won't stink. Its unique formula with emu oil penetrates deep to relieve arthritis pain and more. Prevagen. You might take something for your heart, but do you take something for your brain? In clinical trials, Prevagen improved short-term memory. Prevagen, healthier brain, better life.
Welcome to the Quaker Breakfast Table, where new normals are created and where you watch them grow up. Here, simple whole grains are easy to enjoy. So grab life by the spoon or cup and nourish it. Quaker Oats. Colgate Optic-White Renewal removes 10 years of yellow stains. That's like all the way back to 2010.
Their jeans, their leggings, their jeggings.
Whoa. Remove 10 years of yellow stains with Colgate Optic-White Renewal. 80% of bacteria in your mouth aren't even on teeth.
80%.
Colgate Total is different. It fights bacteria in your whole mouth, protecting 100% of your mouth surfaces. Colgate Total, antibacterial protection for a healthier mouth. From the first loving touch, everything that touches your baby should be this comforting. That's why Pampers, the #1 pediatrician recommended brand, helps to keep your baby's skin dry and healthy. So every touch is as comforting as the first. Pampers, the #1 pediatrician recommended brand. My new normal, fewer asthma attacks.
Less oral steroids.
Taking my treatment at home.
Nucala is a once-monthly add-on injection for severe eosinophilic asthma, not for sudden breathing problems. Allergic reactions can occur. Get help right away for swelling of face, mouth, tongue, or trouble breathing. Infections that can cause shingles have occurred. Don't stop steroids unless told by your doctor. Tell your doctor if you have a parasitic infection. May cause headache, injection site reactions, backache, and fatigue. Ask your doctor about Nucala at home. Find your new normal with Nucala.
Home is where we can make a different personal creation every night of the week. Look at all those possibilities. So fluffy, flaky, so versatile. Pillsbury crescent rolls.
We've been talking with Angela and Dan Henry, whose son DJ was shot and killed by a police officer almost 10 years ago. But questions continued to mount over the years. They've kept their fight up looking for answers. What really happened? And what will it take for this case to be reopened? Angela and Dan, thank you again for joining me. I know this is difficult to recount. Aside from the A-list celebrity support, there have been 350,000 people who have signed a petition to reopen DJ's case. What does that mean to you as the mom?
Well, I think as a family, it means that people haven't forgotten about him and they see the injustice and they want to join their voices along with ours to make sure that someone is held accountable.
Then you settled a civil lawsuit, but you've also submitted formal requests to reopen DJ's criminal case. What needs to happen right now?
Well, we hope that in Westchester County, the new DA, New Yorker, who was just elected there, he takes office in January, that she will file a motion to unseal. Because remember, when our son was murdered, grand jury minutes were kept in a lockbox, so we don't know what was presented to the grand jury.
Why wouldn't they open up the proceedings and let everyone see what really happened?
It's exactly the question we've been asking. We'll continue to ask it, and we're thankful that you just asked it.
Angela, you started DJ Henry Green Fund as a way to honor your son. Can you tell the audience about it?
Sure. We started as a family. It's actually Dan's idea. And DJ was a huge sports fanatic. He loved any type of sport. He worked really hard to keep his body healthy and strong. And so what we do is honor his legacy by providing funding for children in Massachusetts that can't afford it if they want to play a type of sport and they find themselves financially enabled. That's where we step in and pay them.
You can get lots more information on the DJ Henry Dream Fund at droz.com. Then, and I don't even know where to start because I hadn't heard of this case till I was told about it by my producers, which stunned me because I would have thought, well, I would have heard about this 10 years ago. What needs to happen going forward to help ensure other families don't have to go through what you have endured?
Well, I think we need to continue to have the dialogue we're having, right? People should feel really comfortable around this. And I know that they do, but these are meaningful issues to lead into. I think we need to support police. First of all, let me make that very clear. We are not anti-police. We need to support them. And use of force is an important tool, but it needs to be used lawfully. And if people can't police lawfully, either because they have inherent biases, or they lack the training, or they lack the funding, or they lack the accountability, then they should be off the force. And we should have systems in place to ensure that people like that can't get hired in the future.
I want to commend both of you. It is so difficult to revisit these issues. Thanks for your bravery. Thanks for never being quiet. Thanks for continuing to fight. God bless you. We will continue to follow DJ's case and to help both of you as you deserve the answers you're asking for.
Thank you so much. Thanks for having us.
We'll be right back.
We're tackling one of the biggest COVID debates. Will the vaccine be safe? And the truth about side effects. And then, what you need to know about fully hand sanitizers before you get burned.
That's coming up tomorrow. Do you know how to nutrition label? Sonic can help. Code the facts. Plus, the health info at drod.com/quiz.
Let's take a little test together. Which looks better? This or this? This or this? Seems clear to me. Saving cash beats spending it unwisely every time, which is why you'll love this offer from America's Best. Buy 2 pairs of glasses for just $69.95, and they'll throw in an eye exam for free. It's a savings of at least $50. That's not just a better deal, it's America's Best. Book an exam online today at americasbest.com.
Am I too old to start skateboarding?
Something on your mind? Chew on it. Twizzlers. This is an athlete 20 reps deep, sprinting past every leak in our softest, smoothest fabric. She's confident, protected, her strength, respect. Depend. The only thing stronger than us is you. Happy birthday, sweetie. Thank you.
We need furniture. Let's go to New Home Furniture. New Home Furniture will make you feel right at home.
from mattresses to flooring, from sofas to lamps, and amazing prices too. Visit us today for your bedroom, living room, or every room furniture needs.
At Stimpert Homes, we make building easy.
Stickers, precision manufactured walls, save time and money. Indoor production eliminates work and cuts construction time in the field up to 50%. Whether building your dream home or garage, adding a deck, or remodeling your kitchen, Stickers can help.
Stimpert Homes, quality construction for over 70 years.
Call or visit StimperHomes.com today.
The KEYC News Now 2020 Minnesota Congressional Debate exclusively on KEYC News Now. Jimmy Gador, Dan Vian, discussing the topics that matter most to you. Hosted live from the KEYC News Now studio. Submit your questions on Facebook. Catch the debate anywhere in the country. Broadcasting over the air and live streaming on the mobile app or KEYC.com. Live September 27th at 5 p.m. on KEYC CBS.
Tuesday, on the next True Crime. Tiger King, the Netflix series that captivated the world with its intense rivalry between big cat owners Joe Exotic and Carol Baskin. From allegations that Carol killed her husband, millionaire Don Lewis, to her attempts to shutter Joe's Oklahoma zoo, it has been a wild ride. Joe Exotic sits in prison, convicted of plotting to hire a hitman and kill his rival, Carol, and his former zoo has been shut down by animal welfare authorities. And now explosive new allegations about what may have happened to the missing millionaire.
It was an international sensation. Binge-watched in 64 million households, Tiger King created armchair sleuths around the world, all pondering a question that has gone unanswered for 23 years. What happened to millionaire John Lewis? Flashy Oklahoma zoo owner Joe Exotic thinks he knows. Over the years, he has repeatedly accused Tampa Bay's big cat rescue CEO Carol Baskin of killing her husband Don and feeding him to her big cats. Carol, now 59, has consistently denied having any involvement in her husband's 1997 disappearance. A few weeks ago, a new witness came forward. Trish Barr-Payne has alleged that her abusive ex-husband, Kenny Farr, a former employee of Don and Carol's, was involved in Don's disappearance, and she even insinuated that Carol had something to do with it.
On the next True Crime, Rick Kirkham, the man who filmed Joe Exotic in his zoo for almost a year, says he thinks he knows who killed Carol's husband. I'll see you next time. That's Tuesday on the next True Crime.
This is a tale of two kitties. This kitty uses ordinary litter. This kitty uses pretty litter, the world's smartest cat litter, and it's delivered right to your door. It's ultra-light, super absorbent formula, traps odors, and it does something no ordinary clay litter can do. Pretty Litter's color-changing crystals make it easy to monitor your cat's health, helping to avoid serious illness. She's switching to Pretty Litter. Smart move. Try Pretty Litter risk-free for 30 days. When you sign up, get free delivery. Go to prettylitter.com.
Welsh Heritage Farms apples and pies.
It is better.
That's a good apple.
I'm Dr. Mark Taylor from the Mankato Clinic. We have always, and will always, provide the care you and your family need. We're doing that a little differently, with protocols in place to keep everyone safe. I strive to treat my patients like family, and this is what I would want for my family. We thank you for caring for us while we prepare to care for you. We want to assure you that you are well protected here. Together, we will thrive. Find out more at safemankatoclinic.com.
You're watching KEYC News Now. Today on an all-new Dr. Phil, she claims her mom is unstable. And ruined her sister's wedding.
And for one day, you would be able to look at your daughter and say, I am not going to ruin her wedding.
Look at what Mary, should you get about you in any way?
I needed that time to gather myself.
What does that have to do with you making an ass out of yourself?
Nothing.
Then why are we talking about it? Today's going to be a changing day in your life. You've never had anybody work harder to bring you to the threshold of change than right now. The $70 billion wedding industry banks on the expectation that families can come together in harmony for at least one, just one picture perfect day. Well, that certainly wasn't the case for today's guest. Danielle wrote into the show because she says her family has yet to recover from her sister Wendy's wedding day because it was a disaster. Almost 8 years ago, when she claims their mother Janet acted like a, quote, complete lunatic. Now, Danielle and Wendy say this was just one of the many moments of trauma and chaos their mom has caused in their lives. Take a look.
During my childhood, my mother was absent, checked out, and neglected. She told me at a pretty young age that she wanted to be my friend, and not necessarily my mother. My mom has been married 3 times and has been in at least 6 different relationships. There was no structure or stability in my life. In my teen years, she was absolutely very unreliable. She did not look at my schoolwork. She didn't help me with my homework. Was very violent in my home growing up. There were a lot of arguments, a lot of physical fighting, a lot of emotional and verbal abuse as well. I would get such an rage as a child. I absolutely lashed out at my mother. However, I didn't really know any other way. Around the age of 12, I started becoming very physical with my mom, and there would be huge blowout fights. I would hit her, I would kick her. When I have confronted my mom about the trauma in my childhood, Janet would be very defensive and angry. You are ruining my life because you're so selfish. I never been still somebody beat me. Now, just go away. You disgust me. Every time I try to talk to my mom, things get heated. You're gonna hit me now. You're gonna hit me now. Let go away now. I do believe my mother is an emotionally unstable person. Coming on this show is a last-ditch effort for my family, my siblings, and I to have a relationship with my mother. I don't want to ever see you again. You never liked me in the first. I don't like you now. But you never liked me. Go away. Why didn't you just leave me alone? I'm not holding my breath that she and I will have a relationship anytime soon.
The infamous wedding day drama certainly didn't help. Here's what happened.
I got married 7 years ago, 2 days right before the wedding. Everyone was arriving to set up. From the minute my mom got there, she was arguing with me. I mean, just right out of the gates. Wendy was not in the wedding, and that bothered me a lot. She wanted to have sort of control the situation, and at that point, I was like, you know what? This is my wedding, and I'm gonna go have fun with my friends. And she was mad about that. Then she threw a tantrum that night.
I got a call from my little sister saying that mom was freaking out.
She carried on by slamming doors and having arguments in hallways.
My mom was pacing the halls, screaming, trying to break down the door.
She actually went around and just pulled down all the picture frames.
And that was an all-night thing, just screaming and yelling. The day of the wedding, my sister tried to put it behind her and go get their hair done together. As soon as they get out of the salon, my mom takes her hair out, washes off the makeup instantly. And that was the makeup for the wedding. And it was kind of with my sister.
My biological father was actually at the wedding, and he hadn't seen my mother in a really long time. And there's her father who's been there for a couple of days, and it's daddy this, daddy that, and I hadn't seen him for maybe 15 years. Seeing somebody who had absolutely tore our lives apart and destroyed my dreams was more than I could take. And I had a total meltdown. After we said our wedding vows, my mother turned around to my father and was in his face, yelling at him.
We had a barricade for mom just had to get through the wedding.
And then they accused me that I was on drugs, and they said I was imbalanced and they wouldn't leave me alone. My mom ruined the wedding for my sister.
I saw this side of my mother that my sisters had been talking about.
Since that wedding, our family has split apart even more.
Okay, well, joining me now is Danielle in studio and her sister Wendy Ionico. Now, you said this is a last-ditch effort to have a family, to heal wounds, to put things together. Wendy, have you given up on that? Danielle seems to still hold a little bit of hope. How about you?
I think both of us have had completely different experiences growing up, but very similar outcomes. And I had to choose a lot earlier on that I wanted to remove myself from the situation.
You said that you're willing to participate today for Danielle's sake.
Absolutely.
Okay. So, Danielle, what is it that you hope to accomplish here? You clearly believe that you've been traumatized by your mother, neglected by your mother, just victimized by her when you were growing up and now.
Yeah, so the reason that I'm here is simply because I need to know whether or not it is healthy for me to have a relationship with my mother, with Janet.
Well, you said that she put men ahead of you, that she really was not interested in your life, not interested in even your schoolwork, left you alone at home with a dog, oftentimes, just really taking care of yourself. How do you explain that to yourself? What would cause a mother to just not be invested in their daughter?
I cannot answer that honestly, Dr. Phil, because I have a daughter myself, and I could not imagine not protecting her at any cost. I have no idea why she chose to keep me as her child, but also didn't want to raise a child.
You said she would witness you being abused and do nothing about it.
100%, yes.
When you were 7 years old, you were sleeping on the second grade teacher's floor.
It was hard for me because I didn't know who my mom was, and she hadn't explained to me that she was probably on a business trip. To this day, I still don't know.
Well, you missed 2 or 3 months of the 5th grade because you were living in a hotel, didn't have a stable home situation.
She did not prioritize stability in my life, and that has very severely affected me into my adulthood.
Well, Wendy, you say when you turned 13, your adolescence was kind of swept away because you had to step in and do a lot of the things a mother would normally do. True?
Absolutely. It was a survival mode at that point. Danielle was born from another relationship, and part of her birth actually at first saved our family because we had this kind little baby that was in our home, and we were able to take care of her. And for a little while, it was calm, and we were able to be a little family, and then it just started to fall apart. I started to find my exit strategy out of the home really quickly.
All of these things I want to talk about. Coming up, Janet's here. She says her children need to stop dwelling on the past and just move on. So we're going to meet the woman that these daughters refuse to call mom next.
My children blame me for what happened in the past, and that pisses me off. They're adults now. Let's move on. I'm tired of being attacked.
And later,
This happened. It was normal in my life, and you allowed it to happen. How was I to stop it? It was years and years and years of abuse.
Tomorrow. I told you I paid that.
What do you need the receipt for?
Racial profiling. We were falsely accused of still point privilege.
I describe a nice car to the neighborhood in my not get stopped. You can't.
Microaggression and more. All white people are now being portrayed as racist. It's not fair.
I'm not going to let the Black community demonize my race.
I think it's a matter of being open and just say, is there something I can learn?
That's tomorrow. Then on Monday, a custody battle.
You know, with your ex and his current fiance, were you on drugs at the time? Were you sneaking people in the bedroom window?
I don't recall doing that.
That's Monday.
Mesothelioma. It's all we do. With 9 offices across the country, we are large enough to take on big corporations. There is no risk. Let us come meet with you.
We only take mesothelioma claims. Call us at 1-800-485-6000 or go to mesobook.com.
Our experience and the size of our law firm makes a difference. Call us at 1-800-485-6000 or visit mesobook.com.
You're driving down a highway, suddenly your check engine light comes on. You ask yourself, where can I go? Or worse, it's 2 a.m. and you're broke down on the side of the road. You wonder, who can I call? Mankato Truck and Trailer Repair is now open and providing high-quality service at an affordable price. Get your services, brake replacement, air conditioning repair, diagnostics, and DOT inspection, as well as 24-hour mobile repair. Pull into 3rd Avenue in Mankato or go to catotruck.com and see what people are revving their engines about.
At Stoker's Auto, Trailer, and Golf Cars of Madison Lake, we're the exclusive dealer for Aluma trailers in our area. Durable Aluma trailers are lightweight and maintenance-free for work or play. Great for hauling ATVs, cars, motorcycles, snowmobiles, and watercraft. If you need something to haul your new Aluma trailer, we sell high-quality, value-priced cars and trucks too. Check our website at stoversauto.com or just stop in and see what makes Stover's Auto, Trailer, and Golf Car sales better than the rest.
Attention Zantac users. If you or a loved one was diagnosed with cancer after regular use of Zantac, you might be entitled to financial compensation.
Call 887-548-98.
The FDA has warned that drugs like Zantac, which contain ranitidine, may be contaminated with a cancer-causing agent. If you or a loved one were diagnosed with colon, kidney, or any of the cancers listed, call us for a free consultation. If you don't win, you pay nothing.
887-548-98.
South Central Seal Coat for the restoration and preservation of your parking lot and driveway. Locally owned and operated in southern Minnesota, providing durable and attractive surface treatment for over 30 years. No more crack failure. Ensure the life of your parking lot. Let South Central Seal Coat fix it, protect it, and paint it to perfection. South Central Seal Coat, specializing in parking lots for over 30 years. Get durability and a new look. Call today for your free estimate.
On multiple occasions. My mom told me that I was an accident, and at one point she even said that she wished she had aborted me. I've always known that I was an accident, but hearing that from her mouth was crushing, absolutely crushing.
Well, Danielle and Wendy say their mom is mentally stunted and always plays the victim, no matter what. Always plays the victim. But Janet says she's tired of taking the heat, and her children just need to just get over it and move on.
As a mother, I felt I did best I could at the time. I had 6 men in my life while the children were growing up. I never liked to be alone. The men that I brought into my children's lives, I did not consider that they were ever abusive to my kids. Even though they did get physical with them sometimes, it was more of a matter of restraining them or trying to get them to go to their room. As a mother, I never felt like I was purposely neglectful. I had to move the children a lot because of my job. I feel that my children had stability in their lives. They just didn't feel it. In a lot of cases, I tried to be a friend more than a parent. My children blame me for what happened in the past, and that pisses me off. They're adults now. Let's move on. Let's look at tomorrow and get on with it.
Well, Danielle was born 14 years after her other siblings, and Janet says she had a particularly hard time raising her because she was a single working mom.
Danielle was a very volatile child. We did not know who was going to walk in the door, what kind of mood she was going to be in. She would
hit, kick, scream, call me names, and she wouldn't let up. Sometimes I would match her anger back.
You have ruined my life.
I would shove her, like to get out of my way. I'd push her, grab her to protect me. I never told Danielle that I wish I had aborted her. From the moment we knew that we were going to have Danielle, she was never once thought of as being a problem. I do not know why she would say those horrible, hurtful words. I'm tired of being attacked. I think my kids are spending too much time in the past, and they need to move forward.
You've just said that they just need to let the past be the past and just move on.
I said that because it gets thrown in my face all the time. I don't really understand a lot of their anger or where it came from.
Let's talk about what it is you're saying you want them to get over.
Growing up, my mom's current husband, Dave, was extremely abusive to me. The abuse was really extremely physical and terrifying. He would hit me, he would kick, he would hurt my mom, he would hurt our animals. Dave would always put my mom in a position where my mom would have to choose between Dave or myself. And she would always choose Dave right in front of me. When my mom witnessed him abusing me or hitting her or starting fights between us, she would just stand there and watch. And it would usually get to a point where she would say, Dave, stop. She is going to call the police on him. She was trying to protect Dave from getting in trouble than from him hurting her own daughter. I felt so unprotected.
This is a statement from Adriana, Danielle's childhood friend. I was struck frozen as I watched this grown man just punch a 13-year-old girl in the face over and over again. It was during this time that Janet came into the room and started yelling at Dave to stop because her friend is here and she's going to call the police. Janet was aware that the abuse was happening. Danielle would stay with us for weeks at a time, sometimes especially during the summer.
That is one quote from one of your friends. And it began with you punching me. You were attacking me. And yeah, I tried to, I got in between you every time.
Can we be honest? Can we take this moment and pretend like none of this other stuff is here? That we are not on a TV show. And be honest about the fact that this happened. It was normal in my life and you allowed it to happen. You allowed it to happen. And you cannot continue to deny that, or you cannot be in my life. This isn't it. Pretend.
I'm not pretending. And I'm not ignoring that it didn't happen. There was so much of it that I wish I could have avoided. And I wish I could go back and I could change a lot of it. But I did protect you as much as I could. I tried, okay? I did try.
You're the adult in the situation. And there's a duty that comes there legally, morally, ethically. And I don't know if you're hearing what she's saying.
How was I to stop it? She's physically bigger than I am. She was pounding on me in front of my husband.
Not at 12 years old, I wasn't physically larger than you. I was big and I was violent, and I will not deny that.
Danielle expressed her feelings to you about Dave in this statement.
Because I am not getting a divorce and I'm not having you around me. You said that you were getting a divorce about 12 times. And you promised it a million times. I love him. You love what? Tell me everything you love about it. You love that he beats you. You love that he talks down to you. You love that he does nothing for you except socially awkward person and sits in his office and sleeps in his chair. That's my life. That's what you like. I can't stop living my life. I'm not busy. I have. I've been living just fine downstairs. And then you try to take that away from me.
I possibly could so that I could get out.
You didn't tell me.
I think I did.
We did get a statement from Dave. It reads, I have been blamed by both Danielle and Janet for causing this rift in the family. I believe in more discipline than Janet does and wouldn't accept Danielle's behavior in her teens. Danielle and I get along now, but it's a wary piece. Wendy and Danielle have both done whatever they could to break Janet and I up, but we have survived. Now, that's his statement. We're going to hear from Janet's son, Matt, as well, who says his entire life he's been caught in the middle of all the mother-daughter drama. We'll be right back. That's not an apology.
I tried many times to just apologize.
This was my thing.
Hand sanitizer, check. Mask, check. Dr. Bill and Robin, check. While the world is changing, Dr. Bill,
You showed up high on drugs with a loaded shotgun.
is always
2.5 hours late today. If I had known not to go send your ass back home.
here for you.
I feel bad for him.
You're going to sabotage everything I do.
All new drama.
Why do you abuse these women in the family?
I just get angry.
Everybody gets angry. That doesn't give you the right to call your mother.
All new shows.
She can't go a day without getting high despite being 34 weeks pregnant. Ryan believes that he is being viciously tortured through electricity.
Just needs to lie. I'll wrap this phone in foil.
He shaved all the hair from his body because he felt like the hair was conducting electricity.
This is a tale of two kitties. This kitty uses ordinary litter. This kitty uses pretty litter, the world's smartest cat litter, and it's delivered right to your door. Its ultralight, super absorbent formula traps odors, and it does something no ordinary clay litter can do. Pretty litter's color-changing crystals make it easy to monitor your cat's health, helping to avoid serious illness. She's switching to pretty litter. Smart move. Try pretty litter risk-free for 30 days. When you sign up, get free delivery. Go to prettylitter.com.
Storage Lounge in Mankato brings a new standard to the way you store your stuff. Find your friendly, clean, and convenient place to unload and unwind. Transition easily with a free truck for your moving day and a spacious drive-in clothing area. It's a convenient and comfortable place for your stuff in a climate-controlled storage unit. Storage Lounge, a comfortable place for your stuff. Visit storagelounge.com for specials happening right now.
Give your home the perfect look with a professional and passionate team. One that has state-of-the-art technology and top-of-the-line materials to create something truly elegant. Elegant Creations is a team for you. Their passion and quality has earned the trust of those who work with them.
We were greeted by wonderful people. They took us in the back. We saw the wide selection in the showroom. The guys in the back were equally efficient and knowledgeable, and it continued through the whole process.
Countertops, sinks, and faucets. Call or stop by Elegant Creations for a free estimate.
Would you like to update the look of your home with new blinds, shades, shutters, or draperies? Give Blinds and More a call. They will discuss your window covering needs and offer a variety of options, making it easy to visualize your updated look. We'll get an instant quote on site. Take the time to consider your purchase and enjoy same-day ordering. Shipping and installation are free. Schedule your complimentary consultation today. Call 507-380-1519 or visit blindsandmore.org.
Janet says she wants her daughters, Danielle and Wendy, to stop bringing up the past and move on. Her son, Matt, says his mother has never apologized for anything despite all the trauma she caused him and his sisters.
I found out my parents were getting divorced on their 10th birthday on family vacation. The divorce crushed my mom. I feel as though my mom lost touch with reality. My mom was not the most involved. She didn't really come to very many sporting events. As far as I played football and baseball, she didn't really check on grades too much. As a child, I went to about 5 or 6 different elementaries. Went to one junior high, moved to a whole different state to high school. Looking back, I do feel as though I lacked stability in my life. My mom definitely was more of a friend than a mother. I felt as though my mom prioritized her husbands over her children. I would say I have witnessed my mom being abused by some of these men. I felt powerless because I was a child. It was pretty terrible for me to witness that. If I confront my mom about the past, she is very uncomfortable speaking about it. She doesn't feel as though our childhood was bad at all. There is a lot of tension between my mom and my sisters. It was definitely a very volatile household. We definitely had quite a few pretty physical fights. I feel as though I'm definitely stuck in the middle, and having to play peacemaker between my mother and my sisters. I am very sick of being in the middle of their issues.
Matt is joining us now on Skype. Wendy is with us virtually as well. Matt, you've been listening to what's going on here. Is your mother in denial about this?
I think finally it's gotten to the point where she is accepting some of it. I have confronted her about specific issues, and yeah, it just definitely kind of acts like confused, like a foggy memory. Like, so she definitely acts like she doesn't recall all the issues.
Wendy, you've been listening to the exchange between these two. What do you have to say?
I, like Matt, I feel helpless. I feel like I've extended myself and I put myself even now out here to help support her, and it feels very trivialized. It feels very much brushed off. And I think there's a reason that we're here, and I hope that we can move forward and she can take some accountability.
I admit it, and I have tried numerous times to apologize to her and her husband for the wedding. There was no excuse on my part for that meltdown. But there were circumstances that led up to it, and of how.
Okay, hang on. Hey, let me stop you right there, because this is part of the issue. And I'm trying to help you here, okay?
Yeah.
I know I'm interrupting you, but I'm trying to help you here. Because you just said a really big buzzword for me. You said, there's no excuse for it. I had a meltdown, but means forget what I just said. I'm going to now tell you what I really think. I had a meltdown. There's no excuse for it, but forget that. Now I'm going to tell you there were extenuating circumstances. There was somebody there I hadn't seen for 15 years. Only played a minimal role in the kids' lives. All of a sudden, he's center stage. She's ignoring me, paying attention to him. She's with her friends. I'm being marginalized. And so I was the victim, and it got to me. And what can I tell you? That's what you really mean. That's not an apology. That's not an apology. That's just saying, I'll explain this away. I made an ass out of myself, but I'm going to explain it away.
True.
We'll look at the text right here. This is between you and Wendy. Your wedding was my fault, but this is just something you do. But there was a lot more than just the day going on. Anyway, I'm sorry. That's what you do. You've done it 10 times since you got here. I just called you on it. Here you are doing it back in 18. And Wendy says, you're the one that walked away. You take no accountability. You ruined it. You are toxic.
I tried many times to just apologize, to just come to you and apologize.
Yeah, we heard you.
But it takes more than that. Janet, this was her wedding day. One day. If you had control over your own self, I think for one day, you would be able to look at your daughter in the eyes and say, this is her day, I'm letting it go, because this is my daughter, and I am not going to ruin her life.
I was told, you're not sane. There's an ambulance on call for you.
You had just attacked your daughter.
I needed to be left alone.
Okay, what theory should it have been about you in any way?
We're talking about a topic that really affects all of us, the secret to forgiveness with Catherine Schwarzenegger Pratt. Forgiveness is such a complicated topic. I remember we're struggling, thinking, why can't I get past this? And why is this affecting me so much? People felt that if they practiced forgiveness, it felt like a betrayal of their own hurt and pain. I think that actually holds a lot of people back. I've got a secret with Robin McGraw, available on Stitcher and Apple Podcasts.
Closed captioning provided by.
It only takes a second for an everyday item to become dangerous. Tide Pod's Child Guard Pack helps keep your laundry packs in a safe place and your child safer. To close, twist until it clicks. Tide Pod's Child Guard Packaging.
Got it.
Okay.
Quick, the quicker picker-upper. Bounty picks up messes quicker and is 2 times more absorbent, so you can use less. Bounty, the quicker picker-upper.
Home is where your story begins. Wilcon has reimagined how Mankato builds. Comfort, style, and family are the focus of every design. Beautiful spaces to celebrate life's moments. Spacious rooms filled with natural light. And great neighborhoods for you to explore. Come meet our team. Let's start the process of building your next home.
Cato Glass is conveniently located on the corner of 2nd and Plum in downtown Mankato. Cato Glass installers are the best in the business. Folks say our customer service is the friendliest around.
2020 is an influential year in politics, not only on Capitol Hill, but on your front steps.
As the political season heats up, tune in to KUIC News Now for your news and politics from the local perspective.
On air, online, or on the go. Get the news that matters to you.
Watch the docket. Holly Bernstein. Keep up with the news for the races.
The economic crisis that's been caused by COVID is really deep, and a lot of small businesses are struggling to figure out how to pull themselves out of it.
We're all concerned about COVID virus, but we can take care of the vulnerable while we let other people go about their business.
And full court press with Greta Van Susteren, how this year is affecting the state and the country. Minnesota playing a key role in the 2020 election. And I've got your frontline covered.
Get your political news available anywhere, anytime.
On television, local news broadcasts, on the mobile app, instant updates, on social media. Get your news your way. And always live streaming on KYC.com.
Robin, what would it take for you on one of your son's weddings to go in, throw a tantrum, go in another room, wash off all the makeup, all the getting ready for the wedding, and make it all about you?
I didn't do any of that.
I'm sorry?
That would actually never happen. Of course, that would never happen because I know I would be making a huge statement to my child about who I am, and I know they would never forget it. I know our relationship would be changed forever. I would be putting them in shock, of course, but I would never, ever, ever do that. I know that my role as their mother is to make their life as wonderful and as beautiful, and especially on that day, as I could. And I would never do that. It's about them always.
That wasn't the case that day for you. That day you made it about you.
You know, that's easier said than done because, and I'm going to say because or but or however you want to put it.
That's however you put it.
But there was a lot going on, and I have no excuse for my behavior. And yes, I agree with you wholeheartedly, Robin. That should have been the most beautiful day in my daughter's life. I actually tried to find a room away from everybody and they wouldn't let me. And I was told, you're not sane. There's an ambulance on call for you, and you're not sane. We don't trust you to be our. I said, leave me alone. I needed that time to gather myself.
What theory should you have needed any time? What theory should it have been about you in any way, under any circumstances? Lindy, I'm sorry that this happened to you. I really am.
No, it was 10 minutes before I was supposed to walk down the aisle that was where we actually had put her in a room with somebody that's a nurse.
And I needed to be left alone.
But you had just attacked your daughter. Look at me, please. The only reason that we are here is because we're trying. She's here. Can you believe it? She's here. Dad is here. I'm here. We want you to get better. We want you to face the truth so we can walk forward. And if we can't do that, and if we continue to live in this cycle of disillusion, then we're never going to be able to have a healthy relationship.
You're not giving me some credit. Does Linda even know that before your wedding, her wedding to come up, you refused to be at her wedding? You were called her all of these names and you were not going to come up, and you hated me and you hated everybody, and I had my mom with me.
Hang on a second. What does that have to do with you making an ass out of yourself?
Nothing.
Okay, then why are we talking about it?
Because I'm trying to defend.
And
she comes up like she pretends.
Oh my God.
I didn't come up because I knew that you and Dave were going to be there.
Hear me out. Janet says she could apologize 1,000 times, but it wouldn't change anything. But has she ever truly taken accountability? You cannot change. You cannot change what you do not acknowledge. Think about it. We'll be right back. Wait a minute.
But I haven't.
Wait a minute. No, wait a minute. No, you don't get to put words in my mouth. Closed captioning provided by...
Aspergream's triple effect provides target relief. Works in minutes, lasts for hours. Aspergream works.
With United Healthcare Medicare Advantage plans, there's so much to take advantage of, like $0 copays on virtual visits.
Wow.
$0 copays on primary care visits and lab tests.
Wow.
Plus, $0 copays on hundreds of prescription drugs.
Wow.
United Healthcare Medicare Advantage plans, including the only plans with the AARP name. Most plans have a $0 premium. It's time to take advantage.
Wow. Tired of clean clothes that just don't smell clean? What if your clothes could stay fresh for weeks? Now they can. This towel has already been used, and it still smells fresh. Pour a cap of Downy Unstoppables into your washing machine before each load, and enjoy fresher smelling laundry for up to 12 weeks.
My tip is, the worst lies are the lies you tell yourself. Like smoking isn't that dangerous.
You can quit. Call 1-800-QUIT-NOW for help getting free medication.
At Stiffer Homes, we make your dreams come true. Custom homes, kitchens, garages, even an indoor basketball court. Stiffer's works closely with you every step of the way. Stiffer's precision manufactured walls save you time and money. Indoor production eliminates warping and cuts construction time in the field up to 50%.
We make building easy.
Quality construction for over 70 years. Call or visit StifferHomes.com today.
We're all looking for ways we can do our part for the planet, like cutting down on waste and energy. That's why I switched to a kinetic water softener and drinking water system from Darwin's Water. It uses less salt and no electricity at all. It delivers clean, fresh drinking water, so I don't have to buy plastic bottles and just get waste. There is nothing like it on the market, and I should know. Chris Cruz here from Darwin's Water. We have the top of the line, can't get it anywhere else water softeners and drinking water systems. Transform the way you use water, good for the planet and good for you.
The perception is that these girls just simply did not feel valued, they did not feel tended to, they did not feel that they were a priority with you. Now, I'm not saying that that's what your intention was, but I'm telling you that's their reality.
And I, if you look back, those are my regrets. My regret being that I left Danielle as much as I did, but my career and my position at that time was to travel a lot, and I didn't have a choice in that to pay my bills.
I think being a single mom is probably the hardest job in the world. So understand, I respect the challenge of being a single mother. I've never been one, never been a single parent. So I'm not going to tell you that I know how you felt during that time, but I've worked with enough to know that it's a very hard situation. So don't think I'm turning a deaf ear. I've also heard your daughters be very candid with me about the fact that they were holy terrors. So it was a tough situation. They lived through divorce, and you have been married how many times?
3.
And Danielle says there have been at least a half a dozen or so other significant relationships, not marital relationships, but other significant relationships along the way. My point is these children don't want to spend the rest of their lives beating up their mother. They just need to hear their mother own the fact that along the way, they got pushed to the side more than they should have been. They just need you to acknowledge it's abusive again to them to deny the reality of what happened.
But I'm not denying the reality. I don't feel like I'm denying the reality of these events. What I'm saying is I want some respect for what might have led up to some of these events and understandings and stuff like that. You talk about like I've had dozens of men in my life.
Oh, no, wait a minute.
But I haven't.
Wait a minute.
And
No, you don't get to put words in my mouth. I didn't say that they said you had dozens of men in your life. So you don't get to take what I said, exaggerate it as a paper tiger, and set it up so it fits your narrative. That's another but. You're trying to defend yourself instead of own your situation. I didn't just fall off a turnip truck. Seriously?
I didn't. What I want is just some understanding. I want them to hear me. I do.
As much as they want you to hear them.
Exactly.
Janet says she misses her grandchildren. Wendy and Danielle, well, I'm sorry. You can't be trusted around them because you're just too unpredictable and just really not stable enough to be trusted. We'll talk about that next.
To be honest, little dust never bothered me until I found out what it actually was. Dust might matter? Dead skin cells? Gross. So now I grab my super heavy-duty sweeper and dusters. Dusters extends to 6 feet to reach way up high to grab, trap, and block away gross dust. For dust on my floors, I switch to sweeper. The heavy-duty claws reach deep in grooves to grab, trap, and block dust bunnies, no matter where they hide. No more heat the cheeks. Glad I stopped cleaning and started swimming.
Advanced non-small cell lung cancer can take away so much. But today, there's a combination of 2 immunotherapies you can take first. One that could mean a chance to live longer. Optivo plus Yervoy is for adults newly diagnosed with non-small cell lung cancer that is spread and that tests positive for PD-L1 that does not have an abnormal EGFR or LG. It's the first and only approved chemo-free combination of 2 immunotherapies that works together in different ways to harness the power of the immune system. Optivo plus Yervoy equals a chance for more days, more nights, more beautiful weekends, more ugly sweaters, more big hugs, more small outings. Optivo can cause your immune system to attack normal organs and tissues in your body and affect how they work. This may happen during or after treatment is ended and can become serious and lead to death. Some of these problems may happen more often when Optivo is used with Yervoy. See your doctor right away if you have any more worse cough, chest pain, shortness of breath, diarrhea, severe stomach pain, nausea or vomiting, dizziness, fainting, extreme tiredness. first, changes in urine or eyesight, rash, itching, confusion, memory problems, muscle pain or weakness, joint pain, flushing, fever, or tingling in hands and feet. These are not all possible side effects. Tell your doctor about all your medical conditions, including immune system problems, organ failure, organ transplant, or lung breathing or liver problems. Here's to a chance for more to care in time, a chance to live longer. Ask your doctor about Opdivo plus Unify. Thank you to wonderful clinical trials.
Back to school will be different this year, and KEYC News Now is here to help you get the information you need. Know what's happening with school sports, get your must-stop forecast, and stay ahead of the ever-changing conditions.
Superintendent Paul Peterson says the model is fluid and can change throughout the year, all depending on COVID-19 case rates in each school and across Worth County.
Learn direct from the source as we sit down with officials from across the area.
We do have a clear direction as to how we can improve within our county to see that in-person learning can happen for as many kids, especially our elementary, middle, and high school kids as possible.
Hearing their input on everything from comfortable homeschooling to bus safety practices.
Wear a mask when you're outside. Socially distance at all times. And make sure your hands are clean.
For the latest information on keeping your family safe, get KEYC News Now on the air, on the mobile app, or online at KEYC.com/school.
Hey everyone, season 19 is underway.
If you're in Oklahoma, Georgia, Texas, New Jersey, or anywhere else in the world, now you could be a part of our virtual audience.
Go to drphil.com and click on Be Part of the Audience for more information.
That's right. Hope to see you soon.
Nikki said that I'm not to be alone with your granddaughter and that she does not trust me. So I've only met her at a birthday party and stuff like that. Oh, that makes me so sad. I just want to hold her. And because of all the turmoil, we're broken and we're distant from each other.
Well, Wendy, Danielle, and Matt all agree that Janet just simply doesn't own what's happened in their lives so far. It's what you call undoing. She'll say, yes, I do, but no, I don't. I kind of do, but then I don't. That did happen, but there was a reason. It's do, undo. Yes, but no. Yes, but no. Which is very frustrating for children when they hear it from their parents. What do you want from your mother? Simple, straight.
I want you to stop denying the past. I want you to stop denying the fact that Dave was not a good man in our lives. He might have had a good heart at some point, but something happened and he really did become a monster. Please, I need you to stop thinking of us as trying to break up you and Dave. What we were trying to do is defend ourselves from getting more hurt because we've already been trampled on. I've been punched in the face. I've been kicked.
Give her something she can do to advance the ball.
Go to therapy or do something with us and be willing to hear the truth. We want to hear your truth too. I am eternally grateful that you are here. I have never seen you try harder for our family ever. This means so much to all of us that you're willing to stay here. It really does. Look at me, please. Look at me. I want you in my life. I just need to move forward with you, and the only way we can do that is by stop denying. We both have to own what we've done, and we both have to be empathetic and willing to listen to each other's perspectives because they're going to be different. They're going to be different.
When we have only spoken on the phone or even in person, I had gotten so far past this that I was so angry that I wouldn't be able to have a true conversation with you. And I only asked for a third-party mediator, and after 7 years, you still have not been able to do that.
This is how Danielle asked me. We both need to do this. We both need to be heard. That's what Danielle said. You have never, ever said that to me. It was an ultimatum. With you, it was an ultimatum. It wasn't
need to put boundaries up. Absolutely. You have crossed over a major boundary, and boundary have been broken down so many times.
What about me?
That I have to give you freedom to be able to come back into my life at this point.
What about my boundaries? What about me?
You
Okay?
crossed
Let's
those
see.
boundaries, and you were uncontrollable.
But listen, again, I understand that if you're doing this as an ultimatum, and I accepted that. I knew that when I came on here, that this was it, that we needed to do this, and we're going to move it forward, and I am very committed in that.
Well, we have to take a break. When we come back, I'm going to tell this whole family what I think needs to happen, and I think there's going to be a few people here very surprised at what I said. Closed captioning provided by.
She's my pet. She's my baby. I'm going to feed her healthy food just like I feed myself healthy human foods. Eliza's family. So I feed her Blue.
My hygienist cleans it around head. So does my Oral-B. My hygienist personalizes my food. So does my Oral-B. My hygienist uses just the right pressure. And so does my Oral-B.
Oral-B applies a dentist-inspired pressure with a gentle energy and micro vibrations for the warmth of a professional every day.
My mouth says, wow. And so does my Oral-B. Did you know that some aluminum-free deodorants only mask odor? Secret aluminum-free helps eliminate odor instead of just masking it, and is made with 3 times more odor fighters. With Secret, odor is one less thing to worry about. Secret.
Hello, how can I sore throat pain? Try new Vicks Vapor Cool Drops and Honey Lemon Chill for a fast-acting Russian relief like you've never tasted in. Vicks Vapor Cool Drops, now in Honey Lemon Chill.
You work hard, and so does your home, sheltering your family, keeping you warm and safe, as you fill each room with lasting memories. You trust your home to protect you, and you trust Schmidt Siding and Window to protect it. We've stood behind our work since 1949 because we live here too, and there's no place we'd rather call home. To invest with confidence, you need knowledge, partnerships, and connections. Answer the questions you have and find the people you need. Stay in tune with the trends and patterns of your market. Find the right place to plant your roots. Greater Mankato Group, helping to launch businesses to success. Big things happen when you invest with confidence.
When severe weather hits, the KEYC Weather Now team is there.
Still under a tornado warning.
Come to the source for your local weather updates minute by minute.
That is the very latest.
On your television, online, or on the KEYC Weather Now app. We help you stay informed and stay ahead.
Pull up the details on that right now.
KEYC Weather Now.
Severe storm season is here. Trust KEYC to get you through it safely. KEYC News Now available on all devices, television, digital, mobile, and live streaming newscasts to ensure you always have access to the latest information. Thank you for choosing KEYC News Now as your local news source.
Want to know what's coming up on Dr. Phil? Visit our website and subscribe to our newsletter. You'll get weekly updates, live strategies, and exclusive video that you won't find anywhere else. Plus, on drphil.com, you can see sneak previews of upcoming shows. Log on today. Janet, what I say to you is you're getting in your own way a lot because you feel like you've been hurt and that nobody really pays attention to your pain along the way. They want to talk about you as a perpetrator and ignore the fact that you've been victimized along the way. I see and hear both. You are clearly a perpetrator. I also know that you've been hurt along the way, lot, not just by them, but in your life. You made some bad choices. And I know why you made some choices. Some bad choices were made in your life. It caused you to make some bad choices. And Danielle, you talk about your mother being the victim. That no matter what you talk about, she turns it around to where she's the victim. You know what? You're an adult.
Yeah, I agree.
And it's time for you to stop being a victim. And you have to set some standards and some boundaries in your life. Ultimatums are not a good way to negotiate because it doesn't lead anywhere to go. But I can tell you this, you need to decide that there's a price of admission in your life. And it requires authenticity, it requires ownership, and you need to hold yourself to the same standard as does Wendy, as does Matt, as does Ted. Because anything else is just going to be putting a patch on things. But look, you can spend your whole life waiting to get something from somebody that doesn't have it to give. And if she's too broken to give you what you need, then you need to accept that. You might be asking her to give you something she's incapable of giving. I don't think so. But if she doesn't have it to give, she doesn't have it to give. That time will tell. And I do think that it would be very beneficial for you guys to have some counsel as a family. And I'll arrange that for you. I'll arrange that for you on Doctor On Demand. We're in a pandemic where you can't do all that, but teletherapy is a very useful medium and mode. And Doctor On Demand, which is one of our family entities, we can provide doctoral level family therapists that can meet with you guys collectively and broker this. And it won't take long. I'll arrange 10 sessions for you, and let me tell you, by the end of that, you're going to know whether you have something to work with or whether you don't.
Thank you.
I want to thank all of my guests today. For more information about today's show, log on to drphil.com. You can follow me on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, TikTok. Don't forget Robin's podcast, I've Got a Secret. She talks to women about the secrets to their success, the things that have caused them to put their lives on the track to being happy, healthy, fulfilled, excited, exhilarated about being in this world. And it is absolutely intriguing. Stay safe. We'll see you next time.
You're driving down a highway. Suddenly your check engine light comes on. You ask yourself, where can I go? Or worse, it's 2 a.m. and you're broke down on the side of the road. You wonder, who can I call? Mankato Truck and Trailer Repair is now open and providing high-quality service at an affordable price. Get your services, brake replacement, air conditioning repair, diagnostics, and DOT inspection, as well as 24-hour local repair. Pull into 3rd Avenue in Mankato or go to catotruck.com and see what people are revving their engines about.
Hi, I'm Justin, the Mankato Mattress Man. And I'm Ben. Thanks for voting us the best place to buy mattresses 6 years in a row. At Mankato Mattress Man, you get the best value on name brand mattresses and the best service. We have a large selection of mattresses, including two-sided, adjustable, and Tempur-Pedic. And no frills to jack up the prices. Come in and see for yourself. Plus, special financing and free local delivery. The Mankato Mattress Man, 801 South Riverfront Drive, and at MankatoMattressMan.com. No frills, just big savings.
When we decided to build a home, we went to Green Acres Homes in Esterville, Iowa. They helped us through every step so we could build our home our way. From choosing a style to designing a custom floor plan. And because we got a system-built Green Acres home, our house is stronger, more energy efficient, costs less, and we got to move in faster than we ever expected. Contact Green Acres Homes in Esterville, Iowa. Your home, your way.
You're watching KYC News Now.
Protection court is real court. Cases have been edited for time, but the outcomes have not been modified. Judges advise all parties that they may present evidence and object before it's admitted. Those special edition of Protection Cord. Love triangles.
She's older than me. She's bigger than me. It's so aggravating. I just want to leave me alone. Like, just leave me alone, please. I'm obsessed with her when I left her alone. I have a whole girlfriend who's been together 3 years. Every time I see her, she try to fight me. I can't. From her pulling the gun out on me. Because anything could happen.
I heard the elevator open and they both came at me.
You were dating his current boyfriend now.
There for 3 years. Forces me inside. First thing did was punch this on my counter, shattered it. That fell on the floor.
Why were you staying at the house?
She called to say, why did I have so many calls to my phone? I said, I don't
So
know.
you testified under oath that you have no relationship with Mrs. Hernandez's husband. That's not true, is it?
A relationship's like a boat made for two, and when three get in it, it sinks.
She ran so hard to me. I called 911 and she left the scene. She went to try to fight me. That's the room house he lives in because he's recovering addict. Basically, he's the liar at his point.
Yeah, he's the liar, right?
Yes, and he went to
He can be a man in common. Show up.
There are courtrooms all across the country where people go when they fear for their safety.
I'm afraid.
That's a threat.
I just want you to stay away from me.
This court-ordered relief comes in the form of a restraining order. Domestic violence judges provide aid to those who need it most.
You two can't be together.
Their rulings are a last resort for thousands of victims all seeking the court's protection. In Protection Court. Petitioner Shantiko Walker says she's been having problems with her girlfriend's ex, claiming she's been verbally harassed, threatened, and stalked on social media.
She does sex with my girlfriend. My girlfriend don't do this for her. She won't let the girl live. Every time she see her, she try to fight her, chase her. She's older than me. She's bigger than me. It's so aggravating. I just want to leave me alone. Like, just leave me alone, please. My girlfriend don't want to talk to you. She don't want to have no business with you. She sent my girlfriend messages telling her she missed her.
No, but it's not about your girlfriend. If your girlfriend wants to get a restraining order, she can file for a protective order of her own. What does she do to you?
She keep writing me, threatening me, and every time I see her, she try to fight me, run up on me like it's aggravating. I'm sick of it.
Got it. Let's hear from you. Your turn.
Since the incident happened with us the last time, I only saw them 3 times.
What incident that happened the last time?
Okay, I had a dog, right? When me and was together. They didn't want to give me the dog. It's my dog. I paid the money for the dog and everything. I had my mom to call her in order for me to get the dog back. After that, I didn't see them since 3 times after that. I worked.
When did you get the dog back?
Probably like a year and a half ago, maybe 2 years. I'm obsessed with her when I left her alone. I have a whole girlfriend. We've been together 3 years. So after that, in the nail shop, she jumped up, like I said, I'm by myself. Them two together. We exchanged words. Someone noticed the commotion going on. She walked me to my car. That's when pulled out the gun on me. That's why she got arrested today. So the detective did her investigation or whatever she did. And like I said, that's why I got arrested because she put the gun on me. So it's like they trying to put it on me.
I know somebody got arrested outside.
Yeah, that's why it happened. Because like I said, I was by myself that day in that shop. I don't arrest them. I don't see them. I don't care. I have a life of my own. I have a child. And the reason why I was so upset, yeah, I was talking mad on my page, but not threatening her because I was mad from her pulling the gun out on me. You know what I'm saying? Like, because anything could happen.
Got it. Okay, let's hear your response.
She chased us all her friends. She started calling her cousin and everybody. Me and my girlfriend is really, she called all these big people, and they chased us to our car. I don't understand. Like, this girl is lying. She just raised her hand under oath, but she's telling a lie.
Okay, this is the deal. I'm not going to enter a protective order against you. You haven't met your burden of proof. You have to prove to me that she is continuing to stalk and harass you, and I'm not finding that. I'm finding if this is it over 2 years, a couple posts that don't even have her name on it. Your girlfriend just got arrested outside for pulling a gun on her. Is that correct?
I guess so. I don't know.
Well, you're with her, right?
They just arrested her. I don't know.
Okay, so you have no idea.
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay, this is what I'm going to tell you. No contact with her, or you understand?
Yes.
None whatsoever. And it goes both ways. No contact with her. Now, if your girlfriend just got arrested, there's going to be a stay away order in the criminal case. If there's a violation of you bothering her, it's going to come back to your girlfriend. You understand that? So I don't want you to have any contact with her. I don't want you to have any contact with her. Can you both promise that?
Yeah, I promise that, but I don't know how it works. She wants me to get the cross. She wants my girlfriend, so I'm good.
All right, so we're going to give you the paperwork in just a moment, okay?
Thank you.
Petitioner Anthony Catalino Jr. alleges that he needs a restraining order from the man his ex-boyfriend is currently dating. He says that after returning home one evening, he was pushed and shoved and had property damage by the respondent.
there was a first incident where they had come over and he was in the room and I didn't see him and I confronted them. My ex had said some nasty things. We had words, but I made sure I didn't cross the threshold of the bedroom, just to be, be clear. After that point, I realized that there was nothing else I could do other than find a new roommate and sign him off the lease and try to get our, separate ways because to me, I couldn't live in that situation. I don't think anybody could.
Can I ask you a few questions?
Sure.
So you were dating his current boyfriend now. You lived together in a
for 3 years.
For 3 years?
Yeah. They started a relationship on a Friday. We were intimate with each other 2 days before. We were planning a vacation for my birthday. I had no idea that this type of thing was going on behind my back. And then for that to happen was devastating. And then a couple of weeks later to say, this person's not going to come to your home. Like, can you imagine? A couple of days before this incident, my ex texted me. He's like, hey, I'm stopping by with Andy and his roommate. Is that okay? And I said, you know what? I'm good. I didn't want to engage any further. At that point.
So you already knew at the time this text was sent?
Yes, around 9 o'clock, my dog has to go off. So I was bent down, taking the harness off my dog, and I heard the elevator open, and that's when they both came at me. What do you have to say? I'm going to come here wherever I want, like getting in my face. I had to push my hand back to be able to defend myself, and I had my dog in my hands. First thing, just punched this on my counter, shattered it, water, plastic everywhere.
What, that's a plastic water bottle?
Yeah, it's a hard plastic water bottle. Like, to shatter something like this, what type of force and violence I had to be met with in my own home, like,
I've seen a photo that you introduced of a sink, and that is the water.
Yeah, and that's my ex's foot. He was trying to clean it up after I called the cops. He's trying to get rid of the evidence, and they threw it out.
Got it. Let's hear from you. What's going on here?
Your Honor, the only reason why I went to their house it was because he travels out of the country, and he tells Gio, you have to stay in the house because of the dog. And Gio said, I can either bring the dog to Andy's house, or I think he's going to stay. No, he cannot come here. He cannot take the dog to his house.
Why were you staying at the house?
I went there a few times, and the first time that I stayed, it was because he said Andy can stay because he was leaving the next day on a trip. So I took Gio out of that apartment to stay at my apartment for 2 weeks in a row. So I'm like, let's go back, get the rest of your stuff, so you don't have to go there anymore. And that's when the whole incident of the elevator happened. If I wanted to smash that bottle, I would have thrown it at him. That fell on the floor because it was full of water. If I wanted to attack them, I would have done it.
Did you have any other type of relationship with her husband?
No, as friends, like any other of my clients. Upon me following her, trying to get a tag number to tell 911, she ran a stop sign and caused a whole other collision.
My son needs this drug. I hope it doesn't cost too much. I hope my insurance pays for it. Can you tell me how much this will be? 67. Sorry. Wait, have you heard about GoodRx? GoodRx finds free coupons to help you save up to 80% on your prescriptions. Wow. I had no idea. GoodRx. Stop paying too much for your prescriptions. Food delivery just got more rewarding. And the Grubhub gives you rewards when you order. Did you order tacos? Again? Boom! Rewarded. Ordering dinner for the family? Voila! Rewarded. Inside quiet. Grubhub rewards you with a free delivery perk on your first order.
And now back to the special edition of Protection Court. Anthony Catalano Jr. claims that when he returned to his home after walking the dog, he was attacked by the man his ex-boyfriend is now dating.
You filed a petition for a repeat violence protective order. And in order to get a repeat violence protective order, you have to have more than one act of violence. You don't have it here, but let me say this to you. Andy, you don't want to get a protective order issued against you. You have no reason to have any contact with him, do you? So if there's future contact, and you may end up, from what he stated, at the same grocery store or at an event, the wisest thing to do is to move in the opposite direction. Don't go stand next to him. Don't, just stay away. This is going to be dismissed without prejudice. That means if there's future problems, you can come back, and I hope there aren't. We'll give you your paperwork in just a moment, okay?
Petitioner Anna Rio says she needs a restraining order against her neighbor who wanted her reports after she started training the respondent's husband, she's been physically threatened and also harassed verbally on social media.
So basically, ma'am, you state that she is your neighbor, you state that you are a personal trainer, and you train at the place where you live. A month ago, she accelerated her vehicle and drove close to you, causing you to have to step backward. A few weeks before that, she stood next to you at the gym and verbally abused you in the presence of your client. For those reasons, you're seeking a protective order against her. Is all of that true and correct?
Yes, it's correct.
Is there anything else you want to tell me?
Her husband hired me January of last year. The January of this year. One day in the morning, she called to say why her husband has so many calls to my phone. I said, I don't know.
Well, was her husband calling you many times?
Basically, the conversations are about training and the food intake, and there was frequent calls during the week, as any other client of mine can do.
Okay. Did you have any other type of relationship with her husband?
No, as friends, like any other of my clients, be it men or women.
Okay. Cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Rios, you testified under oath that you had no relationship with Mrs. Hernandez's husband. That's not true, is it? You're under oath. I'm asking you, did you ever have any sexual relations with the husband of Wilma Hernandez?
That's it. No.
So let's hear from you. What's going on here?
Yeah, I asked a question. I asked you want to talk to me? Okay. When I talked to the lady, I said a question. You went out with my husband? Okay, I told her that I don't something different. So she said, no, you crazy. But I feel like it's not true. But when I go to my house, I check in the phone and everything, and I saw everything that I'm with my husband. I said, listen, look at this. And she brings to you like perfume. And she paid $400. Okay, I saw everything. And then he said, you know what? I want to honestly with you. Yes, I'm going out with the lady for 2 months.
I feel like I was driving her and she was trying to fight me. Okay, did you get arrested?
Promotional consideration for protection formula provided by the best eggs in so many ways. Which organic eggs are more flavorful with better nutrition too? Only Eggland's Best. Better taste, better nutrition, better eggs.
We see a lot of people with muscle cramping. Probably use TheraWorks relief on close to 1,000 patients.
Get TheraWorks relief today in stores everywhere.
AARP.
Are you joining AARP?
Actually, I just did.
Call or go to joinaarp.org to join today for just $12, and your second membership is free. And get instant access to discounts on eye care, prescriptions, savings on travel, dining, and deals from top retailers. So many ways to save. Instant resources, tools, and tips to help manage your money, maximize your health, and so much more. Great offers find you wherever you are. And AARP is the largest advocacy group for people over 50. Your voice will be heard.
I love the local retail discounts.
I'm nowhere near ready to retire, and AARP has been a tremendous resource for that.
We check out the hotels, the dining. AARP saves us a lot of money.
Plus, when you call today, you get this trunk organizer and AARP the magazine free.
Call 1-800-745-1758 or go to joinaarp.org now.
James Brown and Bill Tower welcoming you back to Dennis Melvin's house. It's time for the Midnight Snack Run.
This is one tricky obstacle course. Sticking to healthy habits in this kitchen is going to take focus and determination.
He's already entered the snack part of the course, and he's eyeballing a jar of chocolate candy.
That is tempting right off the start.
He's reaching, Bill, but he pushes it away. Right, still more. He's approaching a plate of delicious-looking iced cookies.
Oh, Dennis, you only want one of those.
He blows right by for the apple.
The fridge is make or break time, JD.
He stares down some rich-looking treats. Uh-oh, looks like he's headed for the soda. Wait, he jukes left, grabs the water bottle, and shuts the door with his elbow.
I gotta see that again.
Great move.
Now he's just gotta get out of there.
Look what dropped from the sky.
Don't do it, Dennis.
Bill, he somehow
keeps moving. That's the way you execute a midnight snap.
Stand Up to Cancer and Rally want you to reduce your risk for cancer.
Go to takeahealthystand.org.
Hi, North Mankato Mayor Mark Dean, here to ask you to have a heart and do your part in keeping our community safe and limiting the COVID virus pandemic. We really appreciate you taking the time and being diligent in doing those things that you can do to keep our community safe. Washing your hands, social distancing, and when social distancing is difficult, please mask, especially in our indoor areas. We really are counting on all of you to help us prevent the pandemic from spreading so that we can get our kids back to school, our colleges and universities can thrive, and we can keep all of our businesses open so that they can serve you and our community and continue to keep us all healthy and safe. So again, please do your part and have a heart. Thank you.
KEYC News Now is looking for your photos and videos that tell the story of our community. We give you the latest scoop from local weather reports, events happening inside our community, and news that's important to you. With your submission, you can help tell that story. Here's how. After you snap your photo or video, simply go to KEYC.com and click on your photos. Then add your media. Choose the category that best fits the subject of your photos and video. Once you have uploaded your content, add a description and tell us what you have to say. Then press submit. It's that easy. The most newsworthy, interesting, or artistic content have a chance to be broadcast for all of your family and friends to see. Send in your photos and videos today.
And now back to this special edition of Protection Court. Anna Rios claims she's been harassed and threatened by the wife of a man who she's training at the gym. She says on one recent incident, the respondent used her car to scare her.
There's not too many people that lie admitting an affair, right? People lie denying an affair. So let's just start off by saying, in case you don't understand, a relationship's like a boat made for two. And when three get in it, it sinks. You cannot get a stalking injunction against somebody who's trying to save her marriage because that's a legitimate purpose to save your marriage. I don't believe your testimony here. You are denied an injunction. It's denied with prejudice, which means you cannot file one against her again. You can leave the courtroom and bring your paperwork.
Dana Lawrence and Alexis Stanley have petitioned for restraining orders against one another. They both claim they've been threatened and harassed.
We're here today on the case of Stanley versus Lawrence and Lawrence versus Stanley. You filed cases against each other. So, Ms. Lawrence, you say you don't even know her, but you believe that she is the mother of your current boyfriend's child. Several weeks ago, you had repeated telephone calls from blocked numbers. And when you answered the calls, it was her who said, you asked for, I'm outside, come outside. When you went outside of your house, she was sitting in a car and began to yell obscenities and threats at you. She then drove away. You state that you went down to your male friend's home, who was just down the street, and explained to him what had just happened with her. Suddenly, she came and drove up close to your car and exchanged heated words between the two of you. She attempted to reach inside your car and tried to cut you with what seemed to be a box cutter. You called the police. She rammed her car into your car twice, and a police report was filed. Is all of that true and correct?
Yes.
Okay.
About me saying that I was talking to my male friend, I was on the phone with him.
Okay. So you didn't go down to his house?
He's in his house, yes.
And he was inside?
He wasn't answering the phone. When he answered the phone, I told him, your baby mom just left my house.
Okay.
He told me, he started, going through this. He's going to call her father right now. I told him, I'm outside your house now. Upon me parking right here, she pulled up. We exchanged words. She had like a knife.
Did you see a knife?
I saw like a little letter cutter, box cutter type in her hand. I got in my car to drive off because I said it's not even worth going through all this. And then close to me driving on, she ran her car into me. That's
As soon as I stopped, I called 911. She ran into the back of my car again, and she left the scene. Upon me following her, trying to get her tag number to tell 911, she ran a stop sign and caused a whole nother collision.
And was she caught then?
Yeah.
Okay, so what I'm gonna do now, and I'm gonna let you speak more if you want to, but I'm gonna read what you wrote about her. You state that she is your baby father's girlfriend. She has been harassing and stalking you. You state that a couple weeks ago, you were at your child's father's home. She pulled up alongside your car and attempted to block your front passenger door. Then she started to threaten to cause you harm. You remained calm and sat in your vehicle waiting for your child's father to show up. She went to your vehicle and returned with what appeared to be a weapon. You became concerned for your 7-month-old child's safety and left the scene. She pursued you for about 4 blocks at a high rate of speed, and you lost control of your vehicle and crashed. You're seeking a court order to keep her away. Is all of that true and correct?
Yes, ma'am. All of what she's saying is a lie, to be honest, but I don't have an issue with, I just want my court order. I stay away from her, she stay away from me. Me and my child father been together for 4 years. Then we practically live together. I have my own place, but half of the time I'm at his house. But ever since this situation been going on where he decided to cheat and everything, I have been trying to keep my distance, but he steady coming to me. But I have my 7-month-old child in the car, and she wanted to try to fight me.
Okay, did you get arrested?
No.
What happened at the car crash?
Basically, I lost control of the car because my cousin was on the phone with me and she told me to call police because she was steady following me, trying to fight me.
Okay, let's hear your response.
Okay, I've been talking to her since February. While I was in New York with my son, I was getting blocked phone calls. She called me. She said, "Hey, girl, this baby mama." I hung up the phone. I called her. "Where was you last night, and why is your baby mama calling me?" "Oh, I don't know why she called me while I was at the club." I said, "How did she get my number?" For one, my mama been getting phone calls. I don't even know how she got my mama's cell phone number. I have everything right here. I don't know how she got my mama's number. I don't even know how she got my number. Everything is right here. I can pass it to whoever to see everything.
What is that?
This is the text messages, my phone record, and everything. Because opposed to that, I've been getting harassed phone calls from saying, "Oh, my baby mama said calling her, but I never had her phone number."
Okay, have you been calling her?
No, I don't even have her number. As far as like, never told me about her. The first day when she came to me, that's when I saw who she was. But as far as like, basically, he's the liar at this point because I'm hearing what she's saying.
Yeah, he's the liar, right? Where is
he? And he wouldn't come.
At work, he wasn't gonna try to come because I knew like he was lying the whole time. But I kept telling him that I been he was a liar. That's why I kept telling him like you know that.
Closed captioning for protection provided by.
Pain can wear you down, but you're resilient. And I see how most viewers are resilient. Fast acting, targeted pain. I see how.
Color your inspiration brilliant with Views Alta. Get any color Alta device for 99 cents. Or get any Alta flavor pack for $9.99. Shop now at Views.com. Views Alta, plus tax, device upon sold separately.
Real progress? When you're affected by schizophrenia, you see differently. It's in the small, everyday moments, and in the places you never expect. A little sign of hope, the feeling of freedom. And once these little moments start adding up, that's when it feels like so much more. It feels like real progress. Caplyta effectively treats adults with schizophrenia, and it's just one pill, once a day, with no titration.
Caplyta can cause serious side effects. Elderly dementia patients have increased risk of death or stroke. Call your doctor about fever, stiff muscles, or confusion, which can mean a life-threatening reaction, or uncontrollable muscle movements, which may be permanent. Dizziness upon standing, falls, and impaired judgment may occur. Most common side effects include sleepiness and dry mouth. High cholesterol and weight gain may occur, as can high blood sugar, which may be fatal.
In clinical trials, weight, cholesterol, and blood sugar changes were similar to placebo. So if you're affected by schizophrenia, ask your doctor about Caplyta from Intracellular Therapies.
I'm Doug Hirsch. You may already know that GoodRx can help you save up to 80% on your prescriptions. Unfortunately, many Americans can't get to a doctor right now. The good news is that for many health issues, you can see a doctor online. It's easy. Just go to GoodRx.com, and with a few clicks, you'll be treated by a licensed medical professional, all from the comfort of your own home. Visits are confidential and affordable. Need a prescription? Your doctor can send it to your pharmacy or have it mailed to you. Get the healthcare you deserve at GoodRx.com.
Color your inspiration brilliant with Views Alta in any color for just 99 cents. cents is your vape, your way. Choose your Fuse Alto in store or at Fuse.com. Plus tax, device product sold separately.
Prescriptions like these can cost a fortune, and Washington politicians make sure of that. It's why drug companies gave thousands to Congressman Hagedorn, who voted against lowering drug prices for Minnesotans. It's got to stop. I don't take their corporate PAC money, and I won't work for them. Let's negotiate lower prices through Medicare and make low-cost generics easier to get. I'm Dan Fiat, and I approve this message because Washington has got to change. Here you go, Dad.
Thanks, son. Regal Insulation makes insulating your home easy, fast, and affordable with Retrofoam. Installed from outside, siding is easily removed and replaced. No damage, no mess, and completed in as little as 1 day. Retrofoam fills the entire wall space and can be installed over current insulation. With thermal imaging, our certified contractors review every wall. No more drafts, no more high energy bills. Save up to $500 in rebates and get 0% financing for up to 12 months. Call Regal Insulation for a free in-home estimate today.
Let me ask you two a question. You both were obviously lied to, right, and played, right? And then because of that, you're now in a fight with each other, right?
No, I'm not in a fight with Miss Stanley because I don't know Miss Stanley. I will never call nobody workplace. I will never play with nobody's kids. I have kids of my own. I'm also a domestic violence survivor.
Okay.
I'm also a domestic violence survivor. I don't bother people, but I'm still getting harassed even after being done. Even after she turned around and put a restraining order on the address that he lives at, not her.
Okay.
That's a rooming house he lives in because he's a recovering addict. She turned around and put one on me for whatever reason, but I never even contact her. I don't even have her phone number.
Okay, ladies, this is what I'm gonna say.
He told me that because I told him, I was like, you know what, I'm gonna do this because somebody called my phone, restricted playing on my phone. He said it's the third year. When I was at his house, she rolled by doing what she was doing. So that's when he was like, no, I'm here to do the training with him. And then that's when he was like, yeah, what you need to do is add my address. Because
You know what? He can be a man and follow his own restraining order, okay? Let him come and show up. This is what I'm going to do. I am not going to enter a restraining order against either of you, but you're both here in court today. You are both under oath. You both promise to leave each other alone. I'll start with you. Just say yes or no. Do you say yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm giving you both the chance to be adults and to go on your way. You understand? Okay. Good luck to you and good luck to you.
Thank you.
Feel that you or someone that you know is a victim of domestic violence, don't wait any longer. Pick up the phone now and call the National Domestic Violence Hotline at 1-800-799-7233.
2020 is an influential year in politics, not only on Capitol Hill, but on your front steps.
As the political season heats up, tune in to KYC News Now for your news and politics from the local perspective.
On air, online, or on the go. Get the news that matters to you.
Watch the docket. Holly Bernstein. Keep up with the news of the races.
The economic crisis that's been caused by COVID is really deep, and a lot of small businesses are struggling to figure out how to pull themselves out of it.
We're all concerned about COVID virus, but we can take care of the vulnerable while we let other people go about their business.
And full court press with Greta Van Susteren, how this year is affecting the state and the country. Minnesota is playing a key role in the 2020 elections, and I've got your frontline covered.
Get your political news available anywhere, anytime.
On television, local news broadcasts, on the mobile app, instant updates, on social media. Get your news your way, and always live streaming. KYC.com.
Every day for nearly 100 years, Greater Mankato Area United Way has stood strong and supported the community through emergency needs. Spread across all facets of the community, United Way is here.
We need your support, and every dollar makes a difference. Join me in supporting the Greater Mankato Area United Way so we can all live better.
You're watching KYC News Now.
Protection Court is real court. Cases have been edited for time, but the outcomes have not been modified. Judges advise all parties that they may present evidence
She threw household items all over the kitchen and living room.
I asked her that she had to move out. I moved out because I needed to. The conditions of the house were so disgustingly filthy. Larva in the sink and all.
I don't understand why you couldn't wash the dishes.
I did wash the dishes.
So how did there get to be bugs on the dishes?
Del edificio.
These are things make me believe that I'm not a real person, a trainer.
You testified under oath that you had no relationship with Mrs. Hernandez's husband. That's not true, is it?
A relationship's like a boat, made for two, and when three get in it, it sinks.
And later,
She's upset because I got married to my husband. I was hurt that I have a friend that would have to see. She's not going to stop until me and my husband go back in the body bag.
Is he here?
He's on the run for the police because he's trying to stab me.
He tried to stab you? All right, just starting to get the flavor of what's going on here.
there are courtrooms all across the country where people go when they fear for their safety.
I'm afraid.
That's a threat.
I just want you to stay away from me.
This court-ordered relief comes in the form of a restraining order. Domestic violence judges provide aid to those who need it most.
You two can't be together.
Their rulings are a last resort for thousands of victims, all seeking the court's protection. In Protection Court. Petitioner Adriana Santos has filed for a restraining order against her daughter, claiming she's destroyed property, verbally harassed her, and has become a bad influence on her minor daughter. Respondent Diana Segarra doesn't deny she was angry, claiming she was frustrated by the condition of her mother's house.
So, ma'am, you state the respondent is your 23-year-old daughter. You have lived together in the past as a family. She feels the need to try to convince your younger daughter, who is 16, to run away and live with her. This happened once already, and you do not want it to happen again. About a month ago, she spread lies on social media about you. And you state a few weeks before that your younger daughter was not coming home, so you called the school and asked them to retain her and call you when she came to school. When you arrived at the school, she immediately began to degrade you by calling you derogatory names and defaming your character. You state that earlier this year in January, the respondent didn't take her medication and she went into a rage. She threw household items all over the kitchen and living room. She exited the bedroom and had a plate in her hand. You went to grab the plate and asked, "What the hell is going on? Why are you breaking up all my belongings?" She mushed you in your face, and in self-defense, you fought back. Her father intervened and pulled them apart. You went to the police station and filed a report. Due to her verbal abuse, you are seeking a court order to keep her away. Is all of that true and
I
correct?
never did go to the police station.
Okay.
The officer did show up at the house. There was nothing filed, just because I didn't want more issues than what happened. Like, I wasn't trying to press charges on her, even though the she actually did want to. I just,
She wanted to press charges on you.
yeah.
And you didn't want to press charges on her. Okay.
I mean, it was just to a point where, yes, she did flip out, and I asked her that she had to move out. I did not want her on the streets with the kids, because the officer did tell me to do the restraining order back then, but I didn't want her to just be out on the street with the kids.
What kids?
Her kids.
Her kids live with you too.
No, they live with her. She was in my house for a moment in time. She was in my house for a year. One day she just flipped out. Okay, and yes, we did have our little altercation, and she ended up moving out. After that, that's when I noticed the change in my youngest daughter.
Okay, let's hear from you.
She didn't make the report to the cops because I went personally to go get an officer to come tell her, because she was trying to keep me out into the street with my two kids. Now, the reason I wanted to press charges for her, because the conditions of the house were so disgustingly filthy. I got tired of seeing the same dishes in the sink for 3 weeks straight. Larva in the sink and all. Now, I have 2 children. My oldest is 5, my youngest is 3. Those are no conditions to have any children.
You were living with her?
Yes, I was.
Why did I work?
I work full time, and it's awesome. Like, last thing I want to do is clean up after her. We're about to get to the house. There was people that wanted us both in the house for almost a year. I cleaned, I washed, I bought I did everything I could. There was a ticket taken on the dogs. to know.
Vaya, like 2-3 weeks ago, she almost ran over my dog. I know that she was actually trying to get you bigger.
They said me it's the strap. Just I hope it returns a piece for it. Can you tell me how much this will be? 67. Sorry. Wait, have you heard about GoodRx? GoodRx finds free coupon stuff you save up to 80% on your prescriptions. Yeah, GoodRx. It's not too much for your prescriptions. Food delivery just got more rewarding. You rewards when you order. You order replicas, I get food rewarded. I just basically
What?
you still training her husband?
Since the first calls, I cannot train you anymore.
Anything else you want to tell me or show me? No.
This is because it's affecting my job. I do not know what problem she has with her husband.
Okay. Cross-examination.
Thank you. Ms. Rios, I believe you also filed a restraining order against a friend of Ms. Hernandez's.
Yes.
You testified under oath, again, as you just did today, that you had no relationship with Mrs. Hernandez's husband. That's not true, is it? You're under oath. I'm asking you, did you ever have any sexual relations with the husband of Wilma Hernandez?
No.
All right, on May 6th, you said that as you went to your vehicle, Mrs. Hernandez accelerated her vehicle and drove close to you, correct?
Yes. That day, I don't know. Every time she sees me near the building, like 2-3 weeks ago, she almost ran over my dog.
You don't know that she was actually committing it to you.
But I was the only one that was going back there.
So let's hear from you. What's going on here?
Mrs. Hernandez, on May 6th, 2019, when you were driving through LA, did you at any time intend to drive your vehicle close to Ana Rios' care? At any time, have you ever directed any kind of physical violence or threats to her? No. No further questions.
Do you have any questions for her that you'd like to ask her?
What spoke on the detective call verified about the calls and the relationship I have with your husband. What happened after the call? Our conversation.
I asked a question. I asked you want to talk to me? Okay. When I talked to the lady, I asked her a question. You run out with my husband? Okay, I told her that I was something different. So she said, no, are you crazy or not? But I feel like it's not true. But when I go to my house, I check in the phone and everything, and I saw everything. And I'm with my husband. I said, listen, look at this. And she brings to you like perfume. And she paid $400. Okay, I saw everything. And then he said, you know what? I want to honesty with you. Yes, I went out with the lady for 2 months. And I'm so sorry. That's why I go back.
There's not too many people that lie admitting an affair, right? People lie denying an affair. So you two were living together when they got married?
Yes, ma'am.
Is he here?
He's all around for the police because he tried to stab me.
He tried to stab him?
Promotional consideration for protection formula provided by the best eggs in so many ways. Which organic eggs are more flavorful with better nutrition too? Only Eggland's Best. Better taste, better nutrition, better eggs.
We see a lot of people with muscle cramping. Probably use TheraWorks relief on close to 1,000 patients.
Get TheraWorks relief today in stores everywhere.
It's AARP.
Joining AARP?
Actually, I just did.
Call or go to joinaarp.org to join today for just $12, and your second membership is free. And get instant access to discounts on eye care, prescriptions, savings on travel, dining, and deals from top retailers. So many ways to save. Instant resources, tools, and tips to help manage your money, maximize your health, and so much more. Great offers find you wherever you are. And AARP is the largest advocacy group for people over 50. Your voice will be heard.
I love the local retail discounts.
I'm nowhere near ready to retire, and AARP has been a tremendous resource for that.
And we check out hotels, dining. AARP saves us a lot of money.
Plus, when you call today, you get this trunk organizer and AARP the magazine free.
Call 1-800-745-1758 or go to joinaarp.org now.
If you need a safe ride, AMP will take you there. Since 1993, we've been helping people in need. Our compassionate team drives to and from hospitals, nursing homes, and anywhere a safe ride is needed. AMP Transportation has always been committed to keeping people healthy and safe. Now, more than ever, people are trusting us to get them where they need to go, safely and in a safe environment. Call a local representative today for details and eligibility. AMP Transportation, taking people further.
Give your home the perfect look professional and passionate team, one that has state-of-the-art technology and top-of-the-line materials to create something truly elegant. Elegant Creations is the team for you. Their passion and quality has earned the trust of those who work with them.
We were greeted by wonderful people. They took us in the back. We saw the white selection in the showroom. The guys in the back were equally efficient and knowledgeable, and it continued through the whole process.
Countertops, sinks, and faucets. Call or stop by Elegant Creations for a free estimate.
Vanderburg Clean stands with you. In this community, we're all in this together. We want to do our part to keep your environment clean and healthy. Trust the technicians at Vanderburg Clean to give your workplace a thorough and high-level clean. With innovative and top-of-the-line technology, we can stand strong together. We care about clean, and we care about you.
It's not clean unless it's Vanderburg Clean.
Lower your energy costs with green energy products. They've been providing southern Minnesota with high-efficiency solar panels for over a decade. With local technicians and customizable systems, they provide a hometown service you can trust. Take advantage of Green Energy's flexible financing options, as well as federal, state, and local incentives, including 26% off your installation cost. Call today and learn how to produce your own energy and save a little green. Green Energy Products, providing a clean and earth-friendly future.
Back to school will be different this year, and KEYC News Now is here to help you get the information you need. Know what's happening with school sports, get your must-stop forecast, and stay ahead of the ever-changing conditions.
Superintendent Paul Peterson says the model is fluid and can change throughout the year, all depending on COVID-19 case rates in each school and across North County.
Learn direct from the source as we sit down with officials from across the area.
We do have a clear direction as to how we can improve within our county to see that in-person learning can happen for as many kids, especially our elementary, middle, and high school kids as possible.
Hearing their input on everything from optimal homeschooling to bus safety practices.
Wear a mask when you're outside. Socially distance at all times. And make sure your hands are clean.
For the latest information on keeping your family safe, get KEYC News Now on the air, on the mobile app, or online at KEYC.com/school.
Anna Rios claims she's been harassed and threatened by the wife of a man who she's training at the gym. She says on one recent incident, the respondent used her car to scare her. Respondent Wilma Hernandez denies the allegation she used her car in a menacing manner and maintains she hasn't harassed the petitioner.
There's not too many people that lie admitting an affair, right? People lie denying an affair. So let's just start off by saying, in case you don't understand, a relationship's like a boat made for two. And when three get in it, it sinks. You cannot get a stalking injunction against somebody who's trying to save her marriage because that's a legitimate purpose to save your marriage. I don't believe your testimony here. You are denied an injunction. It's denied with prejudice, which means you cannot file one against her again. You can leave the courtroom. We'll bring your paperwork.
Newlywed Sandra Smith is petitioning for a restraining order against her husband's ex-girlfriend. She's claimed that the respondent is harassing her and has shared revealing photos of her. But Trella Dancy says that the petitioner has been aggressive towards her, claiming that the retaliation in sending the messages was justified.
So you stated for the past year she has been harassing and stalking you by sending you over 100 text messages and showing up without warning at different places that you frequent. Last month, she sent you 6 text messages where she threatened to show up at your son's school and made threats to shoot up your car while you and your son were inside it. Her harassing and stalking behavior is causing you stress, and you're seeking a court order to keep her away. Is all of that true and correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Is there anything else you want to tell me?
Sunday that just passed,
Okay.
me and my husband went to an outdoor event, and she was there. The minute that I saw she was there, I was leaving in my car. She and 2 more females walked up to my car, tried to find me. When my husband was closing the passenger door side, she walked up to my car, saying a lot of nasty stuff. B, what you gonna do now? I have you here now. What you gonna do? And she told me that she called all of her friends to come beat my behind.
Okay. So let me ask you a question. You say that this is your husband's ex-girlfriend.
Yes.
Your husband's ex-girlfriend before you got married, or your husband was cheating on you?
No. When me and my husband got married in December the 28th, they was not together.
Okay, so they broke up, and then after they broke up, you got married.
Yes.
So you're recently married.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you know her before you got married to your
I used
husband?
to see her in parties and stuff like that, but just to say hello to her, not friends as in friends.
Okay, and did something happen between the two of you that this escalated to this point?
She's upset because I got married to my husband.
Okay.
And she told him before that he could get married to anybody, but not me. Because I used to be a party type of person. I go out and party 10 years ago. Pictures of 10 years ago, she posted them on Facebook and say all kind of nasty stuff about me.
Like what? Do you have those with you?
Yes, ma'am.
Can I see that? So you're going to get a chance to look at those. Tell me if you have an objection to me looking at those.
She also told me that she's not going to stop until me and my husband go back to Jamaica in a body bag.
Any objection to me looking at those, ma'am?
No, but I have the same thing.
You have the same thing? So this is a picture of you?
Yes, ma'am.
You're doing a headstand?
Yes.
Okay. And she posted this
on Facebook.
She wrote here, you married them knowing he was still living together. So you two were living together when they got married? All right, just starting to get the flavor of what's going on here. So let's hear from you. What's going on?
Me and him for 5 years.
You were with him for 5 years. Okay. And you lived together with him?
Yes.
When did you break up with him?
When he got arrested, that was the breakup. He found somebody married. I did not know it was an associate of mine until he moved out.
You had no idea. So this guy you've lived with for 5 years, he marries somebody and you had no idea.
I had no idea it was her.
All right.
But then when I found out, yes, I did do all that. I shared the pictures and I did write them because I was hurt that I have a friend that stabbed me in the back and sleep with my man. This happened in January when I did this stuff. I left them alone, went about my business. Now this last incident, I'm sitting in a restaurant. I seen him outside, but I didn't pay attention. He came in and he left back out. When he left out, she inboxed me. Oh, I know you ain't got nothing better to do than sit up in a restaurant watching my husband. And that's when all the messages started. She started sending voice messages and this and that. I'm tired of the harassment. She keep coming for me. She drives up and down my street. And if you're so scared for my life, and I said I'm afraid to kill you, I'm sure because why you driving for my life?
Closed captioning for protection provided by.
Pain can weigh you down, but you're resilient. And I see how others use your resilience. Fast acting, targeted pain. I see how.
Color your inspiration brilliant with Fuse Alto. Get any color Alto device for 99 cents. Or get any Alto flavor pack for $9.99. Shop now at Fuse.com. Fuse Alto. Plus tax. Device bought sold separately.
Real progress? When you're affected by schizophrenia, you see it differently. It's in the small, everyday moments, and in the places you never expect. A little sign of hope, the feeling of freedom. And once these little moments start adding up, that's when it feels like so much more. It feels like real progress. Caplyta effectively treats adults with schizophrenia, and it's just one pill, once a day, with no titration.
Caplyta can cause serious side effects. Elderly dementia patients have increased risk of death or stroke. Call your doctor about fever, stiff muscles, or confusion, which can mean a life-threatening reaction, or uncontrollable muscle movements, which may be permanent. Dizziness upon standing, falls, and impaired judgment may occur. Most common side effects include sleepiness and dry mouth. High cholesterol and weight gain may occur, as can high blood sugar, which may be fatal.
In clinical trials, weight, cholesterol, and blood sugar changes were similar to placebo. So if you're affected by schizophrenia, ask your doctor about Caplyta from Intracellular Therapies.
I'm Doug Hirsch. You may already know that Eric's can help you save up to 80% on your prescriptions. Unfortunately, many Americans can't get to a doctor right now. The good news is that for many health issues, you can see a doctor online. It's easy. Just go to GoodRx.com, and with a few clicks, you'll be treated by a licensed medical professional, all from the comfort of your own home. Visits are confidential and affordable. Need a prescription? Your doctor can send it to your pharmacy or have it mailed to you. Get the healthcare you deserve at GoodRx.com.
Color your inspiration brilliant with Fuse Alto in any color for just 99 cents. It's your make, your way. Choose your Fuse Alto in store or at Fuse.com. Plus tax, device and products sold separately.
Hi, I'm Justin, the Mankato Mattress Man. And I'm Ben. Thanks for voting us the best place to buy a mattress 6 years in a row. At Mankato Mattress Man, you get the best value on name brand mattresses and the best service. We have a large selection of mattresses, including two-sided, adjustable, and Tempur-Pedic. And no frills to jack up the prices. Come in and see for yourself. Plus, special financing and free local delivery. The Mankato Mattress Man, 801 South Riverfront Drive, and at MankatoMattressMan.com. No frills, just big savings.
Helping families with mesothelioma is all we do. My firm has been offering a free book on mesothelioma for over 10 years. Since that time, hundreds of people with mesothelioma have trusted us to represent them. We have local offices throughout the U.S. and there's no risk to you. Mesothelioma really is all we do. Call us at 1-800-333-8975. That's 1-800-333-8975. Or go to mesobook.com.
About that, you driving around her neighborhood?
No, the time that I passed her neighborhood with me and my husband, they had an accident on the way that we supposed to go. So we took the back road. We took the back road and passed her house. And when she talked about that I called her, yes, I called her on Facebook. You know what? The place I went to is a place where she never used to go. The bartender told her that's where my husband started hanging out. So she started to go over there. She never used to go to parties and stuff. So to me, I feel like you trying to make problems.
Is he here?
He's on the run for the police because he tried to stab me.
He did not
stop me.
He tried to stab you?
No, he put out a pocket knife and went across my back with a pocket knife.
He was standing with his friend, and
She wasn't even there. She wasn't there. She had done it.
All right, let me cut through this. There's too much goop going on in all of this. I am not entering a restraining order against you, Ms. Dancy. This case is going to be dismissed without prejudice, but this is what I'm going to tell you. You two need to stay away from each other. Obviously, there's a lot going on between the two of you. You both need to move on. Okay. Too bad he's not here. I'd love to have met him. Have a good day.
If you feel that you or someone that you know is a victim of domestic violence, don't wait any longer. Pick up the phone now and call the National Domestic Violence Hotline at 1-800-799-7233.
James Brown and Bill Tower welcoming you back to Dennis Melvin's house. It's time for the Midnight Snack Run.
This is one tricky obstacle course. Sticking to healthy habits in this kitchen is going to take focus and determination.
He's already entered the snack part of the course, and he's eyeballing a jar of chocolate candy.
That is tempting right off the start.
He's reaching, Bill, but he pushes it away.
Great stiff arm.
He's approaching a plate of delicious looking iced cookies.
Oh, Dennis, you only want one of those.
He blows right by for the apple.
The fridge is make or break time, JD.
He stares down some rich looking treats. Uh-oh, looks like he's headed for the soda. Wait, he jukes left, grabs the water bottle, and shuts the door with his elbow.
I gotta see that again.
Great move.
Now he's just gotta get out of there.
Look what dropped from the sky.
Don't do it, Dennis.
Bill, he somehow keeps moving.
That's the way you execute a midnight snack.
Stand Up to Cancer and Rally want you to reduce your risk for cancer.
Go to takeahealthystand.org.
Add color and warmth to those crisp autumn days with vibrant mugs, pumpkins, and decor from Drummer's Garden Center and Floral. Create your own fall display to celebrate the change of season. Fall is also a great time to add trees and shrubs to your landscape. Drummers has everything you need and helps you select what plants are best for your yard. From decorating your home to creating your ideal landscape, you get quality, personalized service this season, next season, every season at Drummer's Garden Center and Floral. The plants, the people, the place.
You're watching KYC News Now.
James, what kind of dog?
She's an American Staffordshire Terrier.
Pit bull. A pit bull. The pit bull comes out, and the pit bull, I guess you say, slams into and jumps on your dog, doesn't fight your dog. You whack the pit bull on the side of the head with a cup, and the pit bull doesn't attack you.
This is the plaintiff, Gail Pellerman. She says she brought her 19-pound dogs in the field racing to her dog park. And the defendant's unleashed pit bull kicked, bum rushed her, and bounced on the waist.
She had to take Gracie to the doctor and told her she had bad bruises to her belly and high leg. When she asked the defendant to pay her vet bill, she told her the whole incident was her fault and refused. She was suing for $631.58, the amount she had to pay the vet. This is the defendant, Lauren Sammy. She says her dog Kate is a trained service animal, and she took her for a walk in her dog park to get some fresh air because she works in the medical field and has been dealing with COVID. The plaintiff started yelling, and when she went over, she saw her dog sitting next to her his dog. The woman claimed she had to hit Kate because she attacked her dog. Then she sends her a vet bill because her dog had some fluid in its joints. Her dog's 15 years old. She has arthritis and is overweight, and she's not paying for the plaintiff's dog's health care. She's accused of failing to control a pit bull.
All parties, please raise your right hands.
What you're about to witness is real. The litigants are not actors. They are involved in legitimate disputes, and they have agreed to have those disputes settled here in our forum. The People's Court.
People's Court now in session. The Honorable Judge Marilyn O'Neill presiding. Litigants have been sworn, Your Honor.
Thank you, Douglas.
Welcome, ma'am.
Okay, Miss Kelly, what happened here?
Yes, my condominium has a communal dog park, and I was taking my dog down to the dog park, and as we approached, we weren't in the dog park, but as we approached, the defendant's pit bull came up to the gate and barked really loudly. So I stopped, made eye contact with the defendant, and her dog ran back towards her and she bent down. And I thought she had put the leash back on the dog. So I proceeded to open the gate, never entered the dog park, and her dog came flying out and slammed into Gracie and jumped on her 3 times. And I had a plastic cup, circle that my leash is attached to, and I sort of bumped Jade on the side of the head to get her attention. And she stopped attacking Gracie. And
I'm sorry, how did Jade attack Gracie?
We were out in the barbecue area. Gracie exited the dog park and she came and just slammed into her, and then she kept jumping on her. I had a broken shoulder, so I wasn't able to separate them as readily as I normally would. But that's why I finally had to get Jade's attention, and I kind of cornered her over by a cabinet. And that's when I called to the defendant to come and get her. And the defendant had broken her ankle and had taken the cast off, so she had to hop over, get the cast, get the leash, and then walk over to the barbecue area outside the dog park and hook up her dog. And then
So you opened, okay, so let's go back a second. You opened the gate, Jade, her dog, came out, and Jade is what kind of dog?
She's an American Staffordshire Terrier.
Well, a pit bull. The pit bull comes out, and the pit bull, I guess you say, slammed into and jumps on your dog, doesn't bite your dog. You whack the pit bull on the side of the head with a cup, and the pit bull doesn't attack you. And then you eventually get Miss Picetti's attention. You have your cast off, which seems maybe not like the best idea. And you have to put your, I guess it's a brace, is it? You have to put the brace back on to be able to come and get your dog. So what do you say, Miss Kelly, to Miss Piccetti when she gets her dog? Are there any injuries on your dog?
Well, I didn't notice immediately. I went downstairs to report the incident to the concierge, but she wasn't there. Then I noticed that Gracie was holding up her right hind leg and unable to put weight on it. It was after 5 o'clock, my vet was closed, so I had to take her to the emergency vet. They x-rayed and examined her, and they found that in addition to the injury on her right hind leg, she had a belly injury from where she had been jumped on. And
Actually, what they said was there's no visible injuries. They said she was sensitive to palpation of the abdomen, and they said that she had a mild lameness of one of the hind legs, but they said there were no visible injuries, right?
right, there was no bites, there were no breaks.
How old is your dog? What's your dog's name? Gracie. How old is Gracie?
Gracie is 15 years old, and she is not overweight. She's quite trim at 19 pounds. She's a Dachshund Beagle mix, and
she's beautiful.
She's in pretty good shape for an old dog, and very friendly.
Is Gracie home with you right now? Is Gracie there?
Yes, she is, but she's off the street.
Oh, pick her up. Why am I showing a picture of Gracie? Let's see Gracie. Pick her up. Can you do that, or?
Oh, yeah, I gotta go find her. Hang on.
Here, Gracie. Testimony continued.
I think her words were she hit your dog to get your dog's attention.
Yeah, so when I saw my dog, she was sitting with a big smile on her face, not touching Dale or Gracie. And then when I opened the gate back up, she immediately came back towards me.
Chances are you have some questions right now. Here are a couple answers. Lysol disinfectant spray and Lysol disinfecting wipes together can be used on over 100 surfaces and kill up to 99.9% of germs. Lysol, what it takes to protect.
Denture wearers think of Wild. Wild ladies and Seabond denture seals. Get 75% stronger all day hold thanks to gradual release technology. Go Wild. Seabond. Wildly adhesive.
Let's take a little test together. Which looks better? This or this? This or this? Seems clear to me. Saving cash beats spending it unwisely every time, which is why you'll love this offer from America's Best. Buy 2 pairs of glasses for just $69.95, and they'll throw in an eye exam for free. It's a savings of at least $50. That's not just a better deal. It's America's Best. Book an exam online today at americasbest.com.
I wanted more from my COPD medicine. That's why I've got the power of 1, 2, 3 medicines with Trelegy. The only FDA-approved once daily 3-in-1 COPD treatment.
Trelegy, the power of 1, 2, 3. Trelegy, 1, 2, 3. Trelegy.
With Trelegy and the power of 1, 2, 3, I'm breathing better. Trelegy works 3 ways to open airways, keep them open, and reduce inflammation for 24 hours of better breathing.
Trelegy won't replace a rescue inhaler for sudden breathing problems. Trelegy is not for asthma. Tell your doctor if you have a heart condition or high blood pressure before taking it. Do not take Trelegy more than prescribed. Trelegy may increase your risk of thrush, pneumonia, and osteoporosis. Call your doctor if worsened breathing, chest pain, mouth or tongue swelling, problems urinating, vision changes, or eye pain occur.
Think your COPD medicine is doing enough? Maybe you should think again.
Ask your doctor about once daily Trelegy. We know times are hard, and we're here for you. Find support at Trelegy.com.
The plaintiff is saying her little beagle Gracie was attacked by the defendant's unleashed pit bull Jade. But the defendant says Jade is a sweet service dog, and the plaintiff hit her on the head when she saw her at the dog park. Let's listen.
You got a pit bull with you?
Katie.
Oh my goodness. Hi, Jade. Let's see. Okay. So we see Jade and we see Gracie. Tell me about, okay. Thank you, ladies. I got my dog's fixed. Ms. Bassetti, tell me about Jade. How old is Jade?
She will be 3 in September.
Okay. And as I understand it, Jade is a trained service animal, correct?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
So when I first adopted her, she was a rescue from Puerto Rico during the hurricane. And then I adopted her at around 5 months old. I met her and I adopted her, and then I put her into service training with me, and so she's now my service animal.
Okay, can I ask you, did you see her hit Jade with the cup? Because I would never hit a pit bull, with all due respect, with a cup or anything else. I would be pretty terrified. You know, I mean, it's a great breed, it's a wonderful breed, but sometimes they latch and they don't let go and they can do a lot of damage. So I would never crash a pit bull on the side of the head. I'm not that brave.
I would never hit a pit bull as well. So the way that the dog park is set up is the gate that she came in from there's a concrete wall, because it's a grill area, the barbecue area, like she mentioned. So you can't really see, and I'm short, so you can't really see over the concrete wall. And so when she opened up the dog park.
Okay, we have a diagram here. So there's the barbecue area, and then there's the gate right here, and you're inside. Okay, so go ahead. What were you saying?
Yeah, so there's the
Nice place you guys live at.
Thank you. Yeah, it's beautiful. So there's the main gate that's in the middle, and then there's a side gate next to the barbecue area where she entered.
Yeah, I see.
So that's you can't really see.
You can't see it because, but I can. Yeah, it's underneath the
my dog.
Right. Okay. And then what happened?
And I was kind of sitting on the bench to the right of the main gate. And so when I walked up to get Jade back, that's when first thing that she told me is that she hit my dog, and that obviously is what concerned me the most.
Well, I think her words were she hit your dog to get your dog's attention.
Yeah, so when I saw my dog, she was sitting with a big smile on her face, not touching Gail or Gracie. And then when I opened the gate back up, she immediately came back towards me.
Okay. Let me ask you a question, Miss Kelly. According to you, this isn't the first problem you've had with Jade, correct?
Right, and very little of what the defendant has just said is true. But I did have an incident with Jade last year. I had a second dog at the time, a little 9-pound Jack-in-the-Box. And the defendant's mother was walking Jade. And at the doorway, front door of the building, Jade came through and lunged at and tried to bite my little dog, Sydney. And I was able to step between them before they connected. And I told Miss Bassetti about this in the elevator the next day, just to let her know that while the dog behaves perfectly when on the leash with the defendant, that doesn't necessarily behave perfectly when somebody else is holding the leash. And she denied it ever happened. And I asked her to talk to her mother.
What happened in that previous incident? Can you tell me, Ms. Bassetti?
My mom said nothing happened. She was walking the dog, and that's that. There was nothing.
So what do you think it is then?
A lot of the neighbors in the building, a lot of the owners were very scared of they have the pit bull stigma. And I've worked very hard in changing that.
Right. Miss Kelly, let me ask you a question. As it turns out, your dog had no injuries, right? And
she had no visible injuries. She had tenderness. She couldn't walk on her hind leg. And she was on.
According to I'm reading from the vet report, it says mild lameness.
Yeah.
All right. So, and you racked up at the emergency room a $600 and something bill. And the question is Ms. Bassetti responsible for paying that bill?
Does plaintiff have a lame case? Well, she gets $631. There's really got rules. Next.
Next week on the People's Court.
She come home on just
Roommates, rumble.
Her getting beat from her boyfriend. You guys were totally on the same page over there.
When you get your flu shot at Walgreens, you don't just get a bandage. You get assurance that we take the right precautions to keep you safe, so you can defend your career against the flu. Get your flu shot safely from our pharmacy experts at Walgreens.
I'm Jimmy Dean, and sausage is a great deal like life. You get out of it about what you put into it. You put in quality, and you're going to get out quality, and that's what we do. Jimmy Dean, you have a wonderful day. All right.
I have COPD because I smoked, so I have to pace myself. My tip is, if you're having people over for Thanksgiving, start cooking in October.
You can quit. Call 1-800-QUIT-NOW for help getting free medication.
When it comes to beautiful hair, why are we always shown the same thing? Where's my bounce? My glamour. My fire. All hair is beautiful. These Dove shampoo and conditioners are custom formulated for different hair types. Find the right Dove care for your hair.
Real progress? When you're affected by schizophrenia, you see it differently. It's in the small, everyday moments, and in the places you never expect. A little sign of hope, the feeling of freedom. And once these little moments start adding up, that's when it feels like so much more.
It feels like real progress. Caplyta effectively treats adults with schizophrenia. And it's just one pill once a day with no titration.
Caplyta can cause serious side effects. Elderly dementia patients have increased risk of death or stroke. Call your doctor about fever, stiff muscles, or confusion, which can mean a life-threatening reaction, or uncontrollable muscle movements, which may be permanent. Dizziness upon standing, falls, and impaired judgment may occur. Most common side effects include sleepiness and dry mouth. High cholesterol and weight gain may occur, as can high blood sugar, which may be fatal.
In clinical trials, weight, cholesterol, and blood sugar changes were similar to placebo. So if you're affected by schizophrenia, ask your doctor about Caplyta for intracellular therapies.
Attention Zantac users. If you or a loved one was diagnosed with cancer after regular use of Zantac, you might be entitled to financial compensation. Call 887-5498. The FDA has warned that drugs like Zantac, which contain ranitidine, may be contaminated with a cancer-causing agent. If you or a loved one were diagnosed with colon, kidney, or any of the cancers listed, call us for a free consultation. If you don't win, you pay nothing. 800-887-5498.
Hi, I'm Justin, the Mankato Mattress fan. And I'm Ben. Thanks for voting us the best place to buy mattress 6 years in a row. At Mankato Mattress Fan, you get the best value on name brand mattresses and the best service. We have a large selection of mattresses, including two-sided, adjustable, and Tempur-Pedic. And no frills to jack up the prices. Come in and see for yourself. Plus, special financing and free local delivery. The Mankato Mattress Fan, 801 South Riverfront Drive, and at MankatoMattressFan.com. No frills, just big savings.
Vanderburg Clean stands with you. In this community, we're all in this together. We want to do our part to keep your environment clean and healthy. Trust the technicians at Vanderburg Clean to give your workplace a thorough and high-level clean. With innovative and top-of-the-line technology, we can stand strong together. We care about clean, and we care about you.
It's not clean unless it's Vanderburg clean.
Happy birthday. Thank you. We need furniture. Let's go to New Home Furniture.
At New Home Furniture, we'll make you feel right at home. From mattresses to flooring, from sofas to lamps, and amazing prices too. Visit us today for your bedroom, living room, or every room furniture needs.
I'm Tina Smith, and I approve this message because building a strong economy requires creating more opportunities for more people. By working together, that's why I passed a law with Republicans and Democrats to expand vocational and technical training in schools across Minnesota. And I'm working to create internships and apprenticeships in manufacturing, healthcare, and clean energy. Because not everyone goes to college, but everyone needs a good job to give them and their families good lives.
You want service? We've got it. Stop in at Olson Truck Service Center and meet the people who make it happen. Olson Truck Service Center has the tires, tools, and expertise to handle your truck, tractor, or farm equipment tune-ups and repairs. We offer master quality work customized to your specific needs. And if it's not in stock, we can get it. We do more than just diesel repair. We've got the service you want at Olson Truck Service Center in St. James.
Welcome back to the People's Court. So, is the pit bull the aggressor, which is what most people generally think, or could the beagle have been the guilty one? Let's go back into the courtroom.
Now, you folks are from Florida, and Florida is one of the states of the union that has a strict liability law, which means that owners are responsible for any damage that a dog does. So, I looked up Florida law to see if there was ever any exception to the strict liability. And there is. And the exception is something I want to talk to you about, Ms. Kelly. The exception is the following. In a dog injury case, it is no defense that a plaintiff acted unreasonably. In other words, you can't say, well, the plaintiff didn't act right, unless the behavior of the plaintiff was so blatant as to supersede the dog's behavior as the legal approximate cause. Okay? You have a dog that have raised concerns about before. Jake, you've raised concerns to the owner of that dog. That dog comes to the gate. You see it go back to its owner, and you make eye contact. And you assume from eye contact that she has put Jake back on a Jade out of the dog park was you by opening the door. How is that not the superseding cause of Jade getting out and jumping to play on your dog? She had a dog in a dog park. You're the one who opened the door to let the dog out of the dog park. How is this her fault?
I did make eye contact. As I said, the dog ran back to her, and she bent down. I thought she had...
And you made a series of assumptions instead of waiting another 10 seconds.
No, it took me a while. I was at the other end of the barbecue area.
So don't go until you can confirm that she's hooked her dog up. Why wouldn't you just wait a second? You should have waited. Your act of opening the door and letting Jade out to run out and jump on your dog to play was your superseding act. And I find that the defendant is not responsible under these circumstances.
Your Honor, may I just ask one more thing?
Thank you.
So the defendant prevails in this case. Ms. Kelly, the plaintiff, wanted to ask the judge. What you want to ask the judge, Ms. Kelly?
This is a communal space. Dogs are coming in and out all the time. If your dog is not well behaved enough to stay in the park when the gate opens, shouldn't be there.
Well, it's an interesting point, but the judge says since you opened the gate, that put you on the hook for it. So that's her decision. You're going to have to live with it. I'm sorry about that. Ms. Bassetti, I have a question to ask you. Number one, how do you respond to the judge's decision? I'm sure you're pleased, to say the least.
Very happy.
Very happy. You say your dog, the pit bull, Jade, is a service animal. What does he do?
She's a service animal trained for me for service or for support and retrieval.
So you don't take her around and service help other people go to hospitals with her, things like that, right? It's not that kind of.
No.
All right. Well, thank you very much. You're lucky you won the case. So you're off the hook. Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right. That'll wrap up this dog case. Let's get some feedback now from the judges. Judge Marion and her husband, Judge John, for another edition of After the Verdict.
In this dog bite case, we had an illustration of how the strict liability rule applies now in Florida and a lot of other states. A long, long time ago in common law, you got a one free bite rule because the courts would say, well, unless you knew your dog was dangerous, had this propensity to bite, you couldn't be held liable. But that law's changed. Nonetheless, when you made this ruling, you were looking at causation and not necessarily the disagreeing with strict liability, correct?
Right, and it's, when you have a state with strict liability laws, there are still always exceptions. And I kind of felt that it was her fault for opening the door precipitously because dog park etiquette requires her, that's why I made eye contact, but also, that dog wasn't hurt. She took her to an emergency room because they had prior bad blood. It was not worth the $600 emergency room visit. And it's always, like, 300 of it was an x-ray. Now,
they give you a boat trip.
I mean, literally, the dog, there were no visible injuries. The dog was limping a little because a big dog had jumped on it.
Puncture wounds.
No puncture wounds. I think that, the fact that there had been a prior problem between the two of them is part of why she, raced to an emergency room. I have to think that.
Right. Hopefully they stay good neighbors.
I hope so.
Henry, this is a great question. What you should do, you put your neighbor on notice that your neighbor has a tree that could cause damage to your property if the branches of the tree itself falls. By putting the neighbor on notice, that neighbor has a duty to remediate and to do something to prevent the problem. It could be cutting the branches back to the property line, whatever it is. When they're on notice, your rights are enhanced. And that will do it for this case. Litigants for the next case on the way to the courtroom right now.
This is the plaintiff, Sandra Liz Rodriguez. She says the defendant's son shot out from windows on a truck, which was parked in front of her apartment. The cops arrested him. The defendant's mom said she felt horrible because her kid was a good kid, but she refuses to pay the $4,500 it's going to cost her to clear the window and the body from all the BB gun pock marks in the paint because they said it was too expensive. She's suing for $4,500. Cost of the repairs. These are the defendants: Erica, shot out. Her son had nothing to do with this incident. This woman was organizing a motorcycle, and she sabotaged her air conditioning system by stuffing it up with mulch. They're accused of shooting up a truck. The defendants have found Harrison for $2,500 for harassment and stress.
All parties, please remain.
Okay, Mr. J, let me ask you a question. What's going on here? Do you want a BB gun?
No, ma'am.
How were you in possession of a BB gun and arrested for shooting a BB gun? Let me rephrase that. Shooting someone with a BB gun.
Chances are you have some questions right now. Here are a couple answers. Lysol disinfectant spray and Lysol disinfecting wipes together can be used on over 100 surfaces and kill up to 99.9% of germs. Lysol, what it takes to protect.
Denture wearers think of Wild. Wild Ladies and Sebon Denture Seals. Get 75% stronger all day long thanks to gradual release technology. Go wild. Sebon. Wild Ladies.
Let's take a little test together. Which looks better? This or this? This or this? Seems clear to me. Saving cash beats spending it unwisely every time, which is why you'll love this offer from America's Best. Buy 2 pairs of glasses for just $69.95, and they'll throw in an eye exam for free. It's a savings of at least $50. That's not just a better deal. It's America's Best. Book an exam online today at americasbest.com.
I wanted more from my COPD medicine. That's why I've got the power of 1, 2, 3 medicines with Trelegy. The only FDA-approved once daily 3-in-1 COPD treatment.
Trelegy, the power of 1, 2, 3. Trelegy, 1, 2, 3. Trelegy.
With Trelegy and the power of 1, 2, 3, I'm breathing better. Trelegy works 3 ways to open airways, keep them open, and reduce inflammation for 24 hours of better breathing.
Trelegy won't replace a rescue inhaler for sudden breathing problems. Trelegy is not for asthma. Tell your doctor if you have a heart condition or high blood pressure before taking it. Do not take Trelegy more than prescribed. Trelegy may increase your risk of thrush, pneumonia, and osteoporosis. Call your doctor if worsened breathing, chest pain, mouth or tongue swelling, problems urinating, vision changes, or eye pain occur.
Think your COPD medicine is doing enough? Maybe you should think again.
Ask your doctor about once daily Trelegy. We know times are hard, and we're here for you. Find support at Trelegy.com.
We're all looking for ways we can do our part for the planet, like cutting down on waste and energy. That's why I switched to a kinetic water softener and drinking water system from Darwin's Water. It uses less salt and no electricity at all. It delivers clean, fresh drinking water, so I don't have to buy plastic bottles and just get waste. There is nothing like it on the market, and I should know. Chris Cruz here from Darwin's Water. We have the top of the line, can't get it anywhere else water softeners and drinking water systems. Transform the way you use water, good for the planet and good for you.
For months, we've all done our best to stay safe. But to remain safe in the long run, it's up to us all to take actions that don't just slow the spread of COVID, but collectively overcome it. Like getting a test if you have any symptoms, answering if your health department calls, and wearing a mask in public spaces. We all want to regain what we love in life. To get there, we all need to go forward and do our part.
Go back to the people's court. The next case on the docket. The plaintiff says the defendant's son shot out her windows on her pickup truck, but the defendant is saying, well, there's nothing to do it, and he's being framed by this woman because she just wants money. It's the case of shootout in the neighborhood. You're welcome in.
Okay, Ms. Rodriguez, you are a neighbor of Ms. Erica and Mr. Jade and her son, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And on March 16th of this year, wow, just about the day that the nation started its COVID shutdown, you find out that your truck has had its windows shot out, correct?
That's correct.
What happened? How did you find out?
Well, I wanted it so he can interpret it for me, okay?
Why? Your English is fine. Why don't you just try yourself, and if you need it, then you can use them.
Okay.
Don't worry.
Okay, thank you. When I wake up in the morning, I go up to the work, and I see my truck that be broke. For me, it's a shock because I had just
the windows were shattered.
Yeah, they broke all windows. But I have to call the police because they say someone has to pay this. So, and the time when wait to the policeman, I saw this lady. She told to my son, "Oh,
Okay, let's do something. Dígame en español y yo voy a traducirle. I'm going to translate for you. I happen to speak Spanish. Go ahead.
I understand." Sí, ella dijo, oh, como me sorprende que se tengan quebrado las
Oh,
ventanas.
how surprising.
Como
The window, like,
yo estuviera bien enojada si me hubiera pasado a mí. Y se fue.
I would be very angry if this happened to me, and then she walked off.
When the police came in, they saw and they told me, this is what happened with a vehicle.
I have a question for you. Do you have a police report from that day? Tengo una pregunta para usted. ¿Tiene un reporte de la policía de ese día?
Sí, yo se lo mandé. Ya lo tienen.
Yes, I sent it to you. Supplemental reports, and not the actual report. What day did you come out and call the police? See it and call the police?
That was happened March 16th and the 9th.
And then you called on March 17th.
Yes, it is. Because it's when I saw
Okay. I have a report on the 22nd, on the 19th, on the 18th, and the report I don't have is the one for the 17th. Do you have that report in front of you right now? ¿Usted tiene el reporte del día 17?
Sí, debo de tener. Sí.
Yes, I think I have it.
Sí.
That's the one I'm missing. If you want, get your son to help you. Okay, while he's looking for that, can you put the papers down and let's you and I talk? Tell me why you think that the defendant, Mr. Jaden, is responsible for the damage to your truck. Dígame por qué usted piensa que es el señor Jaden que es responsable por los daños a su camión.
Porque yo le digo, yo hablamos con la oficina, me dejó saber que...
Like I'm saying, we went to the office, and the office says he did it. La oficina dice que él lo hizo. The office says he did it?
Sí.
Based on what? On a video? ¿Basado en qué? ¿En un video donde se ve que él lo hizo?
Ellos no que tengan un video, pero ellos me dijeron que ellos lo habían hecho.
Not that they have a video, but they told me they did it. Okay, Mr. Jaden, let me ask you a question. What's going on here? Do you want a BB gun?
No, ma'am.
How were you in possession of a BB gun and arrested for shooting a BB gun? Let me rephrase that. Shooting someone with a BB gun.
I found the day before this whole thing happened, I found a BB gun in the field. So I was with my friends, and I was like, oh, that's pretty cool. So I picked it up. And so we were just playing around with it. And then one of my friends, he had grabbed the BB gun. And then he shot out of it. And then the cops came because supposedly the person who got shot, his mother, I called the cops. And then the kid who had shot the BB gun, he said that it was me because I'm the one that picked the BB gun up. It was my idea to pick the BB gun up and just play with it. Yes, it was.
Because I wasn't born yesterday. Just tell me whose BB gun this is.
I really don't know whose BB gun it was. I found it. Like we're walking around the whole complex where we live. I'm looking up on my phone, and then at the corner of my eye, I see the BB gun like on the side of the sidewalk. So it's like this on the side of the sidewalk.
Just a BB gun lying on a sidewalk. You may be the first person who's ever come across a BB gun abandoned lying on a sidewalk, and then you shoot it.
Yes, ma'am.
And that's according to you, because I wrote it down the day before this whole thing happened. Okay, let me talk to you, Ms. Erica. Talk to me. How do you first find out that something bad went down?
Maybe after hearing the gunshots, the testimony continues.
I'm going to play the video. Tell who's the other fellow with the black shirt in the video?
That's my medic. My other medic.
That is my 16.
Your brother. And how old are you, Jada?
I'm 15 years old.
When
When you get your flu shot at Walgreens, you don't just get a bandage. You get assurance that we take the right precautions to keep you safe, so you can defend your crew against the flu. Get your flu shot safe from our pharmacy experts at Walgreens.
I'm Jimmy Dean, and sausage is a great deal like life. You get out of it about what you put into it. You put in quality, and you're going to get out quality, and that's what we do. Jimmy Dean, you have a wonderful day. All right.
I have COPD because I smoked, so I have to pace myself. My tip is, if you're having people over for Thanksgiving, start cooking in October.
You can quit. Call 1-800-QUIT now for help getting free medication.
When it comes to beautiful hair, why are we always shown the same thing? Where's my bounce? My glamour. My fire. All hair is beautiful. These Dove shampoo and conditioners are custom formulated for different hair types. Find the right Dove care for your hair.
Real progress? When you're affected by schizophrenia, you see it differently. It's in the small, everyday moments, and in the places you never expect. A little sign of hope, the feeling of freedom. And once these little moments start adding up, that's when it feels like so much more. It feels like real progress. Caplyta effectively treats adults with schizophrenia, and it's just one pill, once a day, with no titration.
Caplyta can cause serious side effects. Elderly dementia patients have increased risk of death or stroke. Call your doctor about fever, stiff muscles, or confusion, which can mean a life-threatening reaction, or uncontrollable muscle movements, which may be permanent. Dizziness upon standing, falls, and impaired judgment may occur. Most common side effects include sleepiness and dry mouth. High cholesterol and weight gain may occur, as can high blood sugar, which may be fatal.
In clinical trials, weight, cholesterol, and blood sugar changes were similar to placebo. So if you're affected by schizophrenia, ask your doctor about Caplyta for intracellular therapies.
Closed captioning and other consideration for the people scored provided by.
Doing the things we love can be painful. Aspargrame's triple effect provides targeted relief. Works in minutes, lasts for hours. Love hurts. Aspargrame works.
Which looks better, this or this? Seems clear to me. Buy 2 pairs of glasses for just $69.95 at America's Best, and they'll throw in an eye exam for free. It's a savings of at least $50. Book an exam online today.
Chances are you have some questions right now. Here are a couple answers. Lysol disinfectant spray and Lysol disinfecting wipes together can be used on over 100 surfaces and kill up to 99.9% of germs. Lysol, what it takes to protect.
Plaintiff assured the defendant and her unruly children intentionally damaged the truck, but the defendant says hogwash. Her kids are good kids and didn't damage anything. Let's listen.
The morning of the incident, I came out. It was about 7:45. I'm headed to work. As I'm pulling out, I see that Miss Sandra and her son are outside taking a look at the damage to the car. As a concerned neighbor, I said I did stop. And I asked her what happened. That's horrible. I can't believe this. I would have never thought it was my kid. Okay. Okay. She assumes this. Even if my son found the gun the day before, the only reason why Miss Sandra is accusing him is because he got arrested with the weapon in front of the field by her house. After that conversation, Miss Sandra, after my son was taken away, came and knocked on my door. She said, "You're paying for this." As a good neighbor, I did tell Miss Sandra that, you know what, I'm really sorry this happened. I'm willing to pay for it. Albert is my mechanic. I sent him the copy of the first invoice that Miss Rodriguez sent to me. He found that the work would be completed for under $300 that weekend. That evening, Miss Rodriguez decided that at 9 o'clock she was going to decline my offer.
Right. Here's what I'm concerned about. Let me ask you something, Miss Erica. Here's what I'm concerned about. You don't have the right to tell her she has to do it with this person or the other person.
Correct.
And the person with the damaged truck gets to decide who they want to have it done with. Now, they only get the reasonable estimate for the damage. Like they can't go to a guy who charges $10,000 for a window and get $10,000 in court. It's still up to the court to decide what is a reasonable estimate, whether it's closer to your guy or closer to her guy. But what I am concerned about, Ms. Erica, is I know that if someone accused my child of doing something, okay, my first step would be to talk to my child. So
And I did.
I'm trying to understand. Right. So, and what did your child tell you? Yes, Mom, it was me.
Jaden did spend some time downtown. The whole conversation between Miss Rodriguez and myself was way before I had a chance to talk to my son. And that was when I...
But why were you offering to pay for something? Clearly, you think that it was your son, because why would you be offering to pay $300?
Just because I'm a good neighbor, I thought that...
I'm a good neighbor. I'm not going to pay $300 if I'm not if my kid's not responsible. I'm a really good neighbor, but I'm not going to pay $300 if I don't think he's responsible. Was there bad blood between you folks before this?
Not that I was aware of.
There was bad blood after. I have a video.
That video started with this picture that she took of the front of my house. After that, yes, you do see my son come out and defend why are you taking pictures of our property.
I'm sorry, I'm going to play the video. I don't need you to give... Hold on. Stop a second. I'm going to play the video. Tell who's the other fellow with the black shirt in the video?
That's my brother. My older brother.
That is my 16.
Your brother. And how old are you, Jaden?
I'm 15 years old.
Okay.
Okay. Ms. Erica, that's your other son?
Yes.
Can I ask you a question? I just played a video of your son, your two sons yelling at your neighbor. Did you know they were talking that way to an adult neighbor?
Not till after the situation. No.
Okay. Ms. Rodriguez, you submitted into evidence photos of the car damage.
Yes, please.
That definitely does look like BB damage. It's a sharp object and it has a trajectory. Yeah. Is there any doubt that's a bullet? Wow. What year is this vehicle?
It is 2018.
What happened, Mr. Jaden, with that criminal case of yours? What's going on?
It was dropped.
How was it dropped?
So when me and the police officer were having the conversation, it was like, okay, well, if you at least tell me where the BB gun is, I would drop it from a felony to a misdemeanor charge. So I had told him where it was, and he had said,
Where was it?
Now behind the AC unit.
Who put it behind the AC unit?
The person who had shot the other kid with the BB gun.
Okay. So what happens after you tell them it's behind the AC unit?
So they told me that if I tell them where it is, they'll drop it to a misdemeanor. I tell them where it is, they go get it, and they get the BB gun, they bring it back, and they just I guess they put it in the unit for evidence, I guess. Yeah, and then they took me. I sat in the cell for the night until my mom came to come get me, and they had everything worked out.
When did you plead guilty to a misdemeanor?
I don't know what you mean by that.
Do you have to go to court still?
No.
So how was the case resolved then?
That they just dropped the charges. The person who had got shot with a BB gun, his parents just dropped the charges.
Okay. And what were you trying to say, Ms. Erica? They dropped it because he was so innocent?
No, ma'am. He admitted that he did have the BB gun. It ricocheted and hit a friend of his, and they tried to walk away, and they were caught in the field. This gun, the BB
That's
gun.
funny because he said that his friend was the one who was shooting. The BB gun had been circulating. What were you going to say?
It was circulating the neighborhood for days. It was not only my child, and that's why the case was dismissed or dropped or whatever it was, because no one found the owner of this BB gun.
The owner of the BB gun makes no difference. It's who's handling the BB gun and shooting people with it. You have a counterclaim for $2,500 for harassment and stress. Explain your counterclaim to me.
She was taking pictures through my windows. Yes, they got upset. They came to defend themselves. I personally did not give Ms. Rodriguez permission to take pictures or videos of my...
You don't need to give anybody permission to take pictures or video of your house. That's open and I mean, truthfully, if you have worries and problems, it may be your sons that are giving you gray hair before your time. Maybe you guys should cut your mother a break and maybe be, a little bit more responsible so she doesn't have to clean up your messes all over the neighborhood. How's that for a plan?
When we decided to build a home, we went to Green Acres Homes in Esterville, Iowa. They helped us through every step so we could build our home our way, from choosing a style to designing a custom floor plan. And because we got a system-built Green Acres home, our house is stronger, more energy efficient, costs less, and we got to move in faster than we ever expected. Contact Green Acres Homes in Esterville, Iowa. Your home, your way.
Happy birthday, sweetie. We need furniture. Let's go to New Home Furniture. All New Home Furniture will make you feel right at home. From mattresses to flooring, from sofas to lamps, and amazing prices too. Visit us today for your bedroom, living room, or every room furniture needs.
Welcome back to the People's Court. The plaintiff has video showing the kids were causing a big commotion in the neighborhood. The question, did the defendant's kid shoot out the windows of her pickup truck? Let's go back to the court.
I cannot leave my house. I sent a letter from my doctor. All of my anxiety and depression medications have gone up because she wants to text me at 12:53 in the morning.
Why don't you just block her? Miss Erica, did you block her?
After this 12:53,
That's on the day. That is so long ago. That's on the day that it happened in March. So why would that be the reason for your medication to be so up now? I mean, truthfully, if you have worries and problems, it may be your sons that are giving you gray hair before your time. Maybe you guys should cut your mother a break and maybe be, a little bit more responsible so she doesn't have to clean up your messes all over the neighborhood. How's that for a plan? Ma'am, did you find the police report from the 17th?
No lo tengo.
Right. We didn't get a report for the 17th. I'd like to see that. You don't have it? No. All right. This is a little bit of a close case for me because the prosecutor in me wants to know beyond and to the exclusion of every reasonable doubt who shot this lady's car. But standard of proof in a civil case is not beyond and to the exclusion of every reasonable doubt. It's by a preponderance of the evidence, which means more likely than not. And I've got a situation where one of the things that you had said, Miss Erica, in your statement is that he found the BB gun the day after this happened, but according to your son, it's the day before this happens. So I already know there's that inconsistency. I've got a situation where you're offering to pay for it, but truly, it's hard for me to understand a situation. No, we're done. It's hard for me to understand why you would offer to pay for it if you didn't, in fact, know that it was something your son was involved in. People don't usually offer to recompense a neighbor with damages that they have nothing to do with. And then you add to that the fact that on the very day after this happens, your son is arrested for having a BB gun and shooting a kid. I guess, they worked with you on the charges because you told them where the gun was and they were able to get the gun out of the neighborhood, and that's great and everything. But sometimes when it walks like a duck and quacks like a duck, it's just a duck. There's nothing far more sophisticated about it. And I am not going to find you liable, Miss Erica. You're suing the mom, and I understand that. You're suing the mom and the son. And you're suing the mom because you feel that a parent should be responsible for a child's actions. And that is true in some circumstances, but in some very limited circumstances, like when the parent puts an instrumentality into the hands of the child, say she bought him the BB gun and said, have at it at 10 o'clock at night, or she's standing there with him while he's doing it, she doesn't stop him from doing it. None of those were proven in this case. There's no parental liability on the part of Miss Erica. The case against her is dismissed. However, Mr. Jaden, I do find you liable. I am looking at the estimates and at the damage. I am taking into account that the damage really, to me, I am a seasoned prosecutor for 10 years. It looks like a BB bullet. It doesn't look like any other damage. It's very unmistakable. It's very pointed. I wouldn't have been able to tell that from the glass, but I can certainly tell it from the body of the truck. I do think that the estimate is super, super high. And my obligation is to award you what I think is a reasonable estimate. I am finding in your favor and the amount of $3,000 against Mr. Jaden and against him only. That is my judgment on the counterclaim that you have against her. You know, it's really a stretch to say, I'm more stressed now and it's her fault for taking a picture of my front door. She can take a picture of your front door. You're very stressed. No. You're stressed because all this stuff is happening. And I think that the people you should talk to about lowering your stress level are the son, or I shouldn't say the sons, that's not fair, is the son that's causing you the stress level. It's not the neighbor who has a beef that she's winning in this court case. Verdicts for the plaintiff in the amount of $3,000, but only against Mr. King.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
We're going to take a break. When we come back. Doug's in the hallway with the litigants, and we're going into the judge's chambers. We'll listen to her, her husband, John.
Thanks. Only Frigidaire's range lets you air fry right in your oven. It's all the flavor, none of the guilt.
So good.
That's using your Frigidaire.
Stop by DeCruz Appliance today and check out the air fry technology in person, or shop online at shopdecruz.com for a full line of Frigidaire appliances.
We're all looking for ways we can do our part for the planet, like cutting down on waste and energy. That's why I switched to a kinetic water softener and drinking water system from Garrett's Water. It uses less salt and no electricity at all. It delivers clean, fresh drinking water, so I don't have to buy plastic bottles and just get wasted. There is nothing like it on the market, and I should know. Just Cruz here from Garrett's Water. We have the top of the line, can't get it anywhere else water softeners and drinking water systems. Transform the way you use water, good for the planet and good for you.
Give your home the perfect look with a professional and passionate team. One that has state-of-the-art technology and top-of-the-line materials to create something truly elegant. Elegant Creations is the team for you. Their passion and quality has earned the trust of those who work with them.
We were greeted by wonderful people. They took us in the back. We saw the wide selection in the showroom. The guys in the back were equally efficient and knowledgeable, and it continued through the whole process.
Countertops, sinks, and faucets. Call or stop by Elegant Creations for a free estimate.
While we spend more time at home, it's the places we choose to go that matter the most. Bring your best friend to their favorite place, Pet Expo in Mankato. Give them the enrichment they crave at the largest pet store in the Midwest. Come to see the live animals, visit with other dogs, and grab them a toy for your next long day at home. Pet Expo always matches the lowest price and supports the community with discounts for students, veterans, and seniors. Support your local pet store and bring your friend along too. Pet Expo in Mankato. It's worth the stop.
The judge finds for the plaintiff and the defendant, Jayden. The young man is going to have to pay her $3,000. Let's talk to him. Jayden, what do you think about what the judge just decided? You're on the hook for $3,000.
Tough.
Jayden has taken his earphones off. Do you hear me, Jayden? Can you talk to me?
No, he's upset.
He's upset. What are you going to do? There's a judgment against him.
He didn't do this. There's no proof that he actually shot her car.
The judge thinks he did, and there's a judgment against him. You're going to have to live with that. He may not want to talk, but you're going to have to talk to him and get him to understand what happened here. All right, that's good enough. Let's talk to Ms. Rodriguez. Ms. Rodriguez, you're going to get $3,000 at some point from this defendant. He's got to pay you. You okay with that?
I spent $4,000 for that. They already asked me. $4,500. But it's okay. That's okay.
You know, you've been tormenting them. Ms. Eric is having a lot of mental problems, physical problems because of what you're doing. Are you going to lay off of them now? Let them be? Let them alone?
Of course, yes.
All right. Very good. Well, congratulations. And that's it for the fascinating case indeed. And I'm sure there'll be a fascinating discussion now between Judge Millian and her husband, Judge John, and another session of after the verdict. Let's find out.
One of the things that struck me about this case was how indignant and angry these folks became over somebody taking their picture in public or photographing the front of their house. You have, under the law, you have no reasonable expectation of privacy against somebody taking your picture or videoing you when you're out in public, out on the street, or even taking pictures of the front of your house. They could follow you around all day. You might find it creepy.
Right. And people do, they take offense at it.
You might find it creepy, but it's really not illegal.
Yeah,
right?
It's not. It's absolutely not.
Another thing about this case that kind of took me back into our past was that 20 years ago, it might be more, maybe it's 25 years
We've
ago.
been married 27 years.
So long.
We had just gotten married since 27 years ago.
27 years ago. We were in a small townhouse, and a bullet, or what we thought was a bullet, it turned out to be a pellet, was shot through the window of our shower, basically facing the outside of our courtyard to the north side of the house. I remember when we met, I had a cat that I had adopted from the shelter named Clark. And it was a big black cat. And about 5 or 6 years later, we go to the vet, and he had to get x-rayed for something. And the vet tells us, oh, by the way, did you know there's a pellet stuck next to one of his ribs?
Oh my gosh, I'm so mad again. I completely forgot about that part, that they actually shot at Clark.
Yeah, they shot Clark.
And Clark was such a tough cat because we never even knew.
He never
Never knew. Clark never complained, never saw anything, but the pellet was blood. They saw it in an x-ray. Oh my
So
God.
in any event, in this case, look, you found circumstantial evidence to establish that that's really how it happened by preponderance of the evidence. The young man shot up this woman's car.
Yeah, yeah. And it was tight, but what the mom offering to pay for it tells me is that she had a conversation with her son.
Interesting.
That's what it tells me.
Absolutely.
Rachel, this is complicated. You can sue him, but if he's in another state, you have to sue there, and then you're going to have to enforce the judgment. It may cost you some money to do. The problem is it may cost you more than the $200 that's at stake.
Attention Zantac users. If you or a loved one was diagnosed with cancer after regular use of Zantac, you might be entitled to financial compensation.
Call 800-875498.
The FDA has warned that drugs like Zantac, which contain ranitidine, may be contaminated with a cancer-causing agent. If you or a loved one were diagnosed with colon, kidney, or any of the cancers listed, call us for a free consultation. If you don't win, you pay nothing.
800.
Argument over feeding the defendant's daughter sausage. Janita suing her sister for rent and emotional distress. Defendant Regina Strong admits that she and Janita have had some pretty intense fights, and during the argument in question, Janita smacked a sandwich out of her hand and threatened to attack her with a broom. She's countersuing for damaged property and emotional distress.
All rise. This court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Greg Mann presiding. You may now be seated.
State your name.
My name is Raymond.
Regina Strong.
All right, and ma'am, you're suing your twin sister for $1,000 for unpaid rent and emotional distress.
Yes.
And ma'am, your counter suing for $598 for damaged property and emotional distress.
Yes.
You look a lot older than your sister. Why you think that is?
Maybe it's the hair.
Nobody say nothing to you. I didn't say a word to you. I was looking down.
Okay.
And you spoke, and you must feel that way. I just wanted to see who was going to speak out. I was just kidding around. You walked into that trap. That's not true. She doesn't think older than you. All right, start with you. Background.
Of course, this is my identical twin. We have a love-hate relationship. Of course, the love overpowers the hate, but it's getting to the point where the hate is actually just taking over because, like, okay, if we have an argument and I'm the one who walks away and, like, just want to dead the argument and let it go, she will follow behind me just yapping away. And it's like, it gets to the point, like, we're getting older. We're not getting younger. Like, when do it stop? And it even got to the point where one time we actually got in a physical fight where she threw a lamp at me. And it's like...
Only once?
That was the one time she threw the lamp. But the fights, you know, it's been more fights. We get in fights a lot because we're so much alike. And that's the reason why I'm trying to walk away and let the situation go, because we're so much alike.
Well, I've had this sibling rival where you said you were children.
I wouldn't necessarily say since we were children, but...
Oh, teenagers?
Teenagers. I'll say teenagers, like around 12 is when you know, started happening. Really.
You all have the same friends or separate friends?
We don't have friends.
In high school?
No.
You never had a friend in high school?
I mean, we had friends.
That's your problem, man. You have no friends. Well, you got friends, right? Either one of y'all had friends in high school?
I mean, it's really us. We come out like, it's just really us.
Good enough. So it's just been the two of you all your lives. And yeah, that's well, I can tell my wife it ain't been for 40 years. And we have friends. She has friends and I have friends. Maybe that's why we don't fight. We just get down to each other and say, go see your friends. Don't you and your friends have something you can do today? Ain't the game coming on? You ever call them and watch them over here? No, you're not. You're going to watch it over there. Don't bring them over here.
Maybe we should get some friends.
There you go. I'm telling you what to do.
We need to get some friends.
You won't argue then. You won't fuss and fight and argue. You just call your friend. You can tell her, go. You better go and call your friend, girl, because I don't feel like they're about
But I do have one friend. She wants that friend too, so, you know. So, yeah.
And other than that, you all you have children, both of you?
Yeah.
How many you have?
One.
How about you?
4.
All right. And in this instance, in recent years, you all been falling out over what?
Oh, we both married, so that play a part in it.
There was a no good man behind it somewhere. Women don't fight unless there's a no good man somewhere.
There's actually two. Yeah, we both married, so that actually it gets to the point where like we try to have them where I'm with him with my husband, she's with hers, but they so good, so it always brings us back. You know, now we back in each other's face. So
they're not compatible.
No, it's just like a
different type of guys.
Like, yeah, but actually, they're brothers. Yeah, they actually brothers. They're actually brothers. Yeah, they actually brothers. Like,
the two sisters and the two brothers who are married to the sisters don't get along.
They get along. They help us out. Like, when the fight starts, they always in the middle. They trying to pull us apart. Go.
You give me some background. What's your take on things? That's the same outlook.
Well, we pretty much got a love-hate relationship, but I don't agree with her saying that the hate is like kind of overpowering. It's not. It's just we do have some pretty intense fights. We have had some pretty intense fights. But I'm not gonna lie, I did hit a nigga with a lamp. I threw hot sauce at her once. But that's because like we just alike and like I know I have a really bad mouth. Like I'm not gonna stay here. Water.
Go ahead.
Well anyways, like she
You have a bad temper, you say?
yeah, I do. I have a pretty bad temper. It's so does she, and it's kind of like wow, our fights and arguments go the way they go because we're just alike. Like neither one of us knows when to shut up. No, like no. She will go in one room. I'll be in the next room, and we both just still talking. She didn't say pretty much.
From a separate room.
Pretty much, yeah. And it's just like I said, that's why it goes the way it goes.
There's more Judge Mathis after this.
She was just like, don't nobody else feed her and all this extra stuff. And of course, I got to feel like, oh no, this is my niece. I'm going to feed her. I can do that. She's not going to tell me she can't eat. So I can't feed her. So, of course, her mouth, she just gets it.
She got kicked out over a sauce. She being said, go ahead. This is the first I've
She
heard.
didn't make it about the sauce in her mouth. It was really her mouth that got her. You know what? Get out.
And coming up.
I'll send you that 300 when you get rid of the roaches that you spreading around in the neighborhood. You get rid of the roaches you spreading around in the neighborhood. Somebody's spreading them around. Not you. Get right to do with that. It was very.
I grew up in Detroit, and I'm proud of where I come from. It's a tough city, but there's a lot of love here. And I carry that tough love with me as a judge. And I still keep it real, hearing real cases with real people from my courtroom in Chicago. I'm Judge Mathis.
Chances are you have some questions right now. Here are a couple answers. Lysol disinfectant spray and Lysol disinfecting wipes together can be used on over 100 surfaces and kill up to 99.9% of germs. Lysol, what it takes to protect.
Home is where we can make a different Crescentville creation every night of the week. Look at all those possibilities. So fluffy, so flaky, so versatile. Pillsbury Crescent Rolls.
Millions of people are saying yes to Allegra, including the experts. It's the #1 allergist-recommended brand for non-drowsy relief. Allegra works 2 times faster than Claritin, and while Zyrtec may cause drowsiness, Allegra won't. Say yes to Allegra.
Leonard was afraid he died of lung cancer. He never thought it would be COPD. You always think you have more time than you do, and you really don't.
You can quit. Call 1-800-QUIT now for help getting free medication.
Which looks better, this or this? Seems clear to me. Buy 2 pairs of glasses for just $69.95 at America's Best, and they'll throw in an eye exam for free. It's a savings of at least $50. Book an exam online today.
Your little girl loves her sippy cup and won't drink out of anything else. You might like it too. When killing roaches, you don't have to choose between safe or effective. Rain Anti-Roach with essential oils is safe for use around kids and pets. S.C. Johnson.
Hey, hold on 1 second. Sure.
Okay, Safe Driver Save 40%. Guys, check it out. Safe Driver Save 40%. Safe Driver Save 40%. Safe Driver Save 40%. That's Safe Driver Save 40%.
It is. That's Safe Driver Save 40%.
It's right there.
It's him. He's here.
It's right here. Hi. Hey. That's totally him. That's totally the guy.
Safe drivers do save 40%. Click or call for a quote today.
You gonna have the same friends or separate friends?
We don't have
In
a
high school.
yeah.
You never had a friend in high school?
I mean, we had
That's your problem, man. You don't have no friends. Nothing wrong. You got friends, right? Either one of y'all had friends in high school?
It's really us. Like, it's just really us.
Good enough.
Plaintiff Junita Freeman is suing her identical twin sister, who claims during an argument Junita smacked a sandwich out of her hand and threatened to attack her with a broom.
You gonna talk to each other from 2 different rooms across the house.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's not a good idea, but that's how it happened.
Nothing going on.
We'll seek some help.
Yeah, no, please.
Eventually.
We'll pay for it. We'll put them on the list.
No.
We're gonna put you on the drug addict list that we go. We're gonna, I don't know, family counseling. No, y'all need a straight up. Ain't no counselor, ain't no drug. Y'all need a psychiatrist.
Well, my oldest is 10, the youngest is 1.
And yours?
4.
Please let them enjoy each other as first cousins, but they're not if aunties are arguing all the time. So please don't do it for them, okay? You all get it together for them. All right, tell me about the rent that you sued her for.
Well, I'm suing for $400 because that was the agreement. She asked for her family come and move in my one-bedroom apartment.
When?
This was in July of 2019.
Okay.
That was the agreement. You agreed to pay $400
per month or how?
No, just for 1 month. Just for
That's
1 month.
all she intended to stay?
Yeah.
All right. Go ahead.
So although 2 weeks in, of course we got into an altercation.
Physical again?
I mean, it almost went physical, but I was a grown person.
With the groom
With the groom. And she smacked the sandwich out my hand. Don't leave that out. And I don't play about my food, but she smacked the sandwich out my hand. She tried to leave that part out, but yeah, almost. Yeah, almost. I didn't hit you, so that's okay. Tell the part where you threw cold water on me. I threw the water, but I didn't hit you. Right. So I mean, right. But don't leave out nothing. Just tell them.
And it was a hot day, right?
No, I'm not. No.
I said somebody tried to do you a favor.
No,
and you want some of this.
Me a favor, so riled up, like I'm gonna cool you off. Oh, that's what happened. Okay, that's why I cool to that. All right, that's why.
It was 400. What happened the second weekend?
So the second weekend, my husband fed my niece sausage. This is when it just went off where it shouldn't went. So my sister was like, because my niece ended up, vomiting. Of course, she's in her month, she's gonna vomit. But instead of my sister like saying to my husband, don't feed her, she did. She was just like, don't nobody else feed her and all this extra stuff. And of course, I got to feel like, oh, this is my niece, I'm going to feed her. I can do that. She's not going to tell me she can't eat. So I can't feed her. So, of course, her mouth, she just get the
You got kicked out over a sauce. She been saying, go ahead. This is the first time
she was making it have the sauce in her mouth. It was really her mouth that got her, you know what, get out. Because I went in the room, she just sitting here just going on. You want to be quiet and let the situation go. I went in the room and was talking to my husband, but you was talking about me. We know how she is too. But you was talking about me and I hear you. I heard her in the front room just studying, talking about the situation.
She was in a different room.
Yeah, but
okay.
The way the apartment was, it's so like.
But as long as she wasn't standing there where you could see her and talking about her in her face.
I'm talking to my husband because now I'm mad, so let me go talk to my husband. I can't talk to my twins, so let me talk to my husband. She in there just, I'm like, would you let it go? Just let it go. Why you? She was making it talking loud enough so I could hear her. Maybe she wanted to fight, so that's when I went out there. She was holding the sandwich in her hand, and now she just talking. Now I'm up there with her. I'm up there, so I just smacked it out her hand. So they all, her husband, my husband, they all got up. Y'all better not start fighting. And it just went like that. And I'm like, okay, now you gotta go. You doing too much. I'm not gonna keep, dealing with this. And you in my crib. I feel like you disrespecting me, so now you gotta go.
Yeah, what about the water? How did that come into play?
Tell about the water in the room.
In the same, this happened the same
day. Okay, so after I smacked the sandwich out of here, like I said, all them came, like, they want to make sure we don't fight. So I went back in the room. Again, not talking to her. She's still out there running her mouth because you just smacked the sandwich out my hand. Okay, I get that, but still, it's like.
Okay, then what happened?
Okay, so like I said, she's still just out there just running her mouth, still talking. So now I just came out there in the bathroom, grabbed a blue cup, and I just was like, shut up. Just threw the water on, I was like, shut up. And now I know now since I already smacked your food out your hand, threw water on, now I know you want to fight, so I picked up the broom. It's like, come on, but then I swing them.
What happened then?
My husband just came and gave me, it was like, okay, now stay in this room, now come back out this room, when she is not talking to now, you know how your sister is. You just try to ignore her. And I was in there, of course, I was still bored, but I just listened to him, and he just kept it that close, like I was still doing what she was doing.
Let me ask you, she moved out how long after that incident?
The same night, she called someone and asked if they can go over there.
Her and her husband?
She kicked all us out.
She kicked you out or you left on your own?
No, she told me to leave. Like, right after she damaged
the TV. Now?
Yeah, she told me to leave. And she also threatened me with the police. So that was
like, time to go.
I called the police. You so you didn't threaten me with the police.
Well, the fact is, it was the right thing to do because you all were violent with each other. And when you're violent, you don't need to wait for an eviction notice. And it would be who is most at fault to determine how that rent or lack thereof should be spent. Did she give you the 400?
No.
Okay, you say she agreed to.
More of Judge Mathis in a moment.
And I'm just saying, I'm not gonna pay someone $400. If you agree for me to
You're
stay,
not gonna pay someone.
I'm not gonna pay her $400 and you kick me out after 2 weeks.
No, before that, outside of the fight, when you came, do you believe you should have agreed to pay her some money for having a husband and children move in with her? Do you think you should have paid her some money?
And later, I love her.
Show her a sign today. How much is it?
Sorry?
I was telling me, he said, I love her. I said, show you a sign that he loves you.
Court is in session at Judge Mathis. If you or a family member are in need of a DNA test, please call us at 1-888-VERDICT.
My new normal, fewer asthma attacks.
Less oral steroids.
Taking my treatment at home.
Nucala is a once-monthly add-on injection for severe eosinophilic asthma, not for sudden breathing problems. Allergic reactions can occur. Get help right away for swelling of face, mouth, tongue, or trouble breathing. Infections that can cause shingles have occurred. Don't stop steroids unless told by your doctor. Tell your doctor if you have a parasitic infection. May cause headache, injection site reactions, back pain, and fatigue. Ask your doctor about Nucala at home. Find your new normal with Nucala.
Tired of clean clothes that just don't smell clean? What if your clothes can stay fresh for weeks? Now they can. This towel has already been used, and it still smells fresh. Pour a cap of Downy Unstoppables into your washing machine before each load, and enjoy fresher smelling laundry for up to 12 weeks.
Here's to the doers. To all the people who realize that they can do more with less asthma. Thanks to Dupixent, the add-on treatment for specific types of moderate to severe asthma. Dupixent isn't for sudden breathing problems. It can improve lung function for better breathing in as little as 2 weeks and help prevent severe asthma attacks. It's not a steroid, but can help reduce or eliminate oral steroids. Dupixent can cause serious allergic reactions, including anaphylaxis. Get help right away if you have rash, shortness of breath, chest pain, tingling, or numbness in your limbs. Tell your doctor if you have a parasitic infection, and don't change or stop your asthma treatments, including steroids, without talking to your doctor. Are you ready to do more with less asthma? Talk to your asthma specialist about Dupixent. If your financial situation has changed, we may be able to help.
Denture wearers think of Wild. Wild Ladies and Sebon Denture Seals. Get 75% stronger all day hold thanks to gradual release technology. Go wild. Sebon. Wildly adhesive.
For our seniors, Social Security is a sacred obligation, a sacred promise made. The current president is threatening to break that promise. He's proposing to eliminate a tax that pays for almost half the Social Security without any way of making up for that lost revenue. I will not let that happen. If I'm your president, we're going to protect Social Security and Medicare. You have my word. I'm Joe Biden, and I approve this message.
Hawkins does a great job, no matter what it is, whether it's service or even a new vehicle. You're not just another person walking in the door every day. You walk in, you feel like you're a human being that's there in your vehicle service for the first time. A lot of times they know exactly what it is right when I call. Well, they get it done really quick too.
At Hawkins Chevrolet, we offer the utmost care for your vehicle because we care about you. Come see why the difference is our service. The difference is Hawkins.
Do you have a pending lawsuit that you want Judge Mathis to decide? If so, call 1-888-VERDICT or visit us online at www.judgemathiscv.com.
I don't know, family counselor? No, y'all need a straight up, ain't no counselor, ain't no judge, y'all need a psychiatrist.
Oh my God. We do need help. We need help. Bad.
Plaintiff Janita Freeman is suing her identical twin sister, who claims during an argument Janita smacked a sandwich out of her hand and threatened to attack her with a broom.
Now, let me hear from you on first the agreement and however you want to characterize what happened.
Okay, so pretty much it was not over a sausage. Her husband did feel.
First of all, the agreement.
Okay, I don't remember the agreement. Like,
you remember telling me you would give her $400?
No, she offered for us to come there. She offered for us to come.
And so a landlord does. In fact, landlords put it in the paper. They offer everybody.
I don't remember her coming to me saying, "Oh, okay, you got that part." Like, and I'm just saying, I'm not gonna pay someone $400. If you agree for me to,
you're not gonna pay someone.
I'm not gonna pay a $400 and you kick me out after 2 weeks.
No, before that, outside of the fight, when you came, do you believe you should have agreed to pay her some money for having a husband and children move in with her? Do you think you should have paid her some money?
Well, when you put it that way, yes.
All right, well, I'm glad.
But she, like I said, should have asked right.
Well, I'm glad to hear
her being my twin, I'm just.
All right. And tell me about the incident. I want to see who was at fault.
So with the incident, it was not about the sausage. Okay, her husband fed my child an Italian sausage. After my child ate it, she threw up. And of course I was upset. My child is throwing up a sausage. And yes, I did say, don't nobody, if you're not Devontae, which is my husband, if you're not him or me, don't nobody else feed my child. Of course, Big Mouth felt some type of way because how I am with her child. Like, I treat her child like, that's my nephew, but I treat him like he's my son. And yes, there came, times where she would try to say something to my nephew and I'll butt in. And that's why she kind of took that's why she kind of felt the way that she felt. Well, if I can't feed my niece, then you don't say nothing, then you can't feed, you can't feed Jay Sean and my nephew. You kind of made it a thing where, since I said this about your name, you gonna throw Jay Sean in, and that's where it went left field.
Well, you probably said what you said with an attitude. I don't think, well, then that's the problem. And I understand if your child is grown up, yeah, you would have an attitude. So you should have been a little more understanding of her having an attitude.
I just feel like she should have went to the person who finished the story, because let me finish. But anyways, like I said, she made it that, then if I can't feed my niece, then you can't do this such to Jay Sean. She left out the part where her husband stepped out the room and said the exact same thing. Well, don't nobody say no when you do this to Jay Sean. And that's where, like I said, that's where it went left field. And yes, she did go in the room with her husband, and I was still out there in front room talking to my husband. And I was standing up eating my sandwich. Janina didn't like what I was saying. She came out there and smacked my food out of my hand. And she started leaving out the part where she threatened to call the police. She literally stood in my, get out. Get your stuff and get out. And also I have my evidence, page 1, if you take a look at page 1, and page 3 where she damaged 2 of my TVs. That's why I said she leaving out stuff, like telling the full story.
And your emotional stresses for that and for the incident?
Yes, for the incident. Like I said, I could have went physical, but I didn't. So in my eyes, she the one who wanted to fight.
I like that about you, from what I'm hearing. In this incident.
Yeah, in this incident.
Judge Mathis rules on this dispute shortly. And still to come.
Between mice, roaches, and bedbugs, I'm gonna say 25%.
Thank you for being honest. Most landlords and managers wouldn't be honest.
You try to work with the tenants on that.
Okay, good. That's true. You all gonna bring them in there too. Y'all don't bring them. Landlord, you don't bring them over when you collect the rent. Follow me on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram at Judge Greg Mathis.
Chances are you have some questions right now. Here are a couple answers. Lysol disinfectant spray and Lysol disinfecting wipes together can be used on over 100 surfaces and kill up to 99.9% of germs. Lysol, what it takes to protect.
Home is where we can make a different personal creation every night of the week. Look at all those possibilities. So fluffy, so flaky, so versatile. Pillsbury crescent rolls.
Millions of people are saying yes to Allegra, including the experts. It's the #1 allergist-recommended brand for non-drowsy relief. Allegra works 2 times faster than Claritin, and while Zyrtec may cause drowsiness, Allegra won't. Say yes to Allegra.
Leonard was afraid he died of lung cancer. He never thought it would be COPD. You always think you have more time than you do, and you really don't.
You can quit. Call 1-800-QUIT now for help getting free medication.
Which looks better, this or this? Seems clear to me. Buy 2 pairs of glasses for just $69.95 at America's Best, and they'll throw in an eye exam for free. It's a savings of at least $50. Book an exam online today.
Your little girl loves her sippy cup and won't drink out of anything else. He might like it too. When killing roaches, you don't have to choose between safe or effective. Rain Anti-Roach with essential oils is safe for use around kids and pets. S.C. Johnson.
Hey, hold on 1 second. Sure.
Okay, Safe Driver Save 40%. Guys, check it out. Safe Driver Save 40%. Safe Driver Save 40%. Safe Driver Save 40%. That's Safe Driver Save 40%.
It is. That's Safe Driver Save 40%. It's him. He's here.
He's right here. Hi.
Got it.
Hey. That's totally him. That's totally the guy.
Safe drivers do save 40%. Click or call for a quote today.
Mesothelioma. It's all we do. With 9 offices across the country, we are large enough to take on big corporations. There is no risk. Let us come meet with you.
We only take mesothelioma claims. Call us at 1-800-485-6000 or go to mesobook.com.
Our experience and the size of our law firm makes a difference. Call us at 1-800-485-6000 or visit mesobook.com.
Lower your energy costs with green energy products. They've been providing southern Minnesota with high-efficiency solar panels for over a decade. With local technicians and customizable systems, they provide a hometown service you can trust. Take advantage of Green Energy's flexible financing options, as well as federal, state, and local incentives, including 26% off your installation cost. Call today and learn how to produce your own energy and save a little green. Green Energy Products, providing a clean and earth-friendly future.
I don't remember the agreement. Like,
You remember telling me you would give her $400?
no, she offered for us to come there. She offered for us to come.
And so the landlord does. In fact, landlords put it in the paper. They offer everybody.
Plaintiff Janita Freeman is suing her identical twin sister, who claims during an argument Janita smacked a sandwich out of her hand and threatened to attack her with a broom.
Damage her television?
Yeah,
What happened?
I just knocked it down. I mean, it's cheap. I mean,
So
they're
you
not
did
cheap
that.
TVs, but okay. I was a cheap TV. They're not cheap TVs. That's why I just want to wear one as my TV.
All right, that's enough, ma'am. You were wrong as 2 left shoes. Not here. All the way through. You were the aggressor. When you knocked that sandwich out, you had to come out of the room.
Yes.
And assault her. That's assault. You assaulted her twice. Knocking the sandwich out of her hand, assault. Throwing water onto her, assault. So therefore, I'm only going to grant you $200 for rent, then emotional distress. I'm not giving you any money for that. You caused her all the emotional distress. I'm going to grant her her damaged property and emotional distress, $598 for you and $200 for you. Have a good day, ladies. That's my judgment. We're going to follow up with that counselor. I'm going to have my staff follow up with you guys.
Plaintiff Randy Johnson moved into a property that was managed by the defendant, but she's suing her today for improper billing and emotional distress. The defendant, Suzanne Rabel, says Randy left the property with more than your average wear and tear, and instead she removed the charge in question.
Give me some background on this.
Well, first off, Judge Mathis, I would like to let you know that, like, you've been an inspiration in my life. I had to tell you that because my juvenile history, I've been in and out of jail, I've been, like, in fights, hustling, everything, and, you know, right now, I just went and got my high school diploma, like, 3 years ago, and I just look up to you, and I'm trying to get my daycare, so I just wanted to let you know I got the utmost respect for you, first and foremost.
Good. Thank you. Thank you. And what city are you in? Where do you
I'm
live?
actually in Toledo, Ohio right now.
Toledo. Where are you at with your certifications for preschool? You said you were looking to do a daycare. Have to have certification.
No, I take care of elderly people.
Okay. Elder.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Good.
Yes.
All right. So give us some background.
Okay, so Your Honor, actually, I moved from Cincinnati, Ohio. I'm from Columbus, but I moved from Cincinnati.
to Toledo of, what was it, October of 2019. And Jeff Savage is the owner of the property that I moved into. We had nothing but good vibes with Jeff. Got along great. And
How long did you live there?
I lived there for a year.
Okay. Go ahead.
Yeah, so he even accommodated me with a bottle of champagne in the refrigerator. So I thought everything was gonna be smooth sailing living there, so but I had to go through Sue, and like Jeff and Sue had actually texted me a message, and you can see it on page 5 that I was supposed to pay $300 for this network mouse.
Before we get to the specifics of what you're suing about, let me hear from the defendant. Give me some background.
I've been a property manager for about 10 years now, and we have just over 400 properties that we manage.
In Toledo?
In Toledo, yeah. Most of our properties are single-family homes, and Brandon's in one of those. Because I've been doing this for 10 years. It is a crazy job. Last Friday, I had 3 move-outs where we had roaches in one unit, fleas in one unit, and bed bugs in the other unit. But Brady was a really great tenant. She was.
Thank you. Thank you.
She is very personable and nice. But leave the unit with a little bit more than just the average wear and tear.
Okay, and we'll get to that. Let's get back to you for the improper billing. How does she owe you for improper billing and emotional distress?
Yes, well, my improper billing it's on page 5. The owner, Jeff Savage, had actually, we texted back and forth. He asked me, Brandy, just to Sue was in the loop. When are you sending the 300 for this network that was on the roof?
I'll send you that 300 when you get rid of the roaches that you're spreading around in the neighborhood. You get rid of the roaches you're spreading around in the neighborhood. Somebody's spreading them around. It's not you. You have nothing to do with that.
They had big rats. They had big rats out there.
Big rats.
Big rats.
And you all have 400 properties? I guess you would have, the law of averages say you would have a lot of that. What percent do you think have those type of disruptions?
Between mice, roaches, and bed bugs, I'm gonna say 25%.
Wow, that's a lot, guys. That's a lot.
Stay tuned. The case continues after this. And later on Judge Mathis.
Common law marriage don't mean what's mine's hers, what's hers is mine. I figured that
Common law marriage?
Yeah.
For 3 years?
Yes, sir.
For less than 3 years?
Yes, sir. You learned that one in prison.
Yeah, you should go to the law library yourself.
Yes, sir.
In prison as opposed to listening to jailhouse lawyers.
I threw my cousin a birthday party.
Did everybody have a mask on? Yes, they did. Hold on, who you think you're talking to?
All new cases and an all new experience.
See why we have you behind a shield?
My new normal, fewer asthma attacks.
Less oral steroids.
Taking my treatment at home.
Nucala is a once-monthly add-on injection for severe eosinophilic asthma, not for sudden breathing problems. Allergic reactions can occur. Get help right away for swelling of face, mouth, tongue, or trouble breathing. Infections that can cause shingles have occurred. Don't stop steroids unless told by your doctor. Tell your doctor if you have a parasitic infection. May cause headache, injection site reactions, backache, and fatigue. Ask your doctor about Nucala at home. Find your new normal with Nucala.
Tired of clean clothes that just don't smell clean? What if your clothes could stay fresh for weeks? Now they can. This towel's already been used, and it still smells fresh. Pour a cap of Downy Unstoppables into your washing machine before each load, and enjoy fresher smelling laundry for up to 12 weeks.
Here's to the doers. To all the people who realize that they can do more with less asthma, thanks to Dupixent, the add-on treatment for specific types of moderate to severe asthma. Dupixent isn't for sudden breathing problems. It can improve lung function for better breathing in as little as 2 weeks and help prevent severe asthma attacks. It's not a steroid, but can help reduce or eliminate oral steroids. Dupixent can cause
doctor if you have a parasitic infection. And don't change or stop your asthma treatments, including steroids, without talking to your doctor. Are you ready to do more with less asthma? Talk to your asthma specialist about Dupixent. If your financial situation has changed, we may be able to help.
Denture wearers may go wild. Wild ladies and Sebon denture seals. Get 75% stronger all day long thanks to gradual release technology. Go wild. Sebon. Wildly adhesive.
Closed captioning and other consideration for Judge Mathis provided by
I have COPD because I smoked, so I have to pace myself. My tip is, if you're having people over for Thanksgiving, start cooking in October.
You can quit. Call 1-800-QUIT-NOW for help getting free medication.
Which looks better, this or this? Seems clear to me. Buy 2 pairs of glasses for just $69.95 at America's Best, and they'll throw in an eye exam for free. It's a savings of at least $50. Book an exam online today.
Chances are you have some questions right now. Here are a couple answers. Lysol disinfectant spray and Lysol disinfecting wipes together can be used on over 100 surfaces and kill up to 99.9% of germs. Lysol, what it takes to protect.
Court is back in session at Judge Mathis. If you have a case you want heard or a dispute you need settled, call us at 1-888-VERDICT.
Plaintiff Randy Johnson is suing her former property manager for overcharging her by $300. But the defendant insists she removed the charge from her bill.
Thank you for being honest. Most landlords or managers wouldn't be honest because that is a high number. But for you to be honest, that means you're working on it.
Oh, we definitely are working on it. We try to work with the tenants on that.
Okay, good. That's true, because you all don't bring them in that thing. Y'all don't bring them. Landlord, you don't bring them over when you collect the rent, do you?
He's late.
You're late. This is our late fee. Well, you a late fee, guy? No, you don't. We're going to give you a late fee. All right. So, after they pay their rent in, you get all the rent, but they get a couple items with improper billing. And so, when you brought that to the defendant's attention?
So on page 6, Your Honor, it says, from Jeff Savage, the owner, sorry, wrong house. I made a lot of mistakes. I moved March of 2020. I received the invoice. The invoices are on page 2, 3, and 4. It's different numbers too, different amounts. And it's still in there.
And it was to be waived or removed.
Yes, sir.
All right. When you spoke with the landlord or management last, what were you told?
Well, on the paper right here, it says Sue take it off. But according to Sue and Jeff Savage, take it to court. And they win regardless. So I tried to mediate the situation, do a fair housing program here, and they didn't agree with that.
Over the $300. A company that has 400 properties, I think it is, Susan. And this is a $300 debt, minuscule monies to a landlord that owns many properties. But let me allow the defendant to tell me what happened here. Ma'am?
We did originally bill Brandy $300 for Dish Network that was on the roof. When I normally take pictures of the roofs where we don't allow Dish Networks, and on the picture, the photo that we had, we only saw one Dish Network, and I actually had her file labeled one Dish Network up there. When she moved out, there were 2. But I couldn't tell the position of the Dish Network, if it really was Brandy's or not. I spoke with Jeff after we built her, and he asked me to take it off. So, and I took it off, and that was emailed to Brandy. So if you look at page 2, third item from the bottom, it says 0 for the Dish Network. We took that off. It was probably either the end of April or the beginning of May. We are doing the negotiations. I also talked to, I believe her name was, I went to dates, but with Fair Housing in Toledo, and I also explained that to her that was taken off because that was one one of Brandy's main issues. And I said, well, that's a non-issue because it's not even a charge. So Fair Housing told her there wasn't really anything they could do, that she would need to take us to court.
Okay. Ma'am, did you get this?
No, sir, I did not. I had everything else besides that. All our invoices, and I believe you have it, is on 2, 3, and 4, and nothing states that it's 0. It's not taken off.
I'm looking here. Yeah, it says 300 here, and this is April 21, and this is the same date, April 21. 300 on one, ma'am, and 0 on the other. Let me see. Only thing different is, as you say, it says 300 on here. It's the this network, and 0 on here. It says a credit. Can you explain that, ma'am?
Yes, sir. When I originally billed Brandy out on 4/21, the Dish Network charge of $300 was on there. And Brandy had called and spoke with Jeff, and we took the Dish Network off after that conversation. So it went to 0, like I said, it was either the end of April or the beginning of May.
And when was the conversation?
It was after the original invoice went out, which was 4/21.
Right.
And she had a conversation with Jeff regarding the Dish Network, and Jeff decided to give her the credit.
Well, that had to be the same day. When did you call? Did you call around April 21st and talk with Jeff?
No, I didn't, sir. I'm sorry. The only thing I did was just text you 6/18/2019 about the Dish Network, and you shouldn't have taken long. I just received my invoice.
How did he respond?
He texted me back, sorry, wrong house, I made a lot of mistakes. And that's on page 6.
Let me see when this date is, because this says you don't owe. So you're suing for something that you have not been billed for. The bill is gone. I couldn't get this because the girl that was here before me had an account already open. Jay, sorry, wrong house. I make a lot of mistakes. LOL, okay, cool, I was scared. Your balance is $140. That was on December of 19.
Judge Mathis will be right back. When we decided to build a home, we went to Green Acres Homes in Esterville, Iowa. They helped us through every step so we could build our home our way, from choosing a style to designing a custom floor plan. And because we got a system-built Green Acres home, our house is stronger, more energy efficient, costs less, and we got to move in faster than we ever expected. Contact Green Acres Homes in Esterville, Iowa. Your home, your way.
You want service? We've got it.
Stop in at Olson Truck Service Center and meet the people who make it happen. Olson Truck Service Center has the tires, tools, and expertise to handle your truck, tractor, or farm equipment tune-ups and repairs. We offer master quality work customized to your specific needs. And if it's not in stock, we can get it. We do more than just diesel repair. We've got the service you want at Olson Truck Service Center in St. James.
Prescriptions like these can cost a fortune, and Washington politicians make sure of that. It's why drug companies gave thousands to Congressman Hagedorn, who voted against lowering drug prices for Minnesotans. It's got to stop. I don't take their corporate PAC money, and I won't work for them. Let's negotiate lower prices through Medicare and make low-cost generics easier to get. I'm Dan Fiat, and I approve this message because Washington has got to change. Here you go, Dad.
Thanks, son. Give your home the perfect look with a professional and passionate team. One that has state-of-the-art technology and top-of-the-line materials to create something truly elegant. Elegant Creations is a team for you. Their passion and quality has earned the trust of those who work with them.
We were greeted by wonderful people. They took us in the back. We saw the wide selection in the showroom. The guys in the back were equally efficient and knowledgeable, and it continued through the whole process.
Countertops, sinks, and faucets. Call or stop by Elegant Creations for a free estimate.
We need to make things here in America. We rely on other countries for too many things. I'm Tina Smith, and I have a plan to rebuild American manufacturing, to strengthen our economy and grow the middle class. It starts with building a medical supply chain, so we're not relying on other countries for the medicine we need. I approve this message because instead of talking about making things in America. I've got a plan to do it.
Plaintiff Randy Johnson is suing her former property manager for overcharging her by $300. But the defendant insists she removed the charge from her bill.
Ma'am, what you are showing me, the only date I see refers to 19. And what she has provided me is one from April of 2020.
Your Honor, if you look at the invoices that I had on 2, 3, and 4, I don't know if they made that invoice what you have or not. But 2, 3, and 4.
What's your complaint if they're telling you you don't owe? And it's been removed. You didn't pay it, right?
No.
And they're telling you you don't owe, right?
This is my first time hearing that.
Okay. All right. So now do you have a problem? Now that they say you don't owe, what's your other problem?
Well, I don't have no other problem besides that.
All right. Just get that off your back and you're good.
I need a new invoice, Judge, Your Honor. I mean, they've been nickel and diming me. I was scared that this was going to go on my credit. Like, you know, I went out, I bought things for the house, and I feel like my kids tore up.
Have you checked your credit?
Huh?
Have you checked your credit lately?
Yeah, I checked my
Has it gone on there?
Yeah.
Okay, what's your emotional distress for?
I just didn't want, like, all this to go on my credit.
Okay. You're right, and if it had, I'd give you some, and perhaps even more. In this case, though, they've met your need of having it removed from the invoice. We're going to get her an invoice of 0, so that's no problem. You'll have that, and there's no counterclaim by you.
Well, there's no counterclaim, but she does still have a balance after that $300 credit.
I don't see that. She said it's not part of the lawsuit today, so we're not going to go into that. All I can say is work that out again and make sure you follow up. If you don't believe you owe that amount, talk with them. Show your evidence to each other. If you pay, show her evidence you paid. If you haven't, show her evidence that she hasn't. And then you all can say, okay, somebody made a mistake. Let's resolve it before we go before the judge. The judge going to call me all kinds of slumlords. And then he gonna call me a debt fee and say I won't pay my rent. Pay your rent. You do.
Yeah, I pay my rent.
She says you're a model tenant. Y'all work that last part. I believe it's for the damages to the apartment that wasn't covered by the security deposit. Because I did read that there were some damages, ma'am. I heard you say there were some damages. So you all work that out. I believe you pay your rent. And she says you were a great tenant, and those are all good things. Just make sure you all work out this next phase because, as we say, Jeff makes a lot of mistakes. That's what we needed here, Jeff. Mistake making Jeff. He admitted to making the mistake. Tell him to call him and start today. Have a good day. Claim dismissed.
Thank you. I just want to say, so, you know, I try to make everything like right with you. You know, me and you, we really never seen eye to eye. Me and Jack were like this, but I took great care of your property, and it wasn't that much money worth of damage. Period.
Well, Bernice, I sent pictures to you and your husband, I think. So all the pictures that I sent to the Judge Mathis show, I also emailed to you along with the invoice with that $300 off. And then there was a picture of everything that was damaged.
Plaintiff Christine Lundgren dated the defendant and they have a daughter. Christine says the defendant was incarcerated for most of their relationship due to his meth addiction. And Christine is suing her ex today for the balance due on a car. Defendant Galen Mitchell admits that he went to jail while he was with Christine, but he insists he still loves her. Galen denies owing Christine for the car because he claims they were common law married.
Galen and I have been together for about 6 years. We have a 5-year-old daughter together. Most of the 6 years he was incarcerated for methamphetamines. He got out.
As in over 3?
Yeah. He got
He
out.
was incarcerated approximately 3 years or more. That's what you're saying.
He was incarcerated 3 different times for the same.
Accumulating
Yes.
over 3 years in jail.
Yes, sir.
Chris, go ahead.
When he got out of jail the last time, about 2 years ago, all good intentions. He began to use again.
Use what?
Methamphetamines. And we were fighting and arguing all the time. I decided that I was stuck in one place. I needed to move and leave, so I moved to Washington State. When I did, I had a car that I was making payments on in Texas. He asked if I would leave it with him. I said that would be fine as long as he took over the payments and kept insurance on it. 2 months later, he totaled the car, and insurance paid about $7,000, and that left about $3,000 left. When I called to ask him, or to ask if he wanted to split the balance, he basically told me, "Not my car, not my problem."
The judge will render his verdict when we return.
I threw my cousin a birthday party.
Does everybody have a mask on? Yes, we do. Hold on, who you think you're talking to?
All new cases in an all new experience.
See why we have you behind the shield?
This is a tale of 2 kitties. This kitty uses ordinary litter. This kitty uses pretty litter, the world's smartest cat litter, and it's delivered right to your door. It's ultra-light, super absorbent formula, traps odors, and it does something no ordinary clay litter can do. Pretty Litter's color-changing crystals make it easy to monitor your cat's health, helping to avoid serious illness. She's switching to Pretty Litter. Smart move. Try Pretty Litter risk-free for 30 days. When you sign up, get free delivery. Go to prettylitter.com.
Add color and warmth to those crisp autumn days with vibrant mugs, pumpkins, and decor from Drummer's Garden Center and Floral. Create your own fall display to celebrate the change of season. Fall is also a great time to add trees and shrubs to your landscape. Drummers has everything you need and helps you select what plants are best for your yard. From decorating your home to creating your ideal landscape, you get quality, personalized service this season, next season, every season at Drummer's Garden Center and Floral. The plants, the people, the place.
This is a Butler building. And so is this one, and this one, and this one too. They're all Butler buildings, custom designed, custom built to exacting specifications by Rice Companies, your local Butler builder. Discover the difference a versatile Butler manufacturing building system can make for your new facility. Virtually any size, any shape, any usage. Call Rice Companies today. You'll find their work all over southern Minnesota and online at ricecompanies.com.
I'm the 3rd generation on this family farm out here in western Pennsylvania. This farm's been here since 1949. It's a great lifestyle. It's not one of the rich and the famous, but it's a lifestyle that I wouldn't trade anybody for. Yeah, I voted for Trump in 16, and I'll be the first to tell you I made a mistake. The pandemic has been tough on everybody. President Trump, he's not responsible for this virus. Nobody was going to be able to stop that. But he was totally negligent on how he informed people. I mean, the guy gets a blame for what's happening. If he would have did things right day one, we wouldn't be where we're at today. You know, with Joe Biden, I think we got a person that's got some compassion and he's got a real plan to get things going, turn it around. And I made a mistake in 16. I won't make a mistake in 2020.
I'm Joe Biden, and I approve this message. Is your ex seeking child support, but you think you need a paternity test? Call 1-888-VERDICT or visit us online at www.judgemethodstv.com. Plaintiff Christine Lundgren dated the defendant for 6 years, and they have a daughter, but she claims he was incarcerated for most of their relationship due to his meth addiction.
All right, let me introduce you.
I love her. We're in
Show her sign today. How much is it?
Sorry?
I was telling him, he said, I love her. I said, show you a sign that he loves you. Go ahead.
Well, yeah, she's pretty much correct on that. On me going to jail and all that. While she was living here, I was making payments on the vehicle. I was the only one with the job. She wasn't working at the time.
I don't feel that all over.
Did you wreck it?
Yeah, I reckon part. Yes, I would take responsibility for wrecking the car.
So responsibility for wrecking it includes the cost.
Yes, sir, but also with, I mean, common law marriage don't mean what's mine's hers, what's hers is mine. I figured that
Common law marriage?
Yeah.
For 3 years?
Yes, sir.
For less than 3 years?
Yes, sir.
You learned that one in prison. Yeah. Yeah, you should go to the law library yourself.
Yes, sir.
In prison as opposed to listening to jailhouse lawyers. Go ahead.
She live in my house and I still paying the bill.
If you're common law married, then why wouldn't you at least believe you should pay half to your wife? A debt that was caused by you. Why wouldn't you want to help your wife?
Hey, but, you know what I mean? But first,
What is half, man?
No. 2,000's a little over half.
Okay, how much is half? Because that's what you asked him to pay, right?
Yes.
How much is half?
Half of 3,700.
1,500. 3,000 what?
$3,789.69.
yeah, $1,900.
So she went 100 over.
Yes, sir.
So I'm with you. She'd only pay half. Instead of 2,000, you get 1,900. Now, we good?
Yeah, fair enough.
All right. 1,900 is just have a good day, man.
I love Galen to death. I always love him. We have a daughter together, and I just want Galen to be a good guy.
Same here, you know what I mean? Want to move on?
Organize your life with Dakota and Menards. Right now, all Dakota storage solutions are 11% off. Combine style and finish with this 5-shelf modern bookcase. Customized with your choice of Dakota shelving finish. Get organized with this white closet system from Dakota Closets. It comes with 4 wardrobe rods, 5 drawers, and 19 shelves. Stop waiting and start saving with 11% off everything at Menards.
Save big money at Menards. Your voice, your vote. In our democracy, they matter and make our community and our country stronger. So make yours count. Get registered. Learn the issues. Know the candidates. And vote by or on November 3rd. Visit vote411.org for registration and election information. This message is furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters.
At Olson Truck Service Center, we do more than just diesel repairs. We carry a full line of tires, too. We have tires for trucks, trailers, tractors, and farm equipment, cars, and pickups in any size. Or if you're in a jam, we have 2 tire trucks that can come directly to you. Whether installing new or repairing a flat, Olson Truck Service Center is here to meet your needs. Olson Truck Service Center, your full-service tire center, located just outside St. James on Highway 60 and County Road 12.
You're watching KNYC News Now.
Now I suspect that you're just trying to pull one over on me.
No, I'm not.
You texted him about scamming, but I feel like you're trying to scam me.
This is the plaintiff, Riola McKee. She says she hired the defendant to put in an air conditioner condenser unit, and it came with a 10-year warranty. 3 years later, her furnace blew because the condenser was installed incorrectly. It wasn't even a new one. He put in a used one, and the serial number was scratched off, leading her to believe it was stolen. She's suing this crooked defendant for $5,000, the money she surely owed. This is the defendant, D2K. He says the plaintiff paid for a used condenser, and that's what he installed for her. The plaintiff knows full well that used equipment doesn't come with a warranty. This woman's trying to scam him, and he knows the judge will see right through her and her lies. He's accused of not honoring a warranty.
All parties, get ready.
What you are about to witness is real. The participants are not actors. They are actual litigants with the case pending in civil court. Both parties have agreed to drop their claims and have their cases settled here before Judge Marilyn Leon in our forum.
suing All to Max Construction Incorporated. You're Dean Duke. You're the owner? Okay, for $5,000 in damages and to return an amount you say you paid to him to fix your central air unit.
Yes.
And you say now that 3 years later it's not working. Tell me what happened.
Well, I called Mr. Dean to install the central air unit, and he installed a broken unit, obviously. And
Well, no, it worked for 3 years, right?
it worked for like 2 years. The third year, I tried to get it to work. It wouldn't come on. So I contacted him, and he just gave me the runaround. So I had to contact a new contractor, and they just told me that the central air unit was no good. And that was basically installing the central air unit.
No good as in what?
The coils, everything was installed was improperly done.
How so?
I think the cord was missing, or something was missing from it.
Do you have anything in writing from the other company?
Yes, I do.
May I see it? Do you have your contract with this defendant?
Yes, I do.
May I see it? All right, so the other company, customer has an R410A condenser with an R22 evaporator coil. It should have been an R410. The evaporator also has masking tape around it. It should be sealed with tin. Evaporator could be expensive if we can find one to match the system. Okay. And they charge you $150 for the,
Just come look at it.
just to come look at it.
Yeah.
All right, now, so here's a copy. No, I want your original contract.
No, it's been 3 years.
Okay. Do you have the original contract?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Okay, let me see the original contract. Do you remember this? Do you remember spelling this?
Yes, Your Honor, I do. I remember the agreement. I'm gonna hand you two contracts. She had changed her mind twice, so I'm gonna hand you the first one and then
What
revise.
was the first one for?
The first one was for $2,800, Your Honor, to do the work. I went there that afternoon, and then she agreed to it, and then she called me that night and told me that the price was too high, and she wanted a used unit.
Was it, okay, now how did your unit need replacing back then?
Well, I bought the house back in April 2014, and the original owner that I bought the house from, it was taken by him. So I was told by my
condenser?
Pardon? The whole central area unit.
They took,
Yeah.
the original owner took the central air unit?
Yes. Yeah. So it seemed like something just want me to stay hot. I don't know what it is.
Did you have a realtor in your closing? You bought this house, right?
We had the same realtor.
What did you call
I
the realtor?
decided to use this realtor. Well, I called my attorney.
And what
my
did your attorney
told
say?
me Just, hey, just file an insurance claim.
Wow.
Yeah.
Did you tell the insurance you thought it was the prior owner?
Yes, I did.
All right. So anyway, so your homeowners was going to be covering.
Yes, my homeowner insurance company.
So according to you, she enters into a contract with you. You send it to her. She sends it to the insurance company. The insurance company agrees to pay it. And then what say you? That after that, she said, I don't want a new one. I want a used one?
Yeah, she reached out to me the next day, told me the price was too high for her. So she had told me, is there anything I could do to get a used unit? And I told her I'd reach out to my AC guy, see what he could do, which I have a letter from him stating what he did that day. And he said he could make it happen with a used unit. It was actually a scratch and dent unit. It was actually new, but he was going to sell it as used. And
But then it comes with no warranty.
No warranty. But
And the new one would have come with how long a warranty?
5 years.
5 years.
And then at that time, she wanted to inspect that unit that I told her that he could install for $1,600. So the AC guy actually went to her house, inspected the unit, said it was okay,
Wait, he brought the unit to her house?
brought the unit to her house.
Are you remembering this?
I'm trying to remember what you're talking about, but a lot of what he's saying is not true.
No. You would remember this if it happened. It either happened or it didn't.
It did
Then
not
you
happen.
decided to pocket a little insurance
No,
money and
no,
go with
it
the
did not.
cheaper option
No,
that has
it
no
did not.
warranty, and that some guy, do you have an affidavit from that fellow? I'll hand that over, son.
Yeah, I did not, don't remember nothing what he's saying. Actually, he didn't even do none of the work. He said he was going to be coming and start work.
To whom it may concern, at the customer's request on August 29, 2015, I brought and showed Ms. McKee a Goodman condenser and coil for her approval before install as the unit was being sold and installed as a used unit. I installed the above unit. I also installed new copper line sets, which were previously ripped out, charged the unit, reinstalled drain and contact wires and condenser, All material was tested and inspected upon completion. Is that sounding, is it ringing a bell?
No, it's not ringing a bell.
Okay, how's this? How's this with an original signature of yours? Does that ring a bell?
No, I know the insurance company gave you 2,800. I'm not confused. I'm asking you to shut up. Stop talking. Stop talking. I'm asking you to prove to me what you paid to them.
Chances are you have some questions right now. Here are a couple answers. Lysol disinfectant spray and Lysol disinfecting wipes together can be used on over 100 surfaces and kill up to 99.9% of germs. Lysol, what it takes to protect.
Denture wearers can go wild. Wild ladies and Sebon denture seals. Get 75% stronger all-day hold thanks to gradual release technology. Go wild. Sebon. Wildly adhesive.
Let's take a little test together. Which looks better? This or this? This or this? Seems clear to me. Saving cash beats spending it unwisely every time. Which is why you'll love this offer from America's Best. Buy 2 pairs of glasses for just $69.95, and they'll throw in an eye exam for free. It's a savings of at least $50. That's not just a better deal. It's America's Best. Book an exam online today at americasbest.com.
I wanted more from my COPD medicine. That's why I've got the power of 1, 2, 3 medicines with Trelegy. The only FDA-approved once daily 3-in-1 COPD treatment.
Trelegy, the power of 1, 2, 3. Trelegy, 1, 2, 3. Trelegy.
With Trelegy and the power of 1, 2, 3, I'm breathing better. Trelegy works 3 ways: to open airways, keep them open, and reduce inflammation for 24 hours of better breathing.
Trelegy won't replace a rescue inhaler for sudden breathing problems. Trelegy is not for asthma. Tell your doctor if you have a heart condition or high blood pressure before taking it. Do not take Trelegy more than prescribed. Trelegy may increase your risk of thrush, pneumonia, and osteoporosis. Call your doctor if worsened breathing, chest pain, mouth or tongue swelling, problems urinating, vision changes, or eye pain occur.
Think your COPD medicine is doing enough? Maybe you should think again.
Ask your doctor about once daily Trelegy. We know times are hard, and we're here for you. Find support at Trelegy.com.
Justice cannot be quarantined.
Did you commit arson?
I did that once.
Once is one time too many, pal.
The heavyweight was going.
Pay the man.
Welcome back to the Venus Court, hard 11 years one. I mean, you can either buy a used condenser with no warranty or a new one with a warranty. In the end, what's cheaper?
The newer one.
Say that because.
You have a warranty.
And that means that if something breaks, you get a repair.
Yeah, that's true.
You totally change your mind, didn't you?
Well, I think the used one's cheaper, but in reality, I would buy the new one because I get a warranty with this. So
Cheaper in the short term, more expensive in the long.
true.
Gotcha. Going inside the courtroom.
Is that your signature?
Yeah, it's my signature.
I know it is, because I've looked at everything
Yeah,
with
it's my
your
signature.
signature that's in this
It's my
court.
signature.
Right. And
But
then,
that's one,
just a second. And then, yeah, the amount is written over because somebody forgot to add. That's how I know this isn't doctored up, because if you're going to doctor it up, you're going to add right. It's $1,300 down, $375 on completion, and then somebody, who's the somebody? You? Just wrote $1,300 and said, oh no, $1,300 plus $375 is $1,675, and wrote $1,675 on top. That's all that the writing on top is. It's not something different. Now I suspect that you're just trying to pull one over on me.
No, I'm not
You
trying to
texted him about scamming, but I feel like you're trying to scam me.
I'm not trying to
Damn
scam
it.
you. I'm not trying to scam you. I'm just trying to explain to you that he's
Do you remember pocketing insurance
I
money?
did not pocket no insurance money.
How did you not? If all you paid was $1,675, why don't you prove to me what you paid? If you paid $2,800, show me your method, your payment of $2,800.
It came from the insurance company.
No, I know the insurance company gave you 2,800. I'm not confused. I'm asking you to shut up. Stop talking. Stop talking. I'm asking you to prove to me what you paid to them. I know that you got. By the way, it wasn't written in your name and hers, right?
No.
It was only written in hers.
I actually thought the insurance company didn't pull through because she was desperate to make it, and she kept asking me to lower and lower the price, but she desperately needed a unit in, and that's where I reached out to my AC guy. He was able to do
So
it.
she never told you that the insurance company gave her the $2,800.
They didn't ever give me $2,800.
Your Honor.
Right. I'm sorry.
$23.49. I paid him $23.49.
You paid
plus the
$23.49.
No.
Okay, you don't even have a contract for $23.49. You have a contract for $2,800. Do you have a contract in your pocket for $23.49?
It's from the insurance company.
What? Do you have a contract with him to put in a new unit at $23.49? Because that's even more proof that you know you didn't have a warranty and that you know that you put in a used unit.
I did have a warranty. This one he's made of it had a warranty.
I'm at $2,800. So now tell me what you paid him.
$23.49 plus the $435.
Show me proof of that payment.
It's right here.
No, that's not proof you paid him. That's
Insurance-
the insurance company paid you. Do you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
What am I saying?
You're saying, what did I pay him? I paid him.
No, I'm saying prove what you paid.
I don't have the receipt, Sean.
Then I don't have a problem.
And I have pictures when he did, you know, they duct tape my whole furnace and my whole furnace.
Okay, now let's talk about that. This is the second issue. She has a company who comes in and says, this was installed improperly. What say you to that?
She did send me a picture, and I'm not aware of any AC guy using duct tape or masking tape or any that type of tape. It's not the way we left that unit. That
Okay.
unit was tampered with.
Okay. All right, because there's some, and masking tape is a very odd thing to put up, right? I can't imagine a professional putting up masking tape. But what do you think did happen? Do we have the pictures? Okay. So you want me to believe that you paid him $2,345 to put masking tape up?
I paid him $23,300 plus the $435. That's what I paid him.
Yeah. You purchase a used unit and you have no warranty and you're not going to get them to pay for it. I'm not going to allow it. I also think that you bold-faced lied to me.
I did not lie.
think you were going to get one.
You think I'm going to go from Rochester, like? Not again.
Yeah, Rochester's not that far.
Okay.
All right. Good luck. Verdict for the defendant.
So the defendant prevails in this lawsuit. Ms. McKee, let me just ask you a quick question. How do you respond to this? The judge just didn't believe you.
Oh, he's a liar. I mean, he's a scam artist. Look at his face.
Looks all right to me.
He's a liar.
All right. You wish you should have had some proof on how you paid.
I know. I wish I would have had received them 3 years ago. So
That would have made your case if you had proof.
I know.
So really,
I'm gonna dig down and find the receipts, and when I find the receipts, you pay for it.
Okay. Well, Mr. Duque, you think you're gonna get resued? You're worried about that?
No, I'm not worried about it.
She calls you a scam artist. How do you feel about that?
Kind of hurts my feelings. I try my best to take care of my customers. I'm honest. I try to put out the best product I can for them. And then when someone come up and accuse me, make accusation like that, it really does hurt because I actually care about my customers. So, I mean, it's unfortunate, but the truth is the truth.
Good for you. All right. Thank you very much. Okay. You must sign a few documents. Harvey, what you think?
Okay, now look, a lot of people think when you buy something used, you can never get a warranty. It's just not true. You can always negotiate for a warranty, even with a used product. If it's really important to you, demand it or walk. And that will do it for this case. Litigants for the next case on the way to the courtroom right now.
This is the plaintiff, Melissa Montour. She says she's a health and fitness expert with a large following on social media, and she hired the defendant, a so-called public relations guru, to help her expand her brand. She paid the guy for 3 months. The defendant did absolutely zero for her. She was royally ripped off. She won't just walk away from the $2,420 she paid this louse, and is suing for just that here today. This is the defendant, Sherbert Wolf. He says he set up photo shoots and events for the plaintiff to attend, and the woman lost patience with the process. She thought she'd become famous overnight. He tried to explain nobody just starts out and blows up overnight. He tried to help her in a professional manner. He worked hard on her brand and deserves to keep his fee. He's accused of not getting his client noticed.
All parties, please raise your hands.
PR is not guaranteed.
Never.
It's a risk.
Yes,
But
sir.
at the end of the day, I still do my job.
Right.
So,
See, you can't guarantee results. You can, and somebody might be upset that you didn't get a result. But I need to see your work so we can even get to the results fact. Say it, forget it, write it, regret it. But we're writing a lot on Twitter, so follow us at the People's Court to see what I'm saying when I step off the bench. I have a lot to say.
When you get your flu shot at Walgreens, you don't just get a bandage. You get assurance that we take the right precautions to keep you safe, so you can defend your crew against the flu. Get your flu shot safe from our pharmacy experts at Walgreens.
I'm Jimmy Dean, and sausage is a great deal like life. You get out of it about what you put into it. You put in quality, and you're going to get out quality, and that's what we do for Jimmy Dean. You have a wonderful day. All right.
I have COPD because I smoke, so I have to pace myself. My tip is, if you're having people over for Thanksgiving, start cooking in October.
You can quit. Call 1-800-QUIT now for help getting free medication.
When it comes to beautiful hair, why are we always showing the same thing?
Where's my bounce? My glamour.
My fire. All hair is beautiful. These Dove shampoo and conditioners are custom formulated for different hair types. Find the right Dove care for your hair.
Real progress? When you're affected by schizophrenia, you see it differently. It's in the small, everyday moments, and in the places you never expect. A little sign of hope, the feeling of freedom. And once these little moments start adding up, that's when it feels like so much more. It feels like real progress. Caplyta effectively treats adults with schizophrenia, and it's just one pill, once a day, with no titration.
Caplyta can cause serious side effects. Elderly dementia patients have increased risk of death or stroke. Call your doctor about fever, stiff muscles, or confusion, which can mean a life-threatening reaction, or uncontrollable muscle movements, which may be permanent. Dizziness upon standing, falls, and impaired judgment may occur. Most common side effects include sleepiness and dry mouth. High cholesterol and weight gain may occur, as can high blood sugar, which may be fatal.
In clinical trials, weight, cholesterol, and blood sugar changes were similar to placebo. So if you're affected by schizophrenia, ask your doctor about Caplyta for intracellular therapies.
Prescriptions like these can cost a fortune, and Washington politicians make sure of that. It's why drug companies gave thousands to Congressman Hagedorn, who voted against lowering drug prices for Minnesotans. It's got to stop. I don't take their corporate PAC money, and I won't work for them. Let's negotiate lower prices through Medicare and make low-cost generics easier to get. I'm Dan Fiat, and I approve this message because Washington has got to change. Here you go, Dad.
Thanks, son.
All this where your story begins. Bill Kahn has reimagined how Mankato builds. Comfort, style, and family are the focus of every design. Beautiful spaces to celebrate life's moments. Spacious rooms filled with natural light. And great neighborhoods for you to explore. Come meet our team. Let's start the process of building your next home.
I'm Jim Hagedorn, and I approve this message.
America's foundation and America's future are on the ballot. When Democrat politicians disrespect law enforcement, they disrespect every citizen of this country. Their agenda isn't just about defunding law enforcement. It's about changing America's fundamental values. Police have endorsed Jim Hagedorn because he defends us, our country, and our Second Amendment. Jim Hagedorn will always stand strong for our Southern Minnesota values.
This is a tale of two kitties. This kitty uses ordinary litter. This kitty uses pretty litter, the world's smartest cat litter, and it's delivered right to your door. It's ultralight, super absorbent formula, traps odors, and it does something no ordinary clean litter can do. Pretty Litter's color-changing crystals make it easy to monitor your cat's health, helping to avoid serious illness. She's switching to Pretty Litter. Smart move. Try Pretty Litter risk-free for 30 days. When you sign up, get free delivery. Go to prettylitter.com.
To my fellow citizens, it is our responsibility as parents, grandparents, business owners, and a community to do the best that we can for our children. Please join me in participating in Have a Heart campaign to ensure all our children are safe at school, whether preschool, grade school, middle school, or the university. Let's also keep our businesses thriving so that we can prosper and grow as a community. So please, have a heart. Wear your mask. Wash your hands. Social distance. If we do these few measures, we can keep our community safe and healthy. We've always been there for each other. Let's not stop. Thank you.
Welcome back to the People's Court next case in the docket. The plaintiff's a fitness expert and hired the defendant who was supposedly a PR expert to expand her brand, and she did zilch. But the defendant says he set up photo shoots, but she thought she'd be famous instantly. It's the case of Lady, you're no Kardashian.
Thank you, Douglas. Okay, Melissa Montour. You are right there, right front and center, guys. I don't know where you're going. Who do you think I'm going to talk to? You are suing Chavert for $2,420. $2,000 of his services you paid in April and May to him to be your what?
He was supposed to be my everything in regards to management, helping me with content for my fitness business.
Okay. Back up a second. Tell me about what you do.
So basically, I'm a social media influencer and I'm a personal trainer. So my goal is to make fitness affordable and healthy for my community, which is usually Black people, Black women of color. But everyone is welcome. But it's usually my goal to target people who usually wouldn't have the opportunity to be healthy. So basically, for example, I sometimes work with the resistance band company that I personally use. So, but I also only promote things that I would personally use. So resistance bands like my PlayFit, I would say I do a workout with the bands and then tell my following. These are the
You're following on what platform?
Instagram, Twitter.
Okay, so you would take a product and then you would say, I've been really happy with this blah, 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 and blah, blah, blah pays you to do that.
Yeah, for everyone that sells with my code.
With your code? Got it.
Yeah,
So they give you a specific code so that way they know who's been selling this stuff.
And I have an app. So
and now on your Instagram page, how many followers do you have?
Close to 175,000.
Wow. And you have an app that people can download.
Yes.
And you didn't want to give it a plug here?
Oh, he's fit.
Right. So you hire him because you want to take it to the next level.
Yes, absolutely.
All right. So you hire him and you're paying him how much a month?
$1,000.
Do you have a written contract between you two?
Yeah.
May I see it?
Sure.
What are you supposed to provide for $1,000?
Basically,
I don't know if that sounded sarcastic. I didn't mean it to.
No, it's very little. It's basically just PR services, and you probably know. No PR. PR is not guaranteed.
Never.
It's a risk.
Yeah,
but
sure.
at the end of the day, I still did my job.
Right.
So
See, you can't guarantee results. You can get, and somebody might be upset that you didn't get a result. But I need to see your work so we can even get to the results factor. Okay.
So you want me to bring it?
I want you to hand it in my favor.
So literally, this is just like emails. I had conversations sent out to like probably over 10 different platforms.
Okay. So I'm going to look at the emails. What is the CNNEKT?
That's a women's platform.
It says that I know that you sent them an email. They said, I'd like to learn a little more. Did you ever have the conversation with them?
Yeah.
And what happened?
He turned down.
Okay, and that was on April 23rd. And then I see that on the 16th of April, you sent something to Urban Outfitters. So that's a second email and one phone conversation. Then on the 23rd, I see that you sent something out to Soul Cycle. Did they ever get back to you or no?
Yeah, we had a brief conversation.
And
And turned it down as well.
okay. And you sent it to Equinox. Anything come out of that one? How about Birchbox?
No.
Did anything come out of any of them?
No.
All right, sent 7 emails. 2 of them followed up, but it didn't go anywhere. What else did you do in April?
Along with it came with, in-person meetings, just content strategy building. And
So you met, be more specific. You met with her to do what?
just to go over like ways to like expand. So like
Where did you meet with her?
at her house.
When did you meet with her?
Exact dates I don't know, but it was a few times though.
Okay. Did he meet with you a few times at your house?
Once or twice, maybe.
Okay. And how long were those meetings?
Probably like an hour.
Okay. What else did you do in April?
That was really just it. Everything.
What did you do in May? You paid him for May too, right?
Right.
And then what do you do in May?
We literally tried to do the same thing.
Yeah. Tell me precisely and specifically
So
what you did in May. You know you're being sued, right, for not doing anything. Do you think that the NCSA is going to fly in my courtroom?
This that she's portraying is not 6'9".
Okay.
Chances are you have some questions right now. Here are a couple answers. Lysol disinfectant spray and Lysol disinfecting wipes together can be used on over 100 surfaces and kill up to 99.9% of germs. Lysol, what it takes to protect.
Get your layers makeup wild. Wild ladies and Sebon denture seals. Get 75% stronger all day hold thanks to gradual release technology. Go wild. Sebon. Wildly adhesive.
Let's take a little test together. Which looks better? This or this? This or this? Seems clear to me. Saving cash should be spending up every time. Which is why you'll love this offer from America's Best. Buy 2 pairs of glasses for just $69.95, and they'll throw in an eye exam for free. It's a savings of at least $50. That's not just a better deal. It's America's Best. Book an exam online today at americasbest.com.
I wanted more for my COPD medicine. That's why I've got the power of 1, 2, 3 medicines with Trelegy. The only FDA-approved once daily 3-in-1 COPD treatment.
Trelegy, the power of 1, 2, 3. Trelegy, 1, 2, 3. Trelegy.
With Trelegy and the power of 1, 2, 3, I'm breathing better. Trelegy works 3 ways to open airways, keep them open, and reduce inflammation for 24 hours of better breathing.
Trelegy won't replace the rescue inhaler for sudden breathing problems. Trelegy is not for asthma. Tell your doctor if you have a heart condition or high blood pressure before taking it. Do not take Trelegy more than prescribed. Trelegy may increase your risk of thrush, pneumonia, and osteoporosis. Call your doctor if worsened breathing, chest pain, mouth or tongue swelling, problems urinating, vision changes, or eye pain occur.
Think your COPD medicine is doing enough? Maybe you should think again.
Ask your doctor about once daily Trelegy. We know times are hard, and we're here for you. Find support at Trelegy.com.
My son Beckett was 2 years old when he was diagnosed with leukemia. He would get sick. Aubrey would take him to the bathroom, and she would rub his back. Our family is fighting this every single day. If Donald Trump gets rid of our healthcare law, my son won't be protected. We would have to be making some tough decisions about what medications we can afford. We need a president who will protect our healthcare, and that's Joe Biden.
I'm Joe Biden, and I approve this message.
At Blindsmart, you can choose from a variety of window treatments to fit your lifestyle. They offer an extensive selection of blinds, shades, shutters, and custom draperies. Enjoy unique brands like Hunter Douglas, Lafayette, Granger, Confortex, and Horizon. Your window coverage specialist takes the guesswork out of shopping online or in-store, ensuring you get the perfect blinds every time. Call 507-380-5019 or visit blindsmart.org.
So, tell me what you think is more effective for somebody wanting to become famous. A publicist or Instagram?
Instagram for sure.
What do you say?
Because more people following you.
Do you think publicists are a relic of the past now?
Definitely. Instagram all the way, baby.
Do you guys, I'm just curious, does anybody like just randomly search for people who are on Instagram? Because that would be a way of becoming famous. Do you, or do you do?
Yeah, typically like, I don't know, I follow a lot of like clothing accounts, and so that's how I see like models that are getting famous, and I'll find their accounts and they're like,
And then you start following.
yeah.
Okay, go to inside the courtroom.
So maybe we try to set up like photo shoots to, expand and do different things.
So when you say we tried to set up a photo shoot, what did you do to try to set up a photo shoot? Specifics.
Well, I literally shot it, I used her, she has a camera, and I used it to take his photos.
Okay, that's what we're calling the photo shoot, is that she gave you her camera, and you took photos of her doing what?
Supposedly trying to do the yoga poses, or whatever sort of pose to expand into the health market.
Okay.
And you can't just stick to one thing, you have to go to yoga, you have to do, cardio, everything. So that was the whole plan.
Okay, so, and then what happened with the picture?
It just came out really bad.
Okay, what else did you do in May?
It came out really bad.
What else did you do?
No, not bad thing. Well, I basically, what is it called? Advise it, consulted it.
As in, so you have meetings with her to tell her this is what you should do, that is what you should do. How many meetings did you have in May?
I recall 4 or 5, I don't remember.
How many meetings did you have in May?
Probably 1 or 2 in person, because I ended up firing him in May.
Okay, and when you fire him in May, what do you say?
I wrote out everything. I basically told him he didn't do anything he promised to do. I wasn't focused solely on getting grants. I wanted to grow as a person, grow as a brand, and stay true to myself. Like, I don't do yoga. But we took the pictures anyway, even though he said it was going to be a photo shoot. He said he owned a professional photo studio. Just a lot of lies that he told me. So like, what I paid you $1,000 to use my, expensive camera that I have to take pictures of me up the block from my apartment. So he basically signed another contract with the person who introduced me to him, saying that he would refund me everything that I paid him because I was realizing that it's definitely a waste of time, and he didn't bring.
Who was the person who introduced you to him?
Our mutual friend Gabby.
So he signed a contract with Gabby saying, "I'll refund your money."
Well, she was the witness.
Okay, can I see that?
Sure.
Did you sign something saying I'm going to refund your money?
Yeah.
Why am I here? Did you refund her money?
No.
Well, that would explain why I'm here. But if you agreed to refund her money, and then you have several texts that you submitted into evidence where he's talking about when he's going to have the money.
Yeah.
He'll have part now, part then, part this. Did he give you any parts?
Nothing.
Now you think that her content had an edge that it shouldn't have had. Now what's that?
See that? It was just too much exposure of the body. No, it's not influencing. The whole point of an influencer is how are you, what message are you giving to your followers? The message that she's portraying is I have a sexy body. It's cool.
Okay, and then the comments would be about her body as opposed to about her message.
Yeah.
So you gave her that was part of the advice that you gave. Okay, but that's not worth $1,000. And you agreed. Why did you agree to give the money back? I'm just curious because you felt like you hadn't done it.
No, I just wanted to get out the way. It was annoying.
Knowing that you were going to cheat both her and the person who was there as a witness that you promised that you'd return the money?
It was a piece of paper. I don't
call that a contract, but yeah.
Stop.
Okay. So, when I'm sitting here trying to decide if you did enough, if you didn't do enough, it's kind of weighted to me that you felt like you didn't do enough and said, I'll be returning your money. And then you don't. What's this about the $420 for attorneys?
Oh, yeah, I had to hire a lawyer.
Did you really? Do you have a receipt for paying $420?
I can go on my Cash App.
Show me.
So,
and it's my bad.
There's one for $150.
A lawyer named Outlaw? That's good. Okay, so this invoice is for $150. Do you have any other invoices to total the other amounts that you're talking about?
I have text messages that prove I don't have another.
Okay, you kind of have to have the invoices.
Okay.
I'm going to order him to pay you the $2,000 plus the $150 that you've been able to prove, and therefore I'm ordering you to repay, like you said you would, the $2,000 plus the $150 it took to get here, plus your court costs, in order to get you to do the things that you said you would do. Okay? Verdict for the plaintiff.
So the plaintiff's going to get most of what she was seeking here in court. Mr. Wolf, I gather you're glad to be out of this deal, right? You said you were going to give him more. Did you think he'd win in court?
I don't know, honestly. It was just a long shot.
Just a long shot? I mean, did you think you could really help her being a social media influencer?
I think I can help
Interesting type.
I think I can help anybody.
You think you can help anybody?
Yeah, I do.
Didn't work for her, though, right?
No guarantee in PR.
Okay, well, you fall back on that all the time. All right, thank you very much. Let's sign some documents. All right, Ms. Montour, how's your career going as a social media influencer?
It's great.
And you got a lot of people following you.
Yes.
Okay. So you're going to hire another PR rep?
I'd probably go with a girl next time moving forward, and someone that I can definitely trust.
Okay. Well, good luck to you. Okay. Thank you very much. Okay. That's it. Harvey?
By offering her money back, he's essentially acknowledging that he didn't do the job. And that will do it for this case. Litigants for the next case on the way into the courtroom right now.
This is the plaintiff, Tommy Duncan. He says he purchased the car from the defendant, gave him a deposit of $5,000, then 24 days later was told the financing didn't go through and he was forced to return the car. The defendant refuses to give him his money back. He feels he took advantage of him. That's why he's here suing him for the $5,000 he feels he's owed. This is the defendant.
The Gustavo Piquez. He says the plaintiff failed to prove his employment to the finance company, so we found another one that approved him. The plaintiff, however, tried to back out of the deal, claiming he was having issues with the car. He returned the car to him. He returned a portion of his deposit, charged him for the time he drove the car, and he simply owes him nothing. He's accused of ripping off a customer.
All parties, I hear you right.
Mr. Duncan put on his credit application and claimed to us that he was a W-2 employee and that he made $3,300 a month. He then, after the fact, instead of giving us the pay stub, he provided his bank statements to prove income.
Should be fine.
Which should be fine, but they're way off.
Want to know what happens when I step off the bench? Follow the People's Court on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and our very own YouTube channel for exclusive courtroom moments, behind-the-scenes footage, and more.
When you get your flu shot at Walgreens, you don't just get a bandage. You get assurance that we take the right precautions to keep you safe, so you can defend your group against the flu. Get your flu shot safely from our pharmacy experts at Walgreens.
I'm Jimmy Dean, and sausage is a great deal like life. You get out of it about what you put into it. You put in quality, and you're going to get out quality, and that's what we do for Jimmy Dean. You have a wonderful day.
I have COPD because I smoked, so I have to pace myself. My tip is, if you're having people over for Thanksgiving, start cooking in October.
You can quit. Call 1-800-QUIT-NOW for help getting free medication.
When it comes to beautiful hair, why are we always showing the same thing?
Where's my bounce? My glamour.
My fire. All hair is beautiful. These Dove shampoo and conditioners are custom formulated for different hair types. Find the right Dove care for your hair.
Real progress? When you're affected by schizophrenia, you see it differently. It's in the small, everyday moments, and in the places you never expect. A little sign of hope, the feeling of freedom. And once these little moments start adding up, that's when it feels like so much more. It feels like real progress. Caplyta effectively treats adults with schizophrenia, and it's just one pill, once a day, with no titration.
Caplyta can cause serious side effects. Elderly dementia patients have increased risk of death or stroke. Call your doctor about fever, stiff muscles, or confusion, which can mean a life-threatening reaction, or uncontrollable muscle movements, which may be permanent. Dizziness upon standing, falls, and impaired judgment may occur. Most common side effects include sleepiness and dry mouth. High cholesterol and weight gain may occur, as can high blood sugar, which may be fatal.
In clinical trials, weight, cholesterol, and blood sugar changes were similar to placebo. So if you're affected by schizophrenia, ask your doctor about Caplyta for intracellular therapies.
Closed captioning and other considerations of People's Court provided by.
Doing the things we love can be painful. Aspercream's triple effect provides targeted relief. Works in minutes, lasts for hours. Love hurts. Aspercream works.
Which looks better, this or this? Seems clear to me. Buy 2 pairs of glasses for just $69.95 at America's Best, and they'll throw in an eye exam for free. It's a savings of at least $50. Book an exam online today.
Chances are you have some questions right now. Here are a couple answers. Lysol disinfectant spray and Lysol disinfecting wipes together can be used on over 100 surfaces and kill up to 99.9% of germs. Lysol, what it takes to protect.
Welcome back to the People's Court. Next case in the docket, the plaintiff bought a car from the defendant and flung down a $5,000 deposit. But 3 weeks later, the financing didn't go through. The plaintiff returned the car and didn't get his cash. The defendant says the guy's a slagger who used the car so tough. It's the case of, I get the car or the cash.
Tommy Duncan, you are suing, how do I pronounce that? Hames Motors, Lauderdale Lakes, representing here by Gustavo. You are the owner?
I am the corporate representative.
Okay, for $5,000. You say you want the $1,700 they kept back, plus you want an additional $3,300 for lowering your credit score. Tell me what happened.
I went to buy a used vehicle from Hines Motorsports. I gave a $5,000 deposit on a supposedly $14,000 vehicle.
Okay, what was the vehicle?
It was a 2013 Mercedes C250.
Okay.
After 3 weeks of having the vehicle, I got a phone call telling me that my finances didn't go through.
Okay, I'm not understanding. The world I'm from, the financing goes through first, then they take possession of the vehicle. What goes on at your dealership?
So basically, when a customer comes in, you approve them based on what the customer tells you. Then the customer has about a week and a half to provide us with the documents that they put on their credit application.
But they take the car in the meantime?
Yes.
So are you a used car dealer?
We are.
All right, so is the vast majority of your business people with bad credit?
No, ma'am.
No. Okay. So they take the car right away, and he had given you a $5,000 deposit.
That is correct.
And then, so he was trying to finance how much of that?
His balance on the car was $11,088.95.
Okay, now he's saying, but it was a $14,000 car. So how could the balance be 11? Can you explain it to him?
Yeah, sure. Pull up the credit app. The buyer's order. He paid for the car $15,498. He also had a gap insurance added, extended warranty insurance added, the dealer fee, plus taxes and title.
Okay,
Yeah,
so how long did you have the car?
24 days.
And what happened?
The car was supposed to be $14,000. He overcharged me on the car.
I'm sorry, did you sign documents for $15,000 something on the car?
Yeah,
Okay, well then why did you? All you gotta do is turn around and walk away, then he can't charge you anything.
I understand.
Oh, okay, so go on.
They didn't give me, when I went home, I didn't have all my receipts in my pamphlet. When he called me 3 weeks later and told me my finances fell through, I went to grab the pamphlet and called the finance company and asked why. When I went in my pamphlet, I had no receipt of anything, no bill of sale, no nothing.
Okay.
I asked for the bill
When
of
do you
sale.
get the bill of sale?
As soon as the customer leaves with the vehicle, they get a copy of their buyer's order, their legal contract, and all documents that they send.
Is there a bill of sale at that point?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What documents protect you if financing doesn't come through?
There's a spot delivery inside the packet that he signs. There's also an arbitration agreement of what we would charge if what he says is false or if for some reason financing doesn't.
So is there some agreed upon amount that a customer will be out if the financing doesn't come through?
In my particular dealership, if the customer is at fault, then we charge them the bailment agreement, which he signed. If it's
Can I see the bailment agreement?
Yes.
You were gonna keep talking and I interrupted you. What were you gonna say?
If it's something that our staff does by a mistake, thinking that they can get the deal funded and it's our fault, then we refund the whole entire money. In this
And was
particular
this something
case,
that was his fault according to you?
yes, in this particular case, Mr. Duncan put on his credit application and claimed to us that he was a W-2 employee and that he made $3,300 a month. He then, after the fact, instead of giving us a pay stub, he provided his bank statements to prove income.
Should be fine.
Which should be fine,
but
they're way off.
Why?
He claimed on his credit application that he made $3,300 a month according to his deposits. I broke them down. He has an average monthly the last 3 months is what the bank requires of $1,700.13.
This stuff true?
Yeah, I'm not required to deposit my whole check in my account.
Yeah, but you have to prove that you make $3,300. You can't just say, I'm a millionaire. You have to qualify for a loan. They have to know that you're going to be able to pay it. So you know you either have to give W-2s that show you make that, or you have to have a bank account that shows you make that. So if neither one shows you make that, you probably don't make that. And that's where the problem lies.
You don't make that, then testimony continues.
I was bullied.
Bullied?
Yeah, I was bullied. I put the money down on the car, and the guy told me the finances ain't coming through. He told me just come back in and we'll finance another vehicle.
Transform your space with Menards. Organize your home with our great selection of Designer's Image closet systems. They're available in 3 finishes to match your style, with features like hanging rods, shelves, drawers, and more. Designer's Image wooden closet systems are the perfect solution to all of your storage needs. Right now, save 11% on all Designer's Image wooden closet systems at Menards.
Save big money at Menards.
For her to get that mental stimulation throughout the day and in a safe environment. I know that the staff here are watching. I know that she's interacting safely with other dogs. And if I ever want to see it, I can see it on the webcam, which is amazing. We did different levels of obedience class here. She learned how to swim in the pool here and get her out of the pool now. It's a great place for dog lovers. Like, that's the part of it. Come in here and like,
insufficient funds throughout the years, so I guess that's why they denied it. Capital One sent me the letter stating why they rejected the loan.
Okay, all right,
Which
so
I
now,
have.
well, now we're in that very rare instance where the person doesn't qualify, doesn't get a loan. So what's the result? I now have to see what you signed in the bailment agreement. You signed a bailment agreement, right? So, all right, let's see what it says. It says, all statements made on any credit application are verbal or verbally are true and correct. And if it's repossessed, the buyer shall probably return said vehicle to the dealership's address in good condition and shall be liable for all damages. Usage should be assessed at $45 a day and 45 cents a mile. Okay. So how many miles did he, is that how you folks come up with this 3,000? How much, what was the amount?
Yeah, and that's the caveat. Yeah, the bottom that you'll see was broken down into 27 days, and off the top of my head, I can't the miles, but at 45 cents a mile and 27 days, it came out to that amount that we.
To the amount that you kept.
Correct.
Which was how much? Do you want me to have this back to you?
Yes, please.
Okay. How much did they keep according to you?
$1,700.
Does that sound right that you kept $1,700?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so he had given you $5 and you refunded him according to
$3,000.
the release $3,000.
$376.40.
Gotcha. All right. So you signed when you went there a release saying we're not going to have any more lawsuits. I'm going to take the $3,376.40 because you know you signed a bailment and you know you had use of the car for 27 to 29 days, and then you agreed to pay $40 a day if this didn't go through. So why are you, after signing a release and saying we're settling this, you give me $3,000 and I'll leave you alone, you leave me alone? Why are you coming to court, and why do you feel like you should be able to?
I was bullied.
Bullied?
Yeah, I was bullied. When I put the money down on the car and the guy told me the finances didn't come through, he told me just come back in and we'll finance another vehicle. The one question I asked him, if the finances didn't go through for the first vehicle, why would you be willing to finance another vehicle? And that's when he said, well, the bailment agreement will cost you this much if you do that. So I asked him, I want to see my receipt. I went home, I have no receipts. I think it's illegal for me to buy a vehicle and not have a receipt or no kind of contract.
I'm sorry, but you see that you signed something that said that if I don't get financing, if anything I do causes me to not get financing.
If the
you
finance
were
was,
completely
I
unable
thought
to
it
move
went
the
through.
amount that you claimed you were making.
That's not what Capital One says why they rejected the claim.
Okay, you showed me what you, okay, you have showed me what you have, what you got from Capital One that says there are too few or no accounts. There is presence of collection action or judgment. There have been too many recent inquiries. There is insufficient credit history. So when you're telling me, I'm willing to buy into what you're saying, that if the problem was his fault, then you're entitled to the bailment fee. But where is that saying that the problem was his fault, that he misrepresented something?
I have the bank statements that he provided showing what his income is. It's not what he put on his credit application. This deal would have never gotten to funding.
Okay, let me see his bank statements and how that would show his income. Does he have direct deposit?
No, he does not.
Okay,
He
so
has
how would that
deposits.
show his income?
Well, the two ways to prove income to financing the vehicle is one bank statement showing deposits, either cash deposit, a direct deposit, or a W-2 based up.
Yes, I understand.
So this is
But
what he
where's the
provided.
lie? The lie is where?
Where
Because he doesn't make enough money? So you make $3,300 a month? Prove it. Prove it. I guess prove it.
Your Honor, I have.
Now, hold on, sir, I'm in the middle of a question. Are you gonna pull your cash out if I pull them?
I think I can pay cash.
No, wait, I'm sorry.
So,
Do you have a case if you want Judge Millie on the air? Call us here at 888-505-6950 or email us at cases@peoplecourt.com.
If you need a safe ride, AMP will take you there. Since 1993, we've been helping people in need. Our compassionate team drives to and from hospitals, nursing homes, and anywhere a safe ride is needed. AMP Transportation has always been committed to keeping people healthy and safe. Now, more than ever, people are trusting us to get them where they need to go, safely and in a safe environment. Call a local representative today for details and eligibility. AMP Transportation, taking people further.
I'm Tina Smith, and I approve this message because building a strong economy requires creating more opportunities for more people. By working together That's why I passed a law with Republicans and Democrats to expand vocational and technical training in schools across Minnesota. And I'm working to create internships and apprenticeships in manufacturing, healthcare, and clean energy. Because not everyone goes to college, but everyone needs a good job to give them and their families good lives.
I want to make it absolutely clear. Rioting is not protesting. Looting is not protesting. It's lawlessness, plain and simple. And those who do it should be prosecuted. Fires are burning and we have a president who fans the flames. He can't stop the violence because for years he's fomented it. But his failure to call on his own supporters to stop acting as an armed militia in this country shows how weak he is. Violence will not bring change. It will only bring destruction. It's wrong in every way. If I were president, my language would be less divisive. I'd be looking to lower the temperature in this country, not raise it. Donald Trump is determined to instill fear in America because Donald Trump adds fuel to every fire. This is not who we are. I believe we'll be guided by the words of Pope John Paul II, words drawn from the scripture. Be not afraid. I'm Joe Biden, and I approve this message.
You're watching KYC News Now.
So if he lied on the credit application, does he forfeit the $5,000?
Yes, for sure. It's a deposit. You don't get it back.
Is that right? That you don't get the $5,000 back?
Yeah, not in Australia. That wouldn't happen. Yeah, you have to
just forfeit.
Yeah, exactly.
You buying that?
Yeah. That's the agreement you made. You knew what you were getting yourself into.
Okay, going inside the courtroom.
We submitted the deal to the bank saying we made $3,300, and $1,700 does not meet the minimum
Okay,
requirement.
let me see the bank statement so maybe I'll understand what you're trying to tell me. But why don't I have from on your side? Why aren't you handing me something to show that what you're saying is true? That that's why they rejected it.
Okay.
Why instead of you telling me that's why they rejected it, and that's why you should get to keep your money? Why don't I have something from Capital One saying that? Because that's his argument. His argument is that has nothing to do with why they rejected it. It's just because my credit stinks. Go ahead.
Your Honor, the issue that we have is that he said he made $3,300 a month.
That's the issue you have. Now you got to prove to me that the bank denied him for that.
I would have had to send the deal to funding, which we never did.
That's what I don't understand. If they're denying him, how are you going to send the deal for funding?
Because originally he was approved. He was approved making $3,300 a month. At $1,700 a month on a $380 car payment, he would never budget. So you do not send that deal into funding.
How does that translate to you lied on your application? So now you want me to see, well, Judge, look, he did lie on his application. All right, let's look at it. So I'm looking for his bank statements.
He would also not qualify for.
Do you make $3,300 a month? Prove it. Prove it. How you gonna prove it?
Your Honor, I have.
Now hold on, sir. I'm in the middle of the question. What are you gonna do? Pull your cash out in my courtroom?
I get paid cash.
No, wait. I'm sorry.
So, like when I get paid cash every week, I don't have to deposit.
What do you do for a living,
everything.
sir?
I paint cars.
What?
I paint cars.
And you pay cash and then you don't deposit it? Why? You don't pay the taxes on it? What do you got going on?
I work under the table. That's how I do.
Okay. Do you have any way of proving to me now that you make $3,300 a month besides pulling a wad of cash out of your pocket?
Yes, ma'am. Here you go, right here.
I'm sorry. This is you saying it.
That's the employer filling it out and sending it to the.
This is like printed in block print. It's different from the handwriting that's on the bottom. Who's she? Your handiwork in here or no? You want to come on up or you want me to let you keep sitting down there? Would you rather stay put or you want to testify? Okay. All right, guys.
Your Honor.
Now, based on what I'm listening to and my very strong feeling that you maybe don't make or can't show that you make $3,300, based on the fact you used the car for 27 days and had agreed to the price of $45 a day, based on your 3 months of statements that don't look to me like you make 3,300. It sounds to me like maybe you did misrepresent on that. And also based on something very important, which is you say they bullied you, but what you do is you sign a release. And you don't get the benefit of signing for a release and then get the benefit of the $3,000 and then get to sue also and then call him a bully. What you're supposed to do is not sign the release. Then you don't waive your rights. Then you go to court and sue for the full $5,000.
When
I want to hear you. I want you to hear me. When you sign a release, there are consequences to signing the release. My verdict in this case is for the defendant.
Well, Mr. Duncan, I'm sorry, but the judge says no deal. What do you think?
I think that the fact that he didn't show the correct reason why my finances was rejected and him just saying that, I don't think that that was right, but by law, it is what it is.
All right, you must sign a few documents on your way out of the courtroom that way, sir. Okay, sorry about that. Well, does this happen very often?
Actually, yes.
It does.
Yes, sir.
He said he didn't have the receipt, but do you think he just lost it?
I believe he lost. We give him copies of every single thing.
You guys do. Okay.
And we also give him an option to maybe finance something else, and he didn't like it, so.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Harvey?
So, Doug, look, it is so important to read these contracts. You got to know what the car is worth per day. You got to read the contract.
You're driving down a highway. Suddenly your check engine light comes on. You ask yourself, where can I go? Or worse, it's 2 a.m. and you're broke down on the side of the road. You wonder, who can I call? Mankato Truck and Trailer Repair is now open and providing high-quality service at an affordable price. Get your services, brake replacement, air conditioning repair, diagnostics, and DOT inspection, as well as 24-hour local repair. Pull into 3rd Avenue in Mankato or go to catotruck.com and see what people are revving their engines about. This is a Butler building. And so is this one, and this one, and this one too. They're all Butler buildings, custom designed, custom built to exacting specifications by Rice Companies, your local Butler builder. Discover the difference a versatile Butler manufacturing building system can make for your new facility. Virtually any size, any shape, any usage. Call Rice Companies today. You'll find their work all over southern Minnesota and online at ricecompanies.com. The KUIC News Now 2020 Minnesota Congressional Debate exclusively on KUIC News Now. Jim Hickenor, Dan Fiat, discussing the topics that matter most to you. Hosted live from the KUIC News Now studio. Submit your questions on Facebook. Catch the debate anywhere in the country. Broadcasting over the air and live streaming on the mobile app or at KUIC.com. Live September 27th at 5 p.m. on KUIC CBS.
The KUIC News Now 2020 Minnesota Congressional Debate, September 27th.
You both said today that you love each other, and I believe it. But I'm trying to tell you, love is not enough for a successful marriage. There's so many other things that go in it. It's not just about you anymore.
Here's today's case. My wife has what I believe is a bad gambling addiction problem.
How often are you gambling?
Once or twice a day.
So the next morning when I got up and I checked the bank account statements, $2,000 were missing.
Did you lose the $2,000 gambling?
I did take that $2,000 a little bit tonight, and I did go gamble, and I won back $3,000.
Whether or not you win it back doesn't mean that you don't have a problem.
Court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Faith Jenkins presiding. Your Honor, this is the case of Galindo versus Galindo.
Thank you. Reuben Galindo,
Yes, Your Honor.
you have brought your wife, Nancy Galindo,
Yes, Your Honor.
to court today. The two of you have been married only 4 months.
Yes, Your Honor.
And you are now in divorce court because you say that there are a number of bad habits and problems that are ruining the marriage.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, I'll start with you, sir. Give me some background.
My wife has what I believe is a bad gambling addiction problem. And on top of that, I believe that with her problem with gambling, that she is also cheating on the side to support this bad habit.
Sir, you
You say she has a bad gambling problem. The two of you have been married for 4 months, but you've actually been in a relationship for a couple of years.
Yes,
Did you
Your
know
Honor.
about this before the two of you got married?
Yes, Your Honor. The addiction wasn't as bad as before. Previously, it was, I would say, roughly about $100 a week was her gambling habit. Now it's up to what I believe is around $600 a week in her gambling.
And what do you have to say, Ms. Melinda?
Well, I make money in the family. You know, I work every day. I don't do the job. I work 7 days a week. I have a cleaning business. I do pretty much what I want with my money. As long as the bills get paid, I really don't see anything wrong with it. Yes, I do gamble, but I do win an awful lot. And I really don't see anything wrong with it because I am still covering expenses. I'm the one making money.
Is that because of what happened with the pandemic? Because you were
Yes,
working, correct?
Yes, Your
But
Honor.
it's only been the last several months that you stopped working because of the shutdown, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
This is really interesting because do you believe you have a gambling problem?
I don't because if I lose it, I win it back. Or I work to make up for it.
How often are you gambling?
Once or twice a day.
Every day?
Every day.
And the two of you live in Vegas, right?
Yeah, so it's kind of hard not to gamble.
So you gamble once or twice a day, 7 days a week.
I usually don't gamble on Mondays because I'm too busy to.
And how are you managing your business and gambling as well?
I go in for like 20 minutes. I play really high. I come out winner. I come out loser. I'd say about 75% of the time I do win.
And you don't see that as a problem, just the frequency that you're gambling?
I do in some ways, but then when I win, I'm like, well, I won, you know, so I really don't feel like it's a problem. You know, I have never lost more than I've won. So
are you losing hundreds of dollars a week?
No, whenever I lose, I win back.
Eventually?
No,
When?
within that
Same
week.
day?
Within that week.
What do you have to say, sir?
Well, there's a episode where I was sick one time. So during that 24-hour period, prior to me getting sick, I checked the bank account. We had a little over $2,000 because I had put the automobile in repair. So the next day I was planning and made plans to take the car out of the shop, repair shop. So the next morning when I got up and I checked the banking account statements, $2,000 were missing. So I went over to her Nancy and asked her, well, what happened to the $2,000 that we had in the banking account? Prior to me getting sick, I ensured that the balance was there.
What happened to it?
She gave me the excuse that there must have been a bank error or something took place down at the cashier's cage down at the casino where they had debited too much. But she just gave me some excuse of some kind of bank error.
Did you lose the $2,000 gambling?
I didn't have any money enough to cover. Okay, so I had the $2,000, but I didn't have enough to cover.
Let me ask you something. Was that money set aside for car repairs?
I had already paid $2,400 on his card.
I'm just asking. Was that money set aside for car
It was
repairs?
my money set aside, yes.
Whose money was it?
It was her money.
It was set aside for car repairs?
I had it set aside just in case there was some extra repair money because they said there was something else wrong with the car. I had no idea it was going to total out to be what it was. But I took that, yes, I did take that $2,000 a little bit today, and I did go gamble, but I won back $3,000.
When? That day?
That day.
And did she win $3,000 so you never missed the money? That's what she's saying?
Unbeknownst to me, the car is still in the shop. So whether or not she did win the $3,000, it was never brought to my attention.
And the money was never replaced into the account?
It eventually was. She does win. She does win. And when she does win, sometimes she'll be forthcoming with the winnings, and sometimes she's not. And the times that I believe that she's not is to continue to support her addiction to gambling.
You know, there's this discussion about your winning and the fact that you win the money back. The bigger issue is whether or not you win it back doesn't mean that you don't have a problem controlling your impulse to gamble, because the frequency of your gambling really speaks volumes about the fact that it's not just a hobby, a pastime, recreational, like so many people indulge in Vegas. It's more of a necessity.
She was going for a job interview that happened to be at a casino. drove out to that location, and lo and behold, she was there engaging with another man.
The man I was talking with had a wife, and his wife was right there before.
This is divorce court. We've been around long enough to know those factors don't matter.
Add style to your bathroom with Menards. Shop our great selection of Dakota vanities with generous interior storage and a variety of finishes, styles, and sizes to choose from. You'll find the perfect fit for your bathroom, like this Monroe vanity. It has a shaker-style design that's both modern and rustic. Right now, save 11% on all Dakota vanities at Menards.
Save big money at Menards.
Not attorney spokesperson. This is a paid advertisement for legal services sponsored by Nightline Legal. Cases assigned on a random basis to participating law firms.
Attention cancer victims who use the weed killer Roundup. A federal jury unanimously found that Monsanto's popular weed killer Roundup was a substantial factor in causing cancer. You may be entitled to financial compensation. If you or a loved one used Roundup weed killer and were diagnosed with non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, call the number on your screen now.
Call 1-800-878-9655. Home is where your story begins. Wilcon has reimagined how Mankato builds. Comfort, style, and family are the focus of every design. Beautiful spaces to celebrate life's moments. Spacious rooms filled with natural light. And great neighborhoods for you to explore. Come meet our team. Let's start the process of building your next home. Vanderbilt Clay stands with you. In this community, we're all in this together. We want to do our part to keep your environment clean and healthy. Trust the technicians at Vanderbilt Clay to give your workplace a thorough and high-level clean. With innovative and top-of-the-line technology, we can stand strong together. We care about clean, and we care about you.
It's not clean unless it's Vanderbilt clean.
I'm Judge Faith, the new judge on divorce court. Do you have evidence that your spouse or long-term partner has been unfaithful and you want to confront them with it? We can help. Call us at 1-877-311-2222.
I do believe that she has a bad habit there. I went ahead and gotten out of my way and installed what's called a Find My mobile device. So basically, it's just an application that you install on the device. And the device allows you to locate the device, what part of town that they're in, how long that they've been there for. It also tells you the route that they took, the times that they checked in at that location. It also gives you a percentage of the battery in case they try and turn around and say, well, my phone was on, that's why you weren't able to locate me. One day, she told me that she was going for a job interview that happened to be at a casino. Well, later that day, it was roughly around 7 in the evening, I messaged her. I got no response from her. So then I decided to go ahead and engage the Find My device. Lo and behold, it tracked her down, showing that she had still been there for about roughly 7 hours.
I thought you said it was more so 20, 30 minutes a day.
We had a very bad fight the night before. He was very rude, very disrespectful. I couldn't handle it. I just needed some space away. I didn't want things to get ugly between us. So I was not missing. He could find me at any point in time. Like, oh yeah.
Well, you weren't missing, but you lied about where you were.
No, I told him I was going
to an interview for a job.
Yeah,
it was at the casino gambling.
It was at the casino. I was seriously considering leaving the things he had sent to me the night before.
What was the argument about?
He was saying that I was cheating on him, and it was just horrible because I would never cheat on him. I love him so much. I never do.
So why were you accusing her of that?
Well, later that evening, I decided to get in my vehicle, drove out to that location, and lo and behold, she was there engaging with another man. And when it looked back to me, he was pretty much purchasing her drinks and supplying her with her gambling. And they engaged in the conversation as if they were on a date. I waited about 10 minutes just to make sure that this was taking place. And sure enough, I saw a note that convinced me that she was being flirtatious. And what she was wearing wasn't what I would recommend wearing to an interview.
That's a lie. That's a lie. Because The man I was talking with had a wife, and his wife was right there before. She just went out to play at another machine.
Ms. Galindo, this is divorce court. We've been around long enough to know those factors don't matter.
I know, but it's not like he was like telling me, calling me like honey or sugar or baby or anything. He was just buying me drinks, and then I in return I had given him some money.
So you were sort of hustling for some gambling money?
No, I already.
Your husband has expressed his concern about your gambling habit, and I understand you say that you don't have a problem, but it appears that you do. And it obviously, from everything I'm hearing, it is. You're saying you're going to a job interview, but you're at the casino for 12 hours. He shows up at the casino, and you're engaging in this flirtatious conversation with another man as he watches, I believe him. And it's hurting your marriage. It's not just financial. It's the dishonesty. It is the lack of an ability to control the impulse that you have. And it's disrupting your life. There's no denying that.
Your Honor, if I may also add, I've also installed another app on her phone, which is a text messaging forwarding app. And what that app does is it allows her to receive her text messages, but at the same time...
Well, Mr. Galindo, why are you turning into CSI all of a sudden? Because you know, Ms. Galindo, for 2+ years, this did not just happen over the course of 4 months of your marriage, but now you want to be CSI. When she is missing, it is not a mystery as to where she is.
Absolutely.
So you're tracking her to the same location repeatedly. What is the point of you doing all of this now?
She's always giving me an excuse one after another. I can never get the straight answer from her.
Well, the text message is more evidence of someone who has a problem, sir. I'm not an addiction specialist, but I talked to someone who is.
Usually gambling isn't the problem. Your habit has just kind of gotten in the way to where gambling has become a primary relationship in life. And your husband is at home wondering who his wife is at.
Promotional consideration provided by
Best Fiends. Collect tons of cute characters. Solve thousands of fiendishly fun puzzles. Download Best Fiends for free today. Best Fiends.
Divorce Court will be right back.
When the food you love doesn't love you back, stay smooth and fight heartburn fast with Tongue Squeeze.
This was eye-opening. I noticed how white my son's teeth were and how yellow mine were, and so I made a change.
Introducing Smile Actives, the teeth whitening breakthrough that gets your teeth white and keeps them white. Look at the power of Smile Actives on years of food stains and even coffee and wine stains. It's so easy. Just add to your toothpaste for whiter teeth, guaranteed, or your money back. Order yours now for $19.95 and get a second one free, plus free shipping. Go to smileactives.com.
KEYC News Now is looking for your photos and videos that tell the story of our community. We give you the latest scoop from local weather reports, events happening inside our community, and news that's important to you. With your submission, you can help tell that story. Here's how. After you snap your photo or video, simply go to KEYC.com and click on your photos. Then add your media. Choose the category that best fits the subject of your photos and video. Once you have uploaded your content, add a description and tell us what you have to say. Then press submit. It's that easy. The most newsworthy, interesting, or artistic content have a chance to be broadcast for all of your family and friends to see. Send in your photos and videos today.
For our seniors, Social Security is a sacred obligation, a sacred promise made. The current president is threatening to break that promise. He's proposing to eliminate a tax that pays for almost half the Social Security without any way of making up for that lost revenue. I will not let that happen. If I'm your president, we're going to protect Social Security
have my word. I'm Joe White, and I approve this message.
Hi, Tom Clements here with some of my best friends. And you know, going on walkies is one of the best parts of our day together. And I thought to myself, what if I did a dog walking forecast just for you and your best friend? So I brought it up with some of my buddies here, and they seem to like the idea. Watch the dog walking forecast Monday through Friday at 6 a.m. on KEYC News Now this morning. And don't forget to submit those puppy pictures to KEYC.com/photos.
If you'd like your case to be heard on divorce court, call us toll free 1-877-311-2222 or log on to our website at divorcecourt.com. It's the show. Watch full episodes on our streaming platforms, and for exclusive content, go to Apple TV. What made you propose to someone who you knew had this kind of issue without talking to her and having a conversation with her about addressing the issue before moving into marriage?
The problems as far as her sneaking around on her gambling were never there. Every time we would go gambling, we were going together. Now it's whenever I do go gambling with her, I bring her bad luck. That I'm negative about the whole thing.
Well, you shouldn't be going to the casino with her at all, because the last place, we're talking about addiction. That's just like taking an alcoholic to a bar.
I agree with you 100%. The only reason why I go is to try and control the amount of spending that takes place. Because if I don't go along with her, she's going to go anyways.
Okay.
Regardless of what I have to say.
I have some concerns because you're in denial. And I'm not an addiction specialist, but I talked to someone who is. And he's actually here today. He's been listening to the testimony that both of you have presented. I have Avalash Pulligan with me today. He's a licensed counselor with over 10 years of experience in substance abuse, addiction, and socioeconomic inequities. Mr. Pulligan, thank you for being with us today.
Thank you for having me, Judge Vic.
Have you had the opportunity to listen to the testimony that the Galindos have presented in court today?
I have.
And I think my bigger concern is Ms. Galindo saying she doesn't believe that she has a problem. And I just want to hear from your expert opinion what you think about what you've heard and read, because you also read the case packet today.
Absolutely. I think that when it comes to habits, the way something is defined as a problem can't just be defined by how it affects us. Seeing how your husband has talked about how this has affected you, your marriage, I would say there is a pretty big problem in that your behavior has led to you keeping things from your husband. You know, your habit has just kind of gotten in the way to where gambling has become the primary relationship in your life. It's become your best friend. It's become your therapist. It's become your lover. And your husband is at home wondering who his wife is at. And the answer is, even if it's not the person I heard you say you never cheated on him.
Never.
Never. Even if you never stepped out on him with another person before, the habit got in the way. And it's your primary partner now.
I agree. So what does she do about it now that she's acknowledging that there is a problem here? Because I know there's no quick fix, but at least she's taken the step in the process of this proceeding to acknowledging that this is a problem.
Ms. Galindo, what it's going to take for you is to take the steps that you need to actually find a permanent solution for this problem. And that's going to involve sitting down with a professional. We're going to a 12-step and talking about the things that cause you to turn to gambling. Usually the gambling isn't the problem. It's a symptom of a deeper problem. And so what I'm going to say to you is find a professional or a group of professionals. And there are lots of ways, lots of people who support it, who've gone through what you've experienced that will support you through this. And Mr. Galindo, I'm going to turn to you and say, I want you to look at your wife's habit, not just as sex choices, but as a sickness, as an illness. She just doesn't act this way because she doesn't love you, or care about you, or is doing this to hurt you. There are times this habit is literally out of her control. And the thing that I'm going to say to you is, if you look at your wife and say, this woman is worth it, I want to be with her for the rest of my life, she's going to need your support. And that's going to require patience and love and a high tolerance for
Promotional consideration provided by.
If you suffer from muscle cramps in your legs and feet, TheraWorks Relief can help.
Get TheraWorks Relief today. Available in stores everywhere.
Divorce Court will be right back.
I wanted more for my COPD medicine. That's why I've got the power of 1, 2, 3 medicines with Trelegy. The only FDA-approved once daily 3-in-1 COPD treatment.
Trelegy, the power of 1, 2, 3. Trelegy, 1, 2, 3. Trelegy.
With Trelegy and the power of 1, 2, 3, I'm breathing better. Trelegy works 3 ways to open airways, keep them open, and reduce inflammation for 24 hours of better breathing.
Trelegy won't replace a rescue inhaler for sudden breathing problems. Trelegy is not for asthma. Tell your doctor if you have a heart condition or high blood pressure before taking it. Do not take Trelegy more than prescribed. Trelegy may increase your risk of thrush, pneumonia, and osteoporosis. Call your doctor if worsened breathing, chest pain, mouth or tongue swelling, problems urinating, vision changes, or eye pain occur.
Think your COPD medicine is doing enough? Maybe you should think again.
Ask your doctor about once daily Trelegy. We know times are hard, and we're here for you. Find support at Trelegy.com.
Smoker's new upgraded network has stronger signal and faster speeds. It's not just fast, it's super fast.
We like it. But how can we say it's more than super fast?
Boost Mobile's upgraded network gets fast.
How do you spell B?
Get Boost Mobile shrink plan and watch your bill shrink to $35 per month after just 6 on-time payments. Plus, get a free Samsung Galaxy A11 when you switch. All on a new upgraded network. Boost Mobile.
Divorce Court fans always have something to say. Tell us what you think on Facebook, Twitter, or Instagram today.
For months, we've all done our best to stay safe. But to remain safe in the long run, it's up to us all to take actions that don't just slow the spread of COVID, but collectively overcome it. Like getting a test if you have any symptoms, answering if your health department calls, and wearing a mask in public spaces. We all want to regain what we love in life. To get there, we all need to go forward and do our part.
2020 is an influential year in politics, not only on Capitol Hill, but on your front steps.
As the political season heats up, tune in to KYC News Now for your views in politics from the local perspective.
On air, online, or on the go, get the news that matters to you.
Watch the docket. Holly Bernstein, keep up with Minnesota races.
The economic crisis that's been caused by COVID is really deep, and a lot of small businesses are struggling to figure out how to pull themselves out of it.
We're all concerned about COVID virus, so we can take care of the vulnerable while we let other people go about their business.
And full court press with Greta Van Susteren, how this year is affecting the state and the country. Minnesota playing a key role in the 2020 election, and I've got your front line covered.
Get your political news available anywhere, anytime.
On television, local news broadcasts, on the mobile app, instant updates, on social media. Get your news your way, and always live streaming on KYC.com.
You're watching KYC News Now.
Now that you heard from a specialist and he shared with you some of the ways to move forward, how do you feel about this?
I do feel that I have a problem. I would like help for it. I want my marriage to stay a marriage. I just ask that maybe if you could be less controlling over me and trust me more, because it makes me have no confidence in myself as a person. I'm willing to do anything it takes. I just want to make sure that he's on the same page and we're in the same boat.
Now that you've acknowledged that you have a problem, are you willing to go into a 12-step program?
Yes.
Program to get actual help?
Yes.
In moving forward?
Yes, Your Honor.
Very good. That's what I want to hear from you, because that's the first step. Her acknowledging that she has this issue. You did the right thing in bringing this case to divorce court today, because I think it's been a wake-up call for your wife, one that she needed. And as the two of you move forward, I want to connect you with Mr. Pullican. He could perhaps offer a local program for the two of you to start attending, and you can start your process to recovery. And Mr. Galindo,
you gotta lay off the CSI. At this point, I know you have your concerns, sir, but you have to move forward somehow. And I'm sure you're gonna hear this in the program, tracking devices. Where did people get? I mean, I did not know.
Absolutely.
There were such things. Did you know this was on your phone?
I had no idea.
Well, we just all learned a lot today from this case. Mr. Galindo, you're gonna have to stop tracking your wife's every move. And when you get into this program, learn to work together and move past this, okay?
Okay.
Good luck to both of you.